Fighters and the writers. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast formless things. Edgar Allan Poe. Part 1. The Rogue Dial. Here I am once more in this scene of dissipation and vice, and I begin already to find my morals corrupted. Jane Austen. 1. Traitor's Gate. It's rare that a story begins at the beginning. In the grand scheme of things, I really turned up at the beginning of the end of this one. After all, the story of science started centuries before I was born, and human lives, to Rephaim, are as fleeting as a heartbeat. Some revolutions change the world in a day, others take decades or centuries or more, and others still never come to fruition. Mine began with a moment and a choice. Mine began with the blooming of a flower in a secret city on the border between worlds. You'll have to wait and see how it ends. Welcome back to Science. 2nd of September, 2059. The train was upholstered in the style of a luxurious parlour. Red carpets, rosewood tables, and the anchor, Science symbol, stitched in gold on every seat. Baroque music drifted from a hidden speaker. At the end of our carriage, Jackson sat with his hands folded atop his cane, staring ahead without blinking. Across the aisle, my best friend, Nick Negord, gripped a metal hoop that hung from the ceiling. After 6 months away from him, seeing his face was like looking at a memory. Danitza was nearby, hunched at a table, while Nadine and Zeke were in the next carriage. The last of us, Eliza, had stayed behind in London. I sat apart from them, watching the tunnel rush past. There was a fresh burn on my skin where Danitza had disabled the tracking device in my arm. The events of the night seemed like a hallucination. Somehow Warden and I had pulled off our ambitious plan to stage a jailbreak from Oxford. He had trained me for the bicentenary, helping me to hone my gift, all so I could hold my own against Nashira Sargas. I had survived her attempt to execute me in front of the Scion emissaries. Together we had ruined her grand celebration. Oxford was burning in my wake, and he was still there. Run, little dreamer. The golden cord stretched out between us, linking his spirit to mine. I gave it a tug, but there was no answer. I tried not to imagine why. Warden could look after himself. For now I had to think of the people on this train. My head was in agony, even with the cymorphine Nick had given me, but I had no time to rest. This night wasn't over. Scion would be waiting for us on the other side, expecting the emissaries. The survivors on this train each carried a historic secret, one that could sink the whole empire. If we didn't escape, Scion would send us straight back to our prison. That or shoot us on the spot. We need to do a head count. I stood. Nick, where did you board the train?
Whitehall.
Nick answered.
There's a station right under the Ocon.
Seeing my confusion, he shook his head.
We'll explain later.
What do we do? Nick glanced down the train. Even with his ski mask, I could tell he was rattled.
I'm not sure,
he said.
We had a way out, but with this many people...
Jackson was making a point of ignoring my existence. I tried not to look at him. His plan had been for the 6 of us to escape Oxford. By insisting on bringing the other survivors, I had lowered our chances of survival. I refused to regret it.
There has to be another exit.
Nick took a deep breath.
Any ideas, Danny?
Danitza pressed a cloth to her temple. One of the vigiles had fetched her a solid blow.
The Pentad line divides in London. One branch has 2 stations, the first of which is Whitehall. That is no longer an option, she said. There is 1 station on the other branch.
That could be our escape route, I said. Where is it?
The Tower of London.
The odds had always been stacked against us, but this was worse than I could have imagined. Danny, I said, are you sure we can't reach the surface from this tunnel?
The banqueting house was our access point, Danica said, but it's past the hidden station at Whitehall. If we had kept to the original plan, the 6 of us could have made it, but this group would be too slow and conspicuous.
She seemed to think.
I could manually divert the train to the other branch. On a line this old, there should be a lever.
Would Cyan notice the diversion?
I don't know. I'm an engineer, not an underguard.
She said, her tone clipped.
But if we stop the train early and walk the rest of the way, it may take Cyan some time to locate it. The longer we can stall them, the better.
The tower, then. We'll try, Nick said. Just tell me it's not impossible, Danny. Danica took a while to reply. Her eyes were ringed with bruises.
No,
she concluded.
Not impossible.
I stood. I'll let the others know.
Find something to set on fire, Danica said. If I can't stop the train, we'll have to use the smoke alarm.
I left them to prepare. Jackson turned his face away when I stopped beside him. Jackson, I said, do you have a lighter?
No,
came the peevish answer. Fine. He definitely had a lighter. I went through the sliding doors to the next carriage, where Nadine and Zeke were leaning on each other, half asleep. In the carriage after that, a crowd of exhausted faces looked up at me. I had clung on to hope Julian might have boarded the train, but there was no sign of him. Even if he and the other performers survived the night, Nashira would have them all trimmed at the neck by sunrise. In all likelihood, the rest of us would be dead by then too. Where are we going, Paige? Lottie said. She was still wearing her bloody costume from the mask. Whereabouts in London, I mean? About that, I said. Was anyone awake when they put us on the train to Oxford?
I was,
a scarred ogre said.
I used to smoke Regal. I'm pretty resistant to flux.
So there is a station at the tower?
Yeah.
He paused.
That isn't where we're going, is it?
Even as he spoke, the train came to a gradual halt. Danica must have spotted the lever. We don't have a choice, I said. It's either that or Whitehall, and Cyan is expecting the train to arrive there. Felix swallowed. The good news, I went on, is that we cut their only line of communication with Oxford. If our luck holds, the confusion should give us just enough time to pull this off.
We'll die,
Charles said hoarsely.
The tower is full of elite vigiles.
They don't know we're coming. That means we have a small window of opportunity to escape. We can make it. A performer stood up. Where should we go, Paige? Head for the back of the train. I'll meet you there. While they helped each other up, I counted them. Not including me and the gang, there were 61 survivors. Some of them would barely remember the Citadel, or what it was like to live beyond Oxford. All they had done for years was serve and fear the refs. And I had thrown my job away, scotching my best chance to help them find a livelihood in London. Even if I went to Jackson grovelled for all I was worth, he would not forgive me lightly for insulting him, or for disobeying his order to leave the other prisoners behind. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have told him to get fucked. I pushed the thought away and sat beside Michael Wren, who was sitting a few seats away from the others. Hey. I touched his shoulder. His cheeks were blotched and damp. Michael, are you all right? He nodded. "We're going to be okay," I said. "You know, Warden wanted you to leave." Another nod. Michael wasn't quite mute, but he used words sparingly. "You don't have to go back to your parents, I promise. I'll try to find you a place to live." I looked away for a moment. If we make it out alive. Michael wiped his face with his sleeve. "I wish Gail and Fizal had come," I said quietly. Maybe they were scared of leaving what they knew after so long. I can't blame them. "Liz," Michael whispered. He reached for my hand. I pressed his fingers, clenching my jaw. Liz would have wanted me to save as many people as I could. For all our sakes, I couldn't let her loss sink in. "Warden kept a lighter in the Founder's Tower," I said, using a calm voice. "I don't suppose he gave it to you." He dug a hand into his grey tunic and pulled out an engraved silver lighter. I took it. "Thank you." Also sitting alone was Ivy, the palmist. I pocketed the lighter and sat opposite her. "Ivy?" Her nod was barely visible. "You know we can't take you to a hospital," I said, "but my friend can help you. He's a medic." Ivy said nothing. Thuban Sargas had suspected she was in the syndicate. That was part of why he had been torturing her. After a moment, I said, "Do you have a gang?" She looked at me. "What?" "You broke out of Corpus by picking the lock. Were you in the syndicate?" "No." Her voice was a wasted husk. "I mean, not really. I was a gutterling." "You're too old to be a gutterling now." "I just did odd jobs." I clasped my hands on the table. Old moons of dirt sat under my fingernails. All I wanted was to offer Ivy somewhere warm and safe to stay, but Jackson would never have put up with strangers invading his den, even if I hadn't just ended our working relationship. Somehow I would need to find places for everyone, whether in the syndicate or a DOS house. "Is there no one at all you can trust there?" I asked. "A friend? A contact?" Ivy dug her fingers into her arm, stroking and grasping. After a few moments, she said, "Agatha Lamb. She owns a jewellery shop in Camden Market." "What's it called?" "Camden Lockets." Blood seeped from her bottom lip. "She hasn't seen me in a while, but I think she would help me get back on my feet." "I'll send one or two of the others with you. We're not leaving anyone on their own." I took in her many bruises. "I'm sorry we didn't get you out of Corpus sooner." "You couldn't have," she said. "Thuban would never have let me go." Her gaze was on the window far away. Warden and his allies had stayed to fight for Oxford. I could only hope one of them would destroy Thuban before he came after us for revenge. The train started to move again. I led Ivy after the others to the rear compartment where my gang had gathered up their weapons and supplies. "That's the white binder," someone whispered. Jackson stood to one side, grasping his cane. His silence was unnerving. "I stopped the train for long enough to divert it," Danica told me, "but I must have tripped the defence mechanism. It's locked me out of the controls." I flashed the lighter. "Just say the word." Danica kept an eye on her watch. When she gave me a nod, I snapped the lighter open. Before I could go for the upholstery, Michael tapped my shoulder and offered me his grey tunic. The uniforms would make us too conspicuous. I placed his tunic on a seat and held the lighter to it. Without a word, some of the other survivors took off their outer layers as well, leaving them in their undershirts. Before long, a pile of tunics and gilets had formed, and the small flame I had set was spreading. "Emergency," said the voice of Scarlet Burnish. Fire detected in rear compartment. There was a drone as the train glided to a halt. Please move towards the nearest exit and alight with caution. A life preservation team has been dispatched to your location.
They'll probably be on foot.
Danica spoke over the murmurs.
I doubt Cyan has another train waiting.
Then we have time, I said. Let's get the hell out of here. Nick opened the door at the end of the train, which was home to a small platform with a guardrail. Pass a torch, I said to Zeke. When he did, I aimed the beam at the ground. Okay, there's room to walk next to the tracks. Everybody off. Keeping a wary eye on the third rail, I let go of the platform and dropped onto the ballast. Zeke started to help the other survivors down. Paige. Jose caught up with me. What will happen to the others like Julian? I don't know, I said. Warden will protect them, won't he? I'm sure he'll try. Jose nodded, but his eyes filled. Julian and Liz had looked out for him in the rookery. I drew him to my side and we made our way into the dark. Our group set off in single file, giving the railings and sleepers a wide berth. My filthy boots crunched through the track bed. We pressed on in a tense silence, quickening our pace. Nick stopped to help Ivy, who was so weak I marvelled that she had reached the train at all. The tunnel was vast and unlit. We had 5 torches between us, one with a flagging battery. Shivering in my coat, I stayed close to the wall and concentrated on avoiding the tracks, making sure Jose was doing the same. As soon as Cyan found the empty train, they would try to contact Oxford. When that failed, they would alert the support outpost Winterbrook. We had to be out of here before they caught wind of the rebellion. At last our torches lit a platform. I stepped across the rails and pulled myself onto it, my muscles throbbing as I lifted the torch to eye level. The beam cut through the crushing darkness, revealing white stone walls and a racket of folded stretchers, a mirror image of the station on the other end. At some point I had been here, though I had no memory of it. The smell of disinfectant lingered. Did the vigiles bleach their hands once they had dumped us on the train, scared clairvoyants might rub off on them? So far there were no guards. A sign was bolted to the wall with the name of the station written across it in tall white lettering. Tower of London. Beneath the sign was a small tablet. I leaned closer, blowing dust from the embossed letters which read Pentad Line. A map showed the 5 secret stations: Oxford, Winterbrook, Whitehall, Lambeth East, Tower of London. Nick came to stand beside me. Is this where they sent you? They keep some voyants in the tower for years. I was lucky. He laid a hand on my shoulder. Come on, he said. We have to go. When I nodded, a gust of tiny spots crossed my vision. I pressed my fingers to my temples. Warden had given me a few drops of amaranth, which had healed most of the damage to my dreamscape, but a faint sense of malaise hung around my head, and my vision kept faltering. I had never felt so exhausted. There were 2 exits. One was a lift, big enough to accommodate several stretchers at a time. The other was a heavy metal door marked fire exit. Nick opened the latter and glanced out. Looks like we're taking the stairs, he said. Anyone know the layout of the tower? I do. Nell raised her hand. Some of it. Nick turned. What's your name? Nell. She resembled Liz enough to have been her understudy. Long black hair, sylph-like build, but her face was made of harder lines, her skin a deeper olive. I was here for 3 years. If those stairs come up near the elevator doors, we're going to be right behind the Traitors' Gate. Of course, they had sent us through there. It will probably be locked, Nell said. They'll shoot us like fish in a barrel. She raked back her curls, baring more of her gaunt face to the light. Her eyes were raw and weary. Liz had been one of her closest friends. I can deal with locks. Nadine held up her pouch of picks. And vigilés. We're not dealing with vigilés. Nick looked at the low ceiling. We need to move in small groups. Paige and Belle, we'll go first. Nell, you're with us. Binder, Diamond, you stay here and keep an eye on. I hope very much, Jackson said, that you are not presuming to give me orders, Red Vision. In the blur of getting off the train and finding the station, I had scarcely noticed him. He was standing in the shadows, his hand on his cane, straight and bright as a new candle. After a moment, Nick said, I was asking for your help. You chose this way, Jackson said coldly. I will stay here until you clear a path. That's exactly what It's fine. I cut in. Diamond, you all right? Yes, Zeke said. One of his hands was clamped over his shoulder, the other wrapped into a white-knuckled fist. Let us know when to move. I gave Jackson a final look before I followed Nell. He returned it with no discernible emotion. Even after this long night, Nell was quick as a bird. I found myself struggling to keep up, every muscle burning. Our footfalls were too loud, echoing above and below us. Nell slowed down and cracked open another door. All clear, she whispered. I tried to check the ether, but my head throbbed, forcing me to stop. Behind me, Nick took out his syndicate phone and held it to his ear. Eliza parked near Whitehall, he murmured to me. I need to tell her we're here. Just send her an image, I said. I have. Only the gang would fit in the car. I would have to stay behind and help the others. The entrance to the station was opposite the elevator doors. To our right was a wall of enormous bricks, sealed with mortar. To the left, built under a sweeping stone archway, was the Traitor's Gate, a solemn black construction, used as an entrance during the monarch days. A flight of stone steps rose beyond it, with a narrow ramp for stretchers. Muse. Nick clutched the phone to his ear. Muse, can you hear me? He ducked back into the stairwell. Most of the Guard Extraordinary live in the White Tower, Nell muttered. They do regular patrols. How do we get out? We'll have to climb over the battlements. Won't they be able to see us? There's an interior wall between the Traitor's Gate and the White Tower. That will help us. If we stay low and quiet, we should make it. As she spoke, footsteps came up the path by the Traitor's Gate. We flattened ourselves against the walls, but luck was on our side, and the vigilés moved on. Nell slid to the ground. I tried opening the gate to no avail. The chains were held together with a padlock. Seeing it, Nadine took a tiny flathead screwdriver from her belt. She slid it into the keyhole, then pulled out her picks. This could take a while, she said. The pins feel rusty. We don't have a while. Stop distracting me then. I returned to the stairwell. Nick was removing the battery from his phone. Eliza will bring the car to Hop Lane. She's on her way now, he said. Don't ask me how, but she persuaded Spring-Heeled Jack to help us. He's sending a group of his best footpads to distract the vigilés. Spring-Heeled Jack was the Mime Lord of the next section. He was also completely unhinged, which might be working in our favour. That could save us, I said. How long will they be? 10 minutes. What about Anya and Maria? Eliza's trying to contact her. She'll understand the need to work together here. You should get the others then. Take this. He removed something from his backpack, just in case. My revolver, along with its holster. I accepted it. Nick went down the steps. I stepped back outside, tensing when a light shone through the Traitor's Gate. Nell drew away from it, her eyes narrowed against the glare. I don't know if that's normal, she murmured. I don't remember. Whitehall would have got the empty train by now. I watched the light. Cyan might have put the other stations on alert. Belle, how long? Just shut up and let me concentrate. Nadine was working at an awkward angle, given that the padlock was on the other side of the gate, but her hands were steady. I took a slow breath. Paige. Nell looked up at me. When we get out, where are we going? I thought fast as I buckled on my holster. We should head north, I said. There's an empty building I know in Candlewick. We'll rest there. In the morning we can see who has contacts. I thought you had contacts. Nell frowned. Aren't you a militia? I couldn't bring myself to answer. Somewhere in the citadel, sirens began to drone. I stiffened, readying the revolver. Zeke emerged from the stairwell with a flock of nervous survivors behind him. I motioned for him to stay where he was. At the gate, Nadine sprang the padlock. We helped her draw the chains from the bars, careful not to let the links make too much noise. Together we pushed open the trader's gate. It scraped against gravel, its hinges groaning with disuse, but the sirens drowned out the sound. Nell stole up the steps and we followed. The outer wall of the Tower of London was much lower than I had expected. Another flight of steps led up to its battlements. I signalled to Nick and Zeke to bring the others, then went after Nell. When I reached a gap between the battlements, my chest tightened. There it was, that shatter belt of metal, glass and lights, all glittering with promise. London. After 6 months of captivity, I was back. Ahead was a steep bank and a final wall to the Thames. To our left was Tower Bridge. To reach Harp Lane, my gang would need to go right. I'll go first, Nick said. You help the others down. I looked over my shoulder, scanning for snipers. There were none to be seen, but I sensed dreamscapes. Nick squeezed between the battlements and gripped one in each hand, turning to face the wall. His feet sought purchase against the stone, dislodging small fragments. He shot me a reassuring smile before lowering himself and dropping the last few feet, falling straight into a crouch. It made me uneasy that a wall now stood between us. I held out my hands for the first survivor. Michael was there with Nell, both supporting Ivy. I took her by the elbows, guiding her to the battlements. Up here, Ivy. I shook my coat and buttoned it around her, leaving me in my red dress from the bicentenary. Give me your hands. Between us, Michael and I got her over. Nick reached up for her, lowering her onto the grass. One by one, the survivors went over the wall. First Ella, then Lottie, then a shaken crystallist and an ogre with a broken wrist. Each one stayed close to where they landed, guarded by Nick. As I held out a hand to Michael, Jackson swept him aside and tossed his cane over the wall. Before he climbed, he leaned down to whisper in my ear. You have one more chance, Paige. Come back to Seven Dials, he said, and I will forgive your insolence. We can put this night behind us. He sounded just like a Raph. Thank you, Jackson, I said, keeping my gaze dead ahead. I'll think about it. Jackson stepped on to the battlements and was gone. I turned back to Michael. That's it. I took him by the wrists. Almost there, Michael. Michael managed to hook a leg over the wall. His fingers dug into my arms. Nell suddenly gasped. Even in the dark, I could see the blood stain cutting through her trouser leg. She looked up at me, her eyes wide. Get down! I shouted over the sirens. Everybody over the wall, now! There was no time for anyone to obey. A torrent of bullets tore through the line of people on the steps. A piercing scream rang out. Michael slipped between my fingers. I threw myself down behind the balustrade and covered my head with my arms. Containment would be paramount. Kill on sight. Don't ask questions. If we escaped, so did the secret. Nick was roaring from below, telling me to move, to jump, but I was paralysed. My perception narrowed until all I could hear was my heart, my shallow breathing, the muffled gunfire. Then hands were grasping me, lifting me over the wall, and I was falling. The soles of my boots slammed against earth, jarring my legs to the hip, and I pitched forward a few more feet. With a dull whump and a grunt of pain, someone else landed beside me. Nell, her teeth clenched tight. She dragged herself upright and limped as fast as she could. I crawled in the same direction until Nick pulled my arm around his neck. I twisted away from him. "No!" I heaved out. "I can't leave them. Paige, come on!" Nadine had made it over the wall, but the other two were still climbing the battlements. A fresh barrage of gunfire had the survivors running in all directions. Danica and Zeke jumped for their lives. An amorotic woman went down, her skull blown open like soft fruit. I sensed the sniper above us, taking aim from the byward tower. Michael almost tripped over the body. The sniper set her sights on him. Warden had trusted me to get the prisoners away. I had failed to keep them all safe, but I could save Michael Wren. With the last drop of strength I had left, I homed in on the sniper and seared right through their dreamscape, sending their spirit into the ether and their body tumbling from their post. As the empty corpse hit the grass, Michael vaulted over the wall to the Thames. I screamed his name, but he was gone, and Nick was pulling me away. My feet moved faster than my thoughts. The cracks in my dreamscape were straining open. Nick kept hold of my hand. When my knees buckled, he somehow got me into his arms. There were the blue street lamps, the cars. The guns boomed from the keep. We ran and ran until I thought I would die from the pain. And then came the roar of an old engine and the blinding glare of headlights. Nick bundled me into the front seat, and Eliza Renton was staring at me, hands tight on the wheel. Nadine shouted frantically at her and she slammed on the accelerator. And then we were gone into the citadel, like dust into shadow, leaving the sirens to howl in our wake. 2. Long story. Science Citadel of London, 5th of September, 2059. She appeared at 6 a.m. She always did. My hand snatched my loaded revolver, almost of its own accord. The theme for Sinai was playing, a sweeping theatrical composition based around the chimes of Big Ben. I waited. There she was. Scarlet burnish, the grand raconteur, white lace frothing from the top of her black dress. She looked the same as usual, like some hellish automaton, but on occasion, when some poor denizen had fallen prey to a cruel unnatural, apparently, she could exude manufactured distress. Today, however, she was smiling. Good morning and welcome to another day in the Science Citadel of London. Good news as the Guild of Vigilance announces an expansion of its Sunlight Vigilance Division, with at least 50 more officers to be sworn in this Monday. The Chief of Vigilance has stated that the new year will bring new challenges to the Citadel, and that in these perilous times it remains critical for the denizens of London to... I switched it off. There was no breaking news, no faces, no hangings. The revolver thudded onto the table. I had been on the couch all night staring at the ceiling. My muscles were stiff and painful. Every time the pain began to ebb, a fresh wave came, surging from a bruise or cut. I rolled my shoulders and tried to work out the dull ache in my back. I should be heading for bed, as was my custom at dawn, but I had to get up, just for a minute. A glint of natural light would do me good. Once I had stretched my legs, I switched on the music player. Guilty drifted out, sung by Billie Holiday. Nick had dropped off some of my illegal records on his way to work, along with my rent money and a pile of books I hadn't touched. I didn't miss very much about Oxford, but I did miss the gramophone in Magdalen. You could get used to being lullabied by the lovelorn crooners of the free world. It had been 3 days since the escape. My new home was the Lily Shallow, a doss house in Soho. Most such establishments were hardly fit to live in, but the landlord, a Clydemancer who had probably opened a doss house just so he could finger keys for a living, had kept this one in a decent condition. Nick hadn't told him who I was, only that I was a voyant who needed to be kept out of sight, as a vigile had beaten me and might still be looking to finish the job. Unless I returned to Jackson, I would have to keep moving between these sorts of lodgings as long as I remained in London. It must be costing Nick a fortune, but it would keep Sion from tracking me down. If Jackson was vengeful, he might force me to pay syndicate rent, or throw me off his turf altogether. So far, he hadn't. I didn't even know if Nick had told him where I was. With the blinds down, no light entered the room. I opened them just a little. The Doss house was on Sutton Row, close to Soho Square. A pair of amorotics walked past, probably on their way to work. On the corner, a foolhardy soothsayer was already on the lookout for querents. The street lamps glowed blue, as they would until sunrise. In short, London was exactly the same. It was as if I had never been gone. I closed the blinds again. For 6 months I had been nocturnal, forced to sleep when the refs did. That might not change in a hurry. Oxford had been dark and still, its rooms lit by candles and hearths. London was deafening in comparison. It must have always been this loud. But I kept flinching awake whenever cars or motos passed. The refs had wrapped the lost city in amber, preserving it as it had been when they claimed it. Now that amber had cracked open, and I was the frail thing inside it, desperately trying to flutter back to life. I reached for the water on the table and gulped it down with 2 nightcaps. The pills were meant to help reset my body clock, but I found myself necking them even by day, just to shed the tension I was holding. I curled up on the bed and wrapped my arm around the pillow. And I replayed it all again. Nashira Sargis trying to kill me, Liz Rymore dying in my arms, the bloody escape from the Tower of London. My dreamscape was still fragile. During our confrontation at the Bicentenary when Nashira had intended to steal my gift, her fallen angels had damaged the barrier of my dreamscape. I had also overused my ability. Even after Warden had given me amaranth, the nectar that healed spiritual injuries, I couldn't shake the lingering headache. Thinking of him tightened my chest. I pressed my face into the pillow. I must have dozed off for a while. When I woke, my skin felt too warm. It was still only 10:30 in the morning. I sensed a dreamscape outside and sat up. After a while, there was a light knock. Slowly, I picked up my gun and held it behind my back. With my free hand, I cracked the door open. Clement Rush, the landlord, was holding out a tray. His Newman, an antique iron key, hung on a chain around his neck. He never took it off.
"Morning,"
he said. "Lem," I said, wary.
"I just made some coffee. Thought you might fancy a cup."
"Oh." I took one. "Thanks." When Nick had first brought me here, I had worried. Everyone in the section reported to Jackson. By a stroke of luck, however, I had never met Lem. I had collected his syndicate tax, but he always left it in a dead drop. As far as I could tell, he had no idea I was the Pale Dreamer.
"I just wanted to warn you that there's going to be a séance in the room above yours tonight. They'll be using a table," he said, looking weary. "The lodger twisted my arm, but I'll make sure it's over by 10.
"It's all right. I don't sleep much."
"Well, you're looking much better today, if I may say so."
"Thank you. Did my friend call?"
"He said he'll be here at 7. Do give me a bell if you need anything."
"I will. Have a good day."
"And you."
For a doss house owner, he was strangely helpful. I closed the door and locked it, then sank to the floor and rested my brow against my knees. I had to get this under control. It was some time before I stood. When I could draw a steady breath, I put the revolver down and went to the airless bathroom, where I peeled off my nightshirt to inspect my injuries. Most visible were the deep gash near my temple, closed with stitches, and the shallow wound that curved across my cheek. Both were from Nashira. One from the knife she had thrown at me, and one where she had shoved me to the floor, having seen me with my bare hands on her consort. I shook the thought away, lifting my gaze back to the mirror. Every part of my body looked worn and whittled. My fingernails were flimsy. My skin was dry and sallow, and my ribs and hip bones bulged. During my first weeks in Oxford, I had only been able to clean myself with icy water from a sink. Now I stepped into the shower cubicle, cranked up the pressure as high as it went, and scrubbed shampoo into my hair. I breathed out as warmth poured over my shoulders. A door slammed. My hand swiped a hidden blade from the soap dish. My body pitched itself from the cubicle, straight against the opposite wall. I concealed myself behind the door, holding the blade to my chest. It took a minute for my heart to slow down. I peeled myself from the wet tiles, slick with sweat and water. It was nothing. Just another lodger going to their room. Shaking, I grasped the sink. My hair hung in damp coils around my face, brittle and dull. I looked my reflection in the eye. My body had been treated as property in the colony, dragged and grabbed and beaten by redjackets and raffs. I turned my back to the mirror and ran my fingers over the little threads of scar tissue on my shoulder. That brand would be there for as long as I lived. But I had survived, as I had in Dublin. I had survived, and the Sargus would know it. I slept until late in the afternoon. When I opened the door to Nick for the first time in 2 days, he drew me into a gentle embrace, minding my slices and bruises. "Hey," he said. "Hi." "I brought supper." He picked up 2 paper bags. "Has Lem been feeding you?" "I've not had much appetite, but he's offered." "You need to eat, Paige." "Trust me, it's not for lack of trying." To show willing, I laid the table while Nick pulled up a blind and opened the windows. A wind blew in the familiar smells of autumn. Smoke from buskers' fires, leaf fall, a hint of petrichor, but the scent from the boxes was stronger. Tiny hot pies stuffed with chicken and ham, fresh bread, golden chips scattered with salt. Nick had brought a feast. He pushed a nutrient capsule across the table. "Go on," he said, "not too fast." The pies were glazed with melted butter and poured out a thick, rich sauce when cut. Dutifully, I placed the capsule on my tongue. "Can I see your arm?" I nodded. Nick took it in his hands and peered at the circular burn. "I'll take the tracker out at some point," he said. "How's your wrist?" "It's stiff, but I can live with it." "I wish I could give you a scan." His face grew overcast. "What about your side?" "It's fine." "I'm so sorry. I should have realised it was you." It had been 3 months since Nick had stabbed me, thinking I was an agent of Cyan. I grasped his hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "You were under attack," I said. "I don't blame you, Nick." He grimaced. "Did it really hurt?" "Yes, but I appreciate your precision." I reached for a slice of crusty bread. "Still nothing on Sinai." "They're keeping quiet," he said. "Very quiet." We were quiet too. The sacks under his eyes betrayed the sleepless nights, the wondering, the waiting. I ate slowly, looking out of the window. If the others had survived, they would be sleeping rough. Even if they had found enough coin to afford a penny hangover, the vigiles checked those places. If I was going to find them, I would have to get used to daylight again. It was too dangerous to go out after dark when night vigiles were on duty. If they spotted my aura, there would be no second chances.
For you.
Nick placed a burner phone on the table.
If you do need Jackson, we've switched to a new call box. The number isn't here.
Is yours too?
Yes. Did Cyan get your old phone? The one you used to call for help?
They did. Warden told me.
Warden.
Nick repeated.
He came with us to the station.
Yes.
Are you ready to talk about it?
Nick hadn't pushed the subject of what we had all seen in Oxford. His curiosity must be driving him spare. I want to, I said. I'm just afraid you won't believe me.
I saw things in that city I can't wrap my head around. Whatever you're going to say, I believe you.
Okay. I breathed out. Let me just think of how to explain it.
Take your time.
I crowned the bread with butter. How was work?
Just a normal day. Nobody said a word.
He palmed the stubble on his jaw, a nervous habit. I called in sick to go to Oxford. If anyone guessed, you'd already be on the lich gate, I said. You kept your mask on. It would have looked suspicious if you hadn't gone back, but you did.
True.
He watched me glance out of the window.
What are you thinking?
Suddenly, I had no appetite again. We lost a lot of people at the tower, I said. I told them I'd get them all home.
Paige, you'll destroy yourself if you think that way.
I didn't answer. He came to kneel beside my chair.
Sweetheart, look at me,
he said, keeping his voice low.
None of this is your fault. Cyan took you away from us. You did whatever you could to survive.
He wrapped an arm around me.
If they're alive, we'll find the other prisoners. I promise.
We stayed like that for some time. I rested my head on his shoulder, eyes closed.
I'm sorry about your other friends, he said. The ones we left behind.
I nodded. Warden must have known he could be sending us all to our deaths. Everyone had been aware of the risks, but there had been no other way. The bicentenary had given us one shot, and we had both agreed to take it. Once we had eaten, Nick cleared away the leftovers. Another knock at the door had me reaching for my gun again, but Nick held up a hand.
It's okay. He opened the door. I called a friend.
I looked. A familiar woman was standing in the corridor. When Eliza came in, she rushed straight over with a look that said she was going to sock me in the face. Instead, she yanked me into her arms.
Paige, you idiot!
Her voice was thick with anger.
You bloody idiot! Why did you take the underground that day when it was after dark?
I took a chance. I patted her back. I was stupid.
At least you admit it. Why didn't you just wait for Nick to drive you home?
She pressed.
We thought Hector had bumped you off, or Cyan had.
They got me. I'm okay. Nick detached her from my neck.
Careful, she's got bruises on bruises.
He steered her to the opposite couch.
I thought more than one of us should hear this, Paige. We need as many allies as we can get.
You have allies, Eliza said, exasperated.
Jax is worried sick about you, Paige.
I huffed. Is he?
Yes.
He's been sulking in his room for days, smoking like a chimney. Why are you staying in a doss house when you have a home? Eliza, he's not worried. He's raging, I said. I've left the gang.
Zeke told me, but you can't mean it.
I do. This was news to her. She looked between us.
But Jackson got you out, she said.
Why would you want to leave us? I ground my jaw. Nick came to sit beside me.
Paige, he said gently, if you're ready, maybe you could tell us what happened.
After a moment, I nodded. I'll get us something to drink, Eliza said, softening. It's cold in here. She went downstairs. Nick drew the curtains while I switched on the television. She's never going to understand, I said. She adores Jax. Nick said nothing. Vigile numbers are expected to double in one cohort over the next few weeks with the installment of a second prototype Senshield scanner, the only technology known to detect unnaturalness, expected before December, Scarlet Burnish said. Denizens should expect an increase in the number of spot checks on the underground, the bus network, and in Scion-authorized taxis. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Now, moving on to this week's weather. They're trying to find us, I said. I don't understand why they haven't said anything.
That might not be the reason they're recruiting vigiles.
Nick came to sit beside me.
They always boost security around Novembertide, and this year they're inviting the Grand Inquisitor of Paris.
Alois Minot was at the Bicentenary. If he's dead, I doubt Maynard will be in a festive mood. I watched the screen. Senshield will change everything. Has the Unnatural Assembly made any contingency plans?
Not that I've heard.
Hector has no idea what to do, I said. No one does.
Danny heard the prototype is erratic. It will be a while before they fine-tune it.
Not long enough. After a few minutes, Eliza returned with drinks from a local coffee house. Soon we were seated in the gloom, sipping from cups of creamy salop. Before I tell my story, tell me yours, I said. How did you get to Oxford? Nick rubbed his forehead. He must be getting a migraine.
The night you called for help, I wanted to go to you, he eventually said. But Jackson was afraid I'd be arrested too. He said he'd told you to make for the Thames. Eliza went to find you in the morning.
I didn't get that far, I said. Nick nodded.
We hoped you'd gone to ground. After a few days I decided to ask your father if he'd heard from you, but Colin had stopped coming to work. That's when I knew something was wrong.
I closed my eyes.
Jackson ordered a search, he said. Hector refused to help, but some of the Mime Lords and Mime Queens agreed to keep an eye out, and Maria sent couriers to watch the Lich Gate. After a month, we had to accept that you had probably been detained. We had no ransom notes from other gangs, no evidence that you'd been killed. We even paid for a few readings from soothsayers and augurs, Eliza said, but they kept saying cryptic things, that you were in the Lyman among giants. You can see why Jax gets annoyed with them sometimes.
I had to tamp down a shiver.
We couldn't find any record of your arrest, Nick said, but Jackson concluded that you were dead. He tried to go back to business as usual.
Like getting in touch with Antoinette Carter, I said.
Right.
He paused.
How did Scion know we would be meeting her, and where?
Scion can use the ether. It gave you away, I said. Why risk meeting her in the open? Jax didn't know if he could trust her. He wanted to see her in his own turf, but not in one of our hideouts, Eliza said. He had Voyants on standby around Trafalgar Square. That's how we got away so quickly when Scion attacked.
Yes, Nick said, but a few people were detained in our stead.
He looked back at me.
You told me where you were that night. Finally, we had a lead.
As soon as Jackson knew you were alive, you were his only focus, Eliza said with a pointed look. He was obsessed with getting you back. I believed it. Losing his prized dreamwalker would have been infuriating, even humiliating, but I still wouldn't have expected him to risk everything to save me. That was the kind of sacrifice you made for people, not property.
We weren't sure how to establish what was happening in Oxford, Nick continued. Jackson was the one who found the missing piece, a rumour of a tunnel under Whitehall. Danny looked into it and unearthed some maintenance records. Only a special unit of engineers was allowed in this tunnel, which connected to the banqueting house. That was a heritage site, the former home of several Grand Inquisitors of England. Zion had turned it into a museum. Danny found the entrance, Nick said. There was a train down there waiting in Whitehall. She worked out that it was due to leave on the morning of the 1st of September. We decided to take a chance and infiltrate it. Even Jackson, Eliza said. I said I'd stay behind to be the gateway driver. It's not like Jack's to get his hands dirty, I said. He cares about us, Paige. He'd do anything to keep us safe. You most of all. Eliza had always thought the world of Jackson. A few months ago, I was the same. And then I had spent half a year away from our employer, befriending people he despised, and seen him for what he was. Jackson was capable of kindness, but he wasn't kind. He could act like he cared, but it would always be an act. It had taken me years to wake up and see it. Sounds like Danny was the hero of the hour, I said. She was incredible, Nick agreed. At the end of August, she got us all down to the Pentad line and accessed the train. By the time the Scion emissaries boarded, we had sealed ourselves into a storage compartment. You're mad. I shook my head. How did you get off on the other side? We waited until everyone left. Someone locked the station, but we found a maintenance hatch which took us to the street. We knew from the emissaries' conversations that there was some kind of party, so we followed them at a distance and scoped out the building. We had to get you back, Paige, Eliza said. Jax was willing to try anything. Jax is not stupid, I said. Putting a ragtag group of criminals on a secret train without a clue what to expect at the other end is stupid. Well, maybe he got bored of sitting in the den. You're safe now. It was worth the risk. Nick leaned forward. Your turn. I hesitated. It's a long story. Start with the night you were taken, Eliza said. That's not where it starts, I said. It starts 200 years ago. They looked at each other. It took a while. I told them about the night of my arrest, when I had finally unlocked my gift and killed 2 underguards with my spirit. I told them how later that night Scion had sent a detainment unit to arrest me. Days later I had been transported to the lost and quarantined city of Oxford. And then I got on to the rest of the story. I told them about the Rephaim, immortal beings who resembled humans and came from a realm called the Netherworld, how their home had fallen into ruin after the breaking of the ethereal threshold, when the number of drifting spirits on Earth had torn the veils between the worlds, how they had come to Oxford and created Scion. Paige, Eliza said slowly, I really don't want to sound patronising, but I'm telling the truth, Eliza. I saw them. We all did, Nick said. Ask the others. Eliza looked as if she couldn't decide whether to be angry, worried, or curious. Okay, she said with clear difficulty. What are they, these refs? They're human-like, I said, but their skin looks a bit like metal. They're tall, and their eyes are yellowish, except when they feed on aura. Sorry? They need our auras to sustain themselves. That's why Scion hunts voyants, I said. They also need us to fight the Emim. The what? They overran the Netherworld and forced the rafts to come to Earth. We call them buzzers, I said. They feed on spirits and human flesh. I hadn't thought it possible for Nick to be any paler, but he managed. This is ridiculous, Eliza said flatly. Be serious, Paige.
Look, I'm aware it sounds mad, but do you really think I would come up with a story this convoluted and expect you to take it seriously?
No, I think you're winding us up. That or you've been smoking Regal.
Will you just let me talk? She released a long, slow breath. I took that as a reluctant agreement. I told them about the pact between the refs and the Victorian government, which had led to the establishment of Sion, about the garrison in Oxford, meant to keep the away from citadels like London. I told them about the bone seasons, a decadal harvest of voyants and amerotics given to the refs every 10 years, about their leader Nashira Sargas and how she had coveted my gift, how I was given to her consort Arcturus Mazartim, also known as Warden. I explained the hierarchy of Oxford, the red jackets who served as guards and soldiers, the performers cast into the slum, used as a source of aura and entertainment, the amerotics, held in cells when they weren't being worked to death. I told them how the refs would beat and feed on humans, evicting them if they didn't pass their tests. At some point, our drinks turned cold. I told them about the first test and how I had trained on Port Meadow with Warden. I told them about Gallows Wood, about Julian and Seb, about Liz. I told them how the refs had discovered the meeting with Antoinette Carter. Nashira suspected I was the Pale Dreamer, I explained. She wanted me to detain Jackson. Nick was frowning.
Why were the refs so interested in him?
I still don't know. You didn't arrest us, Eliza said, a question in her tone. Of course not. I did everything I could to ruin the assignment, I said. After that, the game was up. But then I realised Warden had always been on my side. My throat was starting to ache, but I told the story to the end. Everything but the fine print of my relationship with Warden. From my abridged description, he was a reticent creature with whom I had rarely spoken, who had suddenly agreed to help me. So he went against his own consort, Eliza said. He didn't choose to be with her, I said. There's an older conflict between the refs that I don't know about. I assume Warden sued for peace. He tried to organise a jailbreak 20 years ago, but a human betrayed him. That's why he didn't trust me at first, but he was training me to fight Nashira. By the time I stopped talking, it was the middle of the night. The séance upstairs had stopped.
You escaped from Oxford, Nick said. That means the secret is in danger.
I nodded. They need to wipe out everyone who knows.
And then what? Another bone season?
I assume so. They're already building Shoal 2 in France.
Can Warden and his allies stop it?
They stayed behind to fight for Oxford. If they succeeded, then maybe. Nick searched my face.
Can we be sure he's on our side?
My brow creased. I'd say so, I said. He helped me. He let us go.
He also used you as a weapon to settle a personal score, Nick said. He risked your life repeatedly. Does that sound like an ally, Paige?
I looked away. In the warmth and gloom of Magdalen, it had been easy to forget the complexities of working with Warden. I told myself he had done everything he could, but I could see how Nick would have doubts. I might never see him again, I said quietly. It doesn't matter now. I couldn't tell Nick about the kiss. He would think I was off the cot. I wasn't even sure I could explain it to myself, let alone anyone else.
Thank you for sharing all this, he said. We're lucky to have you back in one piece.
She's in one piece because of Jackson, Eliza said. You will come back to Seven Dials, won't you, Paige? I quit, I reminded her. Jax will take you back. I called him a stretched weasel and told him to get fucked. You don't come back from that, Eliza. You cracked your gift like you always wanted. He'll forgive you, Eliza said, her tone beseeching. Please, Seven Dials is the safest place for all of us. He abuses us, I bit out, startling her. Yes, he might forgive me, but I'll only be in his good books for so long. What happens when I start to lose my shine again? Being so ungrateful. You didn't hear the way he spoke to me in Oxford. He was stressed, Paige. Do you realise how close you all came to dying? Jax wanted me to leave the other prisoners to die. To protect us. To give you a better chance. Are you saying I should have done it, Eliza? We're criminals. We protect our own, Eliza said, her voice strained. Since when did you care this much about morals? Since I had to choose a side. This isn't helping. Nick looked at me. We need to get you out of London. There are too many cameras and vigiles. If Sion arrests you again, I'm not leaving. Where would I go? We could get you back to Ireland. I can't do anything from Ireland, Nick. I haven't lived there since I was 8. Everyone I knew could be dead, I said curtly. We need a solid plan. Eliza blinked. What do you mean? Nick gave her a puzzled look. Eliza, something has to be done about the Rephaim. We can't just let them carry on with the bone seasons. Paige is safe now. It's over, Eliza said. Can't we just get back to work? I stared at her. What? You said Shoal 2 was in France. If we keep our heads down, we'll never... Eliza! You don't seem to understand what I'm telling you. Sion exists because of the refs. Nashira was after Jackson, and now she's going to be after me, I said, feeling my temper start to fray. We have to bring the syndicate together before they introduce Senshield. To do what? Fight back. Eliza sighed. Paige, come on. The Unnatural Assembly would never agree to it. I'll ask for an audience with Hector. And you think he'll believe you? Well, you believe me, don't you? When her expression changed, I stood. Don't you? I didn't see it, she said weakly. You said you were fluxed a lot, and it sounds... Eliza, stop it. Nick cut in. I was there too. I have not been hallucinating for 6 months, I hissed. I'm not saying that, Paige. I just... Eliza rubbed her eyes. I'm sure you really were imprisoned in Oxford, but maybe something awful happened to you there, something that you had to block out, and you told yourself this story to make it easier. I've heard that can happen. Get out, Eliza. She flinched. In all my time in the gang, Eliza and I had never come to blows. She was my friend, perhaps the closest person I would ever have to a sister. For a long time, nobody spoke. Eliza picked up her scarf, looking shaken. I'll tell Jax you'll come back soon, she said. I hope I'll be telling him the truth. You won't last long without a gang, Paige, and you know it. She closed the door behind her. I waited until her footsteps had receded before I let loose. I can't believe this, I snapped. What the hell does she think is going to happen to the syndicate when they put Senshield on the streets? She's in denial. Nick heaved a sigh. Eliza has never known anything but the underworld. She was dumped on the street. When she got in touch with Jackson, he recognized her talent. He gave her expensive paints, a safe place to sleep, muses beyond her wildest imagination. The day she turned up at the den, she was so overwhelmed she broke down in tears. All she wants is to keep us together. If she was captured tomorrow, Jackson would replace her in a day. He doesn't care about us, just our gifts. I stopped for breath. Nick, I know this is terrifying, but we can't do nothing. Nick seemed to think. The refs know the syndicate is a threat, I said. It's a monster they inadvertently created, one they can't control. We have hundreds or thousands of voyants. If we could organise and fight instead of fleecing and killing each other, we might stand a chance against Cyan. Paige, it's a criminal organisation. Most thieves don't want to save the world. The world as we know it will not exist if Nashira gets her way. She won't stop until Cyan is everywhere. I have to speak to the Unnatural Assembly. How? Hector hasn't called a meeting in... He paused. Hector has never called a meeting. I can ask for one. Can you? Any Mime Queen, Mime Lord or Molisher is entitled to send a summons to the Underlord. He's duty-bound to call the Assembly, I said. If I write one, could you deliver it to the Spiritist Club? Why the Spiritist Club? Hector's dead drop will be full. The club can send a courier to deliver it in person. Jackson will be furious if he finds out. I don't answer to Jackson now. Your power depends on your place as his Molisher, Nick pointed out. Eliza is right, Paige. You need a gang or the syndicate will shut you out. I have to do this. No. You've been through a difficult experience and you're in a vulnerable position. If you send the summons, Hector will laugh in your face. I'm not afraid of Hector. Now I know there's worse than him out there. Even if he believes you, this won't happen overnight. You're up against decades of tradition and corruption. If you put your head above the parapet, I might lose it, I know. I folded my arms. The rafts need to feed, and they just lost most of their voyants. Sooner or later, they'll come for us. I don't know if we can beat them, but I can't lie down and let Cyan decide how my life will look. I can't do it, Nick. There was a brief silence. No, my best friend said at last. I don't think I can do it either. 3. Then there were 5. The next day was the same, and the next, sleeping from daybreak until dusk, waking after it was dark when I couldn't go out. There was no word from the Unnatural Assembly in response to my summons. I would give it a week before I sent another. The Spiritist Club was fast, but Hector might not look at the note for days. I could do nothing but wait. Without knowing what was happening in the Archon, I couldn't make much of a plan. For now the board belonged to Nashira. On my 7th day in the Doss house, I ran a low fever. As I tried to sleep it off, I saw the chapel where Seb died, the twisted slum of the rookery, Duckett's house of mirrors, where my face grew monstrous and misshapen and my jaw snapped off, brittle as old ceramic. Find Rackham, a bleeding man whispered. He is the one who hunts. Find him. Then Liz, dead in the Guildhall. 7 cards scattered around her. I reached for them, straining to see the last one, the outcome, my ending. But as soon as I touched it, it screamed in a tongue of fire. I jerked awake at dusk, my cheeks damp and burning hot. My lips tasted of salt. I sat in the dark for a long time, tears seeping down my face, arms wrapped around my knees. Outside, a car sounded its horn, making my heart beat faster. Liz had almost made it. After a decade of imprisonment, losing hope with every year, she had been ready to reclaim the life Cyan had stolen from her. The reading she had done for me still played on my mind. 5 of Cups, King of Wands inverted, the Devil, the Lovers, Death inverted, 8 of Swords. She had never reached the 7th card, the end of the reading. Whatever happened next, I would not let Comesa Sargas forget what he had done. Liz had mattered. So had the other humans who hadn't reached the train. No matter how long it took, I would make sure they were avenged. After 10 days, I assessed my injuries. My bruises from the escape had ripened to a dark purple, while most of the small cuts were healing. After checking the news, still nothing of interest, I slowly ate the buttered toast and poached eggs Lem had brought me. My mind drifted back to my last meal in Magdalen. I was sitting by the fire again, listening to the gramophone while Warden wrote in his journal.
He risked your life repeatedly. My stomach tightened. Does that sound like an ally, Paige?
I could dwell on Warden later, when my life was back under some degree of control. For now, I sipped my coffee, willing it to keep me awake. When I had finished the cup, I lay on the couch. Even though it helped with healing, I had avoided withdrawing into my dreamscape, afraid to see the damage Nashira had caused. But if I was going to fight the rafts, I couldn't let my gift get rusty. When I finally immersed myself, I was standing at the edge of my sunlit zone. In the distance, lightning flickered. There were faint cracks in the sky over my poppies. That must be where the barrier was damaged. Only time would strengthen it. Until then, I would have to be careful in spirit combat. I knelt beside a poppy. At the touch of my hand it changed, its petals reforming. A deeper red, a smaller bloom. The windflower, which harmed the rafts. They broke across my dreamscape like a wave. The flower that grew from the blood of Adonis, blossoming in the soil of my mind. I didn't try to dreamwalk. Even with the amaranth Warden had given me, my barrier looked shaky. It would be a while before I could enter the ether. Still, I hadn't escaped Oxford to do nothing. I was going to bring Nashira Sargas down no matter how long it took. By now she must know some of us had escaped. She would be plotting her next move. I thought about my options. There was a good chance that Hector would ignore my summons. That meant I would have to strike out on my own. There were two serious problems: money and respect. More specifically, my lack of them. If I left the Seven Seals, I would need a steady income beyond thieving. Assuming Nick was up for it, he and I could try starting our own gang. If we pooled our savings, his money from Sion, mine from Jackson, we might have enough to secure a den in one of the outlying cohorts, if nothing else. Then we could start looking for allies. I gazed out of the window. The only thing money couldn't buy was respect. I wasn't a mime queen. Without Jackson, I wasn't even a molisher. There were rules. If Nick and I were to form our own gang, we would have to seek permission from the Mime Lord or Mime Queen in our chosen section, and the Underlord would have to approve. If we did it anyway, we would have our throats cut, as would anyone we had been foolish and selfish enough to employ. Perhaps it would be easier to join another gang. Given the rarity of my gift, I had been approached with offers of work before, as had Eliza, but I'd always turned them down, fearing what Jackson would do if he found out. Most Mime Lords and Mime Queens would consider it a betrayal worthy of expulsion, if not a death sentence. Onyena Maria often joked that I should be working for her since my legal residence was in her influential and wealthy section. Perhaps I could persuade her to let me join her gang, the Firebirds, except that Jackson wouldn't take that lying down. In fact, anyone who employed me openly would make a lifelong enemy of him. If I stuck to my guns, he would ensure I was locked out of the underworld and shunned by other voyants. When Frank Weaver put a bounty on my head, which he would, those voyants would be falling over themselves to sell me out to Sion. There was another option. Frustrated, I turned away from the window. I had seen things in Jackson I couldn't unsee. I had spent 3 years craving his approval, forgetting I was anything but his creature, the pale dreamer. In Oxford, I had started to discover who I was without him.
To him you are nothing more than quick flesh grafted to a ghost, a priceless gift in human wrapping.
Warden was right. just from glimpsing a few of my memories he had known. Yet Jackson might be my only hope of having a voice in the syndicate. The easiest choice was to swallow my pride and move back to Seven Dials. I thought of all the cruel barbs, the manipulation, having to crawl back with my tail between my legs after finally standing up to him would be a humiliating defeat. But if there was one thing worse than having Jackson as an employer, it could be having him as an enemy. Before I gave Jackson any more thought, I meant to get a few things done. Ivy had said she knew someone at Camden Market. If she had survived, that was where she would be. Nick had bought me some new clothes. I belted on a black woolen coat, turned up the collar, and bundled my hair into a peaked hat. I pulled on a pair of gloves, hiding the scar on my left palm. Finally, I wound a scarf around my neck so I could shroud part of my face. In Oxford, Warden had given me a strange pendant which could deflect poltergeists. I fastened the chain around my neck and held the wings between my fingers. The metalwork was like filigree, complex and delicate. It would protect me while my dreamscape was healing. Once I had loved throwing myself into the labyrinth of London. Even at night I had sometimes risked it. It was easy enough to walk unnoticed, avoid the cameras, keep a safe distance from sighted vigiles. Don't stop moving. Head down, eyes open, as Nick had always taught me. Now Cyan knew I was voyant. Even if I wasn't yet a known fugitive, there would be people looking for me. Camden Town was a good 40 minutes walk. If I left now, I could get there and back again before dusk. I almost lost my nerve. But then I looked at the couch and the bed where I had been paralysed with terror, waiting for Cyan to break down the door. If I didn't go out now, I might never go out again. Lem caught me in the corridor.
Leaving, are you?
I need some fresh air.
What about the vigilante that beat you?
He won't be on duty yet, I said. He was voyant.
I don't know how they can do it.
Lem shook his head.
Be careful, won't you?
I will. Nick was definitely paying him a sweetener. I went down the creaking stairs. When I opened the front door, cold wind clawed at my face. For a minute I just stayed there, staring at Soho Square. The first tremor hit me. I gripped the doorframe. The Doss house was safe. I shouldn't leave it. But the streets were my life. I had fought tooth and nail to get back to the Citadel. I knew the location of every security camera in this section. I would be fine. I closed the door behind me and walked, taking each step as though it were my last. As soon as my boots hit the pavement, I looked over my shoulder, reaching for the ether. A couple of mediums stood beside a phone booth, talking in low voices, one wearing dark glasses. Neither of them looked at me. My fingers worked under my cap, tucking every strand of blonde away. People brushed past, talking and laughing. I stepped onto Tottenham Court Road, where engines roared. White cabs, white buses, white velotaxis, white pedicabs with patent black seats. Skyscrapers loomed above me, many draped in cyan banners. Below it, huge screens were stacked on top of the local underground station, showing off an electronic spectrum of advertising and propaganda. Breckabox and Floxy held the top spots, while smaller screens showed off the latest datapad programs like Kill Clock, which notified the user of upcoming executions. One monitor scrolled through a series of messages from Cyan. Beware of civil inattention. Night vigiles will be on duty at 1800 hours. Alert the Guild of Vigilance if you suspect unnatural behaviour. Please stand by for public security announcements. I knew these streets like the back of my hand. For the first time in years, they unnerved me. Everything was too bright, too loud, too fast. The clamour was incredible. Snatches of music, engines and motors, talking and shouting, voices from the screens, the rattle of rickshaws. In 3 hours, the street lamps would glow blue. Glimjacks would come to stand beneath them, holding their green lanterns, offering protection from unnaturals. By then, I had to be safely indoors. I had planned to use the back streets to get to Camden Town, but it would slow me down. Instead, I hailed a rickshaw. They were safer and cheaper than the sign-approved white taxis and pedicabs. When a rickshaw stopped, I clambered in, keeping my head down. The roofed cab behind the driver would be perfect for avoiding cameras. "Camden Market, please," I said, using my best English accent. The driver pedalled up Tottenham Court Road. My blood rushed in my veins. Here I was, riding through the heart of London, bold as brass, and no one seemed to notice. I couldn't allow myself to get cocky. One misstep and every death in Oxford would have been for nothing. As the rickshaw neared Camden, I cooked up my cover story. On the whole, Voyant stuck to their own turf. There were places in London I couldn't go, where Jackson had enemies, Whitechapel, for example. But as a molisher, I would usually be received with courtesy. Soon enough I was paying the driver and stepping into Camden Market. Built into old stables on the Inquisitor's Canal, it was a hotbed of illegal activity, thronged with Voyants. Here costermongers sold Numa and Aster hidden inside hollow fruit. Hawkers came past on their boats every day, bringing merchandise and food from other citadels. It was also home to an underground cinema, the Flea Pit. The sky had cleared, covering the market in sunlight. With my face tilted down, I walked past tattoo parlours, art galleries, shops of all kinds. Open-air stalls jostled for space, mostly selling clothes and trinkets. It had been over a year since my syndicate work had last brought me here. The ragdolls were the dominant gang in this section. They were one of the few to have invented their own distinctive uniform, favouring pinstriped blazers and skull brooches. Only a handful of people had ever laid eyes on their mime lord, the elusive rag and bone man. Ivy had said her friend worked at a place called Camden Lockets. As I crossed the footbridge over the canal, a man with a lemon-yellow ponytail caught my eye, smoking on the towpath. In this district, Voyants often dyed their hair or painted their nails to match their auras. When I approached, he clocked me at once. I went to stand beside him. "You busy?" He looked me over, assessing my aura. Even his eyes were yellow, changed with contact lenses. It gave me an unpleasant reminder of the refs. "Depends," he said. "Who are you?" "The Pale Dreamer." The corner of his mouth twitched. "Yeah," he said. "I'm busy." Eyebrows raised, I stood my ground. His face was carefully blank. Most Voyants would have jumped to attention at the sound of my alias. "You've some grievance with the White Binder," I said. When he ignored me, I stepped closer. "I'm busy too, Censor. Are you planning to waste my time?" "You're not a molisher anymore," he said, shooting me a dirty look. "Word is that you and Binder have fallen out. He sacked you." A sickening cold went right through my body. Jackson really had made good on his word. "I'm afraid you've been misinformed." I tried to sound unmoved. "Binder and I don't disagree." "You would say that, wouldn't you?" My heart was hammering. I would usually have used my gift to put some pressure on him, but the cracks in my dreamscape were too wide. "I've been away for a while," I said, keeping calm. If the White Binder had cut me loose, he'd have chosen another molisher. Has he? His eyes narrowed a little, assessing me. "Get on with it, then," he said. "The ragdolls don't have no issues with your lot. You're on thin ice, Pale Dreamer. I want you gone by sundown." I'll overlook your tone if you can point me in the right direction, I said. I'm looking for Camden Lockets. It's run by a voyant called Agatha Lamb.
Stables Market.
He folded his tattooed arms.
Anything else?
Not right now, thanks, I said. The white binder will know how helpful you've been. He grunted. I ducked under a brick archway and forged back into the market. Jackson was already destabilizing my position in the syndicate, trying to force me back to him. I should have known he wouldn't wait long. If the white binder had made an explicit announcement that I wasn't his molisher, no amount of threats would have budged that censor. Instead, Jackson had chosen rumours, meant to poison my reputation. This was a warning shot. He was reminding me to return to Seven Dials. The stables market was a short way north. I passed 2 narrowboats and the green water of Camden Lock, each crewed by a costermonger.
"Hot pies, toss a buy,"
one cried.
"At £10 apiece for an apple and white."
"Roasted chestnuts, £3 for a cone." My ears pricked at that one. I shouldn't risk stopping, but it had been a while since I'd last indulged in my favourite delicacy. The boat was a deep red trimmed with plum and swirls of gold. It must have been beautiful once, but now the paint was peeling and faded. The chestnuts roasted on a stove. When I approached, the costermonger smiled down at me with crooked teeth. "A cone for you?" "Please," I said. She filled a paper cone with chestnuts and smothered them with butter and coarse salt. I passed her the right coin and moved on quickly. I picked at my chestnuts as I walked, soaking up the comforting and familiar sounds of humans going about their business. There had been none of this lively chatter in Oxford, where most of the prisoners had made themselves quiet and small, hoping to avoid the rafts. Camden Lockets was a tiny shop on the edge of the stables market. The windows glistened with fake gemstones. A bell tinkled above the door. A bony woman sat inside, wrapped in a lace shawl. I guessed she was in her 70s. To match her aura, she had gone fluorescent green in the extreme. Green nails, green eyebrows, green lipstick, green hair in a razor cut. A speaking medium.
"What can I do for you, love?"
"I'm looking for Agatha Lamb," I said.
"You found her?"
To an amorotic, she might have sounded like a chain smoker, but I could tell that rasp was from a throat ill-treated by spirits. I closed the door. "We have a mutual friend. Her name is Ivy," I said. "I don't suppose she's visited?" She regarded me. I waited on edge.
"You must be the pale dreamer," she croaked. "They've been expecting you."
As soon as she said it, I released my breath. I wasn't the only survivor. Agatha led me towards a curio cabinet. When she moved one of the vases inside, it opened like a door. She led me down a rickety staircase.
"I used to store Asta down here," she said. "Needed a false door in case the vigilantes came raiding."
She had a scratchy cough, as if there were barbs in her windpipe. Some speaking mediums cut out their tongues to keep spirits from using them. I followed her into a cellar, where a few lamps flickered. The walls were crammed with shelves of penny dreadfuls and dusty ornaments. 2 mattresses vied for the remaining space, covered by patchwork quilts. Ivy slept on a pile of cushions, skin and bones in a button-down shirt. 3 more voyants shared the second mattress. Nell, Jose, and Felix.
"Paige!"
Jose said happily. He wore baggy dungarees over a jersey.
"Ivy said you'd come." "Hush now. Don't wake her."
Agatha stroked her head.
"She needs her rest."
Jose came straight over to me. I wrapped him into a hug. "I'm so glad to see you all," I said. "Nell, you were shot. How are you?" Just a graze. I could still run, Nell said. I expected more from the god extraordinary. More like the god mediocre, really. Felix gave me an awkward wave. Julian had persuaded him to deliver messages for the rebellion, but I had rarely seen him. He was tall and thin, with a shock of black hair and a smattering of freckles. We got a cab from the docks, Nell said. There were 2 others with us, but they're both dead. Agatha held cloth to her mouth and hacked from her throat.
One had too many wounds. Found the other one in the canal.
Nate was one of the Amerotics, Nell said quietly. Maya was a performer. She shook her head. I don't understand. She seemed fine. It took me a moment to digest the news. Just so I understand, I said. Maya went into the canal herself.
Must have,
Agatha said.
Not to worry. I had one of the boats take her away.
Joe sat back down. I liked Maya. We all did. Nell drew him close. You haven't found anyone else, Paige? No. I'm not sure where to look. Where are you based? It's best you don't know. Are you all right here?
They're fine,
Agatha said.
Don't you worry, Pale Dreamer. I shan't let them out of my sight.
Felix gave her a tentative smile. We'll be fine for now. Camden seems okay. Besides, he said, anything's better than where we were before. I knelt beside Ivy, who didn't stir.
I was a kidsman for a few years,
Agatha said. She took off her lace shawl and draped it over Ivy.
When she disappeared, I had all the little horrors out searching for her, but we couldn't find anything. I knew Sign must have nabbed her.
I tried to govern my expression. Kidsmen picked up young orphans and trained them to steal and beg, often giving them cruel injuries to attract sympathy. In that state, we called them gutterlings. I'm sure you missed her terribly, I said. If she noticed my tone, she ignored it.
She's like a daughter, this one.
She stood and rubbed the small of her back.
I'll leave you to your business. I've got my own to run.
The secret door clunked shut behind her. Even then I could hear her coughing. We told her we escaped from the steel, Nell said. I don't think she believes it, but she hasn't questioned us. Agatha was right to be suspicious. Coldbath Fields, otherwise known as the Steel, was an Amerotic prison, used in the rare event that Cyan couldn't pin a crime on unnaturals. Paige. Ivy had opened her eyes. Jose helped her into a sitting position, propping her up with cushions. Ivy, I said, how are you feeling?
Not my best. You know, we should really send Thuban an invitation to my deathbed. I'm sure he'd love to see the fruits of his labour.
Nobody smiled. The sight of her bruises shook me to the core. You did well to get everyone here, I said. Agatha was your kidsman then?
I trust her. She's not like the other kidsmen,
she said.
She took me in when I was starving.
She pulled the lace shawl around her shoulders.
She'll hide us from the Rag and Bone Man.
She's never liked him. Why do you need to hide from him?
He's violent.
Aren't they all?
You don't want to get in the wrong side of Rags. If he finds out there are fugitives in his section, he'll turf us out, if we're lucky. More likely he'll just kill us.
As she spoke, I glimpsed a missing tooth.
Look, Paige, Felix said. We ought to work out what to do. Nashira will send Cyan after us soon, given what we know.
I've called a meeting of the Unnatural Assembly. I folded my arms. I'm going to warn them about the rafts. Nell let out a hollow laugh.
You're off the cut,
Ivy said. There was a tremor in her voice.
You think Hector would do anything about it? You think he would care?
I hear he doesn't even care about Sunshield, and that's a threat he can actually see, Nell said. Hector doesn't have a scruple to his name. Friend of mine tried to report a murder to his gang once, and they beat him senseless for bothering him. That was 12 years ago. The Amerotics, then, Felix pressed. We'll tell them what happened to us. Nell snorted. Sorry, remind me why the Rotties would give a rat's ear? You seriously don't think they'd be interested to know that the whole empire is being run by clairvoyant giants? It's not a bad point, I said. Sion has always taught its denizens to hate clairvoyants. I doubt they would warm to the Raffs if they knew. Anything we say would be dismissed as unnatural lies, Nell said, a stubborn jut to her chin. We can't exactly sell our story to the descendant. Then we'll try the penny papers, Felix insisted. You could show some optimism, Nell. Oh yes, the constant executions and propaganda make me really optimistic. We have no proof but our word, and our word counts for absolutely nothing in Sion. So there goes that brilliant plan. You could tell they had been stuck in a small room for a while. There is some proof, I said. There's the tunnel under London for one thing. My friend knows an unguarded entrance. We could show Hector. Exactly. Anyway, there are 5 of us, Felix said, looking confident. Surely some of the Unnatural Assembly would hear us out. You really don't know them, Ivy said. We could show them a ref. Jose piped up. Warden will help us, won't he, Paige? I hesitated. Jose, I don't know if he made it out of Oxford. The golden cord had been silent. Then again, I still wasn't too good at using it. We shouldn't work with refs. Ivy looked away. We all know what they're like. But he helped Liz, Joe said, frowning. He got her out of spirit shock. I saw it. Give him a medal, then, Nell said. But I'm not working with them again either. I didn't try to argue. Nell had been imprisoned for at least a decade, while Ivy had known nothing but violence from her keeper, Thuban Sargas. I'm going to do my level best to gather evidence and allies, I said. Nell, you're a summoner. The syndicate must have snatched you up. I used to work for the Bully Rook, Nell confirmed. Is he still a Mime Lord? I haven't heard otherwise. Well, don't bother trying to befriend him. If I told him about the refs, he'd throw me out to beg with cuts on my arms, seeing as I was such a good liar. Right. The Bully Rook was as much of a brute as his name suggested. Felix? I wasn't a Cindy, he admitted. I don't even know how you join. I sighed. Jose? I was a gutterling. My kidsman won't help us. Joe said. I don't want to go back to him. He sat beside Ivy. Will we have to stay here, Paige? For now. Is Agatha asking for money? No, but she'll expect us to work for our keep, Ivy said. We can't sponge off her. You still need time to adjust. Nell, you've been away for years. I'm just grateful she's putting us up. Nell leaned against the wall. Getting back to work will do me good. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to be paid for doing a job. She added, You said you would help us find somewhere in London. Would the White Binder employ us? Her limpid green eyes were sharp. She had sensed the discord between us. He might hire you, Nell. Ivy smiled grimly. Not me. I'm going to talk to him about it, I said. Even if he can't, I'll be in touch. Upstairs, the door opened. Keep Agatha in the dark. I want the truth to be heard for the first time at the Unnatural Assembly, or they'll think it's just a story that's spun out of control. Paige, don't tell the Assembly. Ivy sat up, arms shaking. You didn't say anything about fighting back or going public. You said you'd get us home.
We need to either stay hidden or find a way to leave London. I don't want to stay hidden, Joe said. His voice was small but firm. I want to make it right. Agatha returned just then, bearing a tray of food. Time to leave, Pale Dreamer, she said to me. Ivy needs her rest. If you say so. I glanced at her 4 charges. Agatha, do you have a phone? No, but I shall send a courier if we need you. It's fine. I'll come back soon. I gave Ivy a final glance before I left. She lay back down and closed her eyes. On my way up the creaking stairs, I swallowed the knot in my throat. Nate, the amoretic, must have been hurt during the escape. Agatha couldn't have saved him. But Maya, who I hadn't known, played on my mind. Had she not seen a future beyond Oxford? At least the other 4 were safe, with a place to sleep and other voyants to protect them. That was more than I could have hoped to gain from this excursion. All the survivors were eyewitnesses. If I could persuade them to testify before the Unnatural Assembly, it might force Hector to listen. By the time I left Camden Locket's, the sky had clouded over. I bought a cheap umbrella, a cunning way to elude the cameras before I returned to the canal, tempted by the wealth of street food. Shiny buttered peas, steaming in paper ramekins, masses of fluffy mashed potato, sausages spitting in cast-iron pans. When I passed a tray of drinking chocolate, I couldn't resist. It was silky sweet and it tasted like winter. Everything I ate and drank was another way to spite Nashira. It soon sat oddly on my stomach. Liz would have given anything for a sip of this. A shoulder knocked against mine, sending the rest of the cup flying. Hook it. The voice was deep and gruff, belonging to a burly medium. I almost retorted, but the sight of his blazer, brass knuckles and skull brooch stopped me dead. This time, I had run into one of the rag dolls. I don't recognise you, he said. What's your business here, Oracle? Just browsing, I said. I'll be out of your hair. Good. Watch your back. That had been too close a shave. I left before he could decide to pick a fight. Thanks to the rickshaw, I had plenty of time to get back to Soho. I headed out of Camden Market and hailed another ride on Oval Road. As soon as I was in the cab, exhaustion came down on me like a wall. The voyant driver took me back on to Tottenham Court Road. I had asked to be dropped off near 7 Dials, in case she recognised me. I needed to maintain the facade that Jackson and I were perfect friends. I closed my eyes for a while. When I opened them, the rickshaw had stopped, but not in 7 Dials. Instead, I was in an alleyway with clean white walls. This isn't where I asked to go, I said. Get out, the driver said. Slowly, I did as she said, wishing I had brought a weapon. As I looked around, I started to recognise my surroundings. This was Craven's Passage, which cut through a wealthy residential district in Westminster. I had to get out of here. The damage to my dreamscape had made it hard to use my gift, even in its passive form, sensing the ether at a distance. I didn't sense them coming until I was surrounded. The rickshaw left without a sound. Well, an oily voice said, look who returned from the dead, just as the White Binder always claimed she could. My stomach plummeted into my boots. Tragically, I knew that voice. That was the voice of Haymarket Hector. 4. Grub Street. The Underlord was not someone I had seen very often. Each time had been a painful or nerve-wracking experience. The last time had been shortly before I killed 2 underguards, changing the course of my life forever.
Before that, in February, our gangs had met for a friendly game of cards. It hadn't stayed friendly for long. Hector smiled at me, his eyes black and cold. As usual, he wore his bandolier of expensive blades. His gang, the underbodies, clustered around me, forming a tight circle. I should have known better than to get into a rickshaw with a voyant driver. She must have recognized me and tipped someone off. 3 years in the underworld, and I could still make thoughtless mistakes. Tensed in preparation, I looked at each of them in turn. The most notorious was the Undertaker, a powerful binder, recognizable by his top hat. His right arm had been hewn with so many names it was little more than a sleeve of scar tissue. He was pinched and deathly pale with grey eyes. Beside him was the muscle of the group, the Underhand, who I had always thought was tall until I saw Warden. I had been at the mercy of his iron grip before. I was too close to the Westminster Archon. Hector stepped towards me.
"Welcome back."
He gripped my chin.
"How wonderful to see you again."
"I'd love to say the same for you," I said. "Mind getting your grimy fingers off me."
"Your time away hasn't changed you. Jackson was looking everywhere."
His long nails bit into my skin.
"Did you run away from him?"
"None of your business."
"Everything that happens in the Citadel is my business."
A thin smile.
"I understand the two of you have quarrelled."
"That's news to me."
"Then why is he allowing you to make such foolhardy decisions?"
"We were just on our way to have a word with him." Magtooth grinned at me, showing teeth inked to resemble the tarot. "But then Little Bird told us that you were back in London. I did miss our games, pale dreamer." He was a dab hand at tarot games, Magtooth. The best cartomancer I had ever played. The only way to beat him was to cheat him, and I surely had. "I'd hate to deprive you of my company for too long," I said. "To what would the White Binder have owed the pleasure of yours, Hector?"
"I wanted to ask my old friend a question,"
Hector said.
"I wanted to know why his wayward Mollisher has taken it upon herself to demand a meeting of the Unnatural Assembly. Do you deny it?"
"It's my right to call meetings. Why would I deny it?"
"You sent a courier."
"You never check your dead drop."
"Of course not. Imagine if I were to address all the petty complaints that land in my lap, pale dreamer,"
Hector said.
"I would never be doing anything but listening to my voyants' woes."
"Their woes might be important. Isn't it your job to take an interest?"
"Look at her telling us how to do our jobs."
Magtooth laughed.
"She thinks we're her lapdogs, boss." "Yes, Magtooth, it seems she does. How presumptuous of her."
Leaning close, Hector whispered to me,
"The courier paid for your insolence. Now it's your turn. You are on my turf, and I have every right to punish you for trespassing."
"Binder will never believe I came here of my own accord, and you know it."
"I'm not convinced he'll care. I think you and Jackson have fallen out, else your little summons would have come from both of you. And if Jackson has cut you loose, what's to stop me doing what I like with you?"
The courier was probably dead. If I had any hope of getting out of this situation alive, I needed Hector to believe I still had Jackson's protection. "I have something to say to the Unnatural Assembly. I'd like Jackson to hear it with the rest of you," I said. "That aside, Sion is about to crush us with Senshield. I want you to do something about it."
"Senshield is a lie, concocted by Sion to frighten the weak."
He grasped my throat.
"That's why it works on you."
In the past, I might have been shaking at this point. After 6 months in Oxford, however, I was almost immune to threats of violence. "Don't act like a king, Hector," I said. You know what Scion does to kings. As soon as I said it, the ether gave an ominous tremor. I stiffened as a poltergeist seeped from the wall and slunk up to the Undertaker.
"This is the London monster,"
Hector said.
"He walked these streets in the 18th century, splitting the skin of young ladies like you."
That blot in the ether was enough to cover me in goosebumps. Then I remembered the pendant, and courage sparked inside me. "I've seen worse," I said. "That thing's a cheap Ripper knockoff." Roundhead, another lackey, let out a ghastly snarl. Like Agatha, he was a speaking medium.
"Blast your eyes, you damned bitch!"
he barked. The poltergeist was borrowing his vocal cords.
"I will murder you and drown in your blood!"
The Undertaker crooked a long finger. Reluctantly, the poltergeist retreated. Roundhead choked out a handful of ugly curses before falling silent. "Any other party tricks?" I said. "Or can I get back to my own section now?" "I know a trick or two, pale dreamer." The words came from a woman in a fitted navy coat and polished boots. She was several inches taller than Hector and styled her copper hair in a French braid. Her mouth was drawn into a permanent sneer, thanks to a thin scar that slashed upward from her lips to her cheek. It had appeared on her face about 6 months after I joined the syndicate.
"Let me show you."
She drew a carved knife from under her coat and touched its tip to the corner of my mouth.
"I think they'll make you smile."
I held still. Cottonmouth could only be a few years older than me, but she was already as cruel as Hector.
"A Molisher should have scars."
She traced the scab on my cheek.
"How did you get this one?"
"That's my concern," I said.
"I understand. You probably tripped."
Cutmouth said.
"Nothing but a chair warmer. You and your gang make me want to spit."
And she did. The others burst out laughing, save the Undertaker, who never made a sound. Now that's out of the way. I wiped my face with my cuff. "Maybe you could tell me what you want."
"To know where you've been for the last 6 months,"
Cutmouth said, keeping her blade on my face.
"You disappeared. Where did you go?"
"Nowhere near your foul excuse for a den if that's your issue." Cutmouth thumped me hard enough to knock the breath from me. Pain exploded from my old injuries, doubling me over like a snapped twig.
"I'll ask you again,"
she said.
"Where have you been?"
"I'll tell the Unnatural Assembly," I forced out. "Just call a meeting."
"The only thing we're calling for you is an ambulance."
She aimed a kick at my knee, bringing me to the ground.
"Look at you. You're no Molisher." "She's a charlatan," said their wiry blonde summoner. "Thought she was supposed to be a dreamwalker." "Well said, Mr. Slipfinger."
Cutmouth pressed her blade against my throat.
"We're honour bound to get rid of charlatans, so you'd better open that trap of yours and talk. Where have you been, dreamer?"
I clutched my ribs, teeth gritted. "I will tell the Unnatural Assembly." She gave me such a smack across the face my ears rang. Hector stood by, looking at the pocket watch he always carried. There was no way I would win this fight, not with the injuries I was hiding. I also didn't want Hector to know how much my gift had changed. As far as he knew, I was just a radar, good for nothing but counting dreamscapes. When he learned what I could do, I wanted it to come as a surprise.
"Oh, she won't talk. Give us your coin,"
Slipfinger said to me.
"We'll buy something more fun." "And that pretty necklace."
His companion, a thick-set woman, grabbed my collar. "Is that silver?" "It's plastic," I said, grasping it.
"Liar, give it."
The metal tingled against my palm. It might deflect poltergeists, but I doubted it would protect me from this lot. Warden had given me this pendant. It was my only real proof that he had existed. I refused to hand it over to a bunch of witless crooks. "I'm on your turf." I pulled away. "You've a right to defend your own property, but stealing mine is a different matter. Binder won't be happy." Hector fixed me with the empty gaze of a predator considering a wounded deer.
"We'll let her keep her trinket, Slapnose," he said. "But we will take her coin."
"I don't have any," I said.
"Don't lie to me, pale dreamer, or I may have to ask Bloatface to search you."
My gaze snapped to the man in question. He was bald with greedy eyes and an absence of expression I had once found terrifying before I had spent months among refs. Otherwise known as the maggot, Bloatface was the one who did the really dirty work. If Hector wanted someone dead, this man was the one he sent. I dug into my pocket and threw my last few coins at Slipfinger.
"Consider that payment for your life,"
Hector said. Slipfinger picked up the coins.
"Cutmouth, we've had our fun. Time to put the knife away."
"She hasn't talked yet." Cutmouth stared at him. "You just want to let her go?"
"The White Binder is a bore. I am in no mood for his complaints."
"He's given her the boot. She's lying to save her worthless hide." When he turned away, she followed. "You ordered her to tell us where she's been. You said—" Hector turned on his heel and struck her. One of his rings caught her cheek, drawing blood.
"Are you questioning me, Chelsea?"
Hair had come loose from her braid, falling over one side of her face. She caught my eye, then looked away. "I ask forgiveness, Underlord."
"Granted."
The underbodies looked at each other, but Magtooth was the only one smiling. All of them, I noted, had small scars on their faces. With a last look at me, Hector took Cutmouth by the waist and guided her away. I couldn't see her expression now, but her shoulders were tense.
"Boss,"
Magtooth called.
"Forgetting something."
"Oh, yes."
Hector glanced back. "You cheated us in February. This is for your insolence, pale dreamer. Bother me again, and you are bound for Flower and Dean Street."
The underhand parted the others. Before I could duck, his fist smashed into the side of my face, then into my stomach. Sparks flew from the centre of my vision. The ground lurched up to meet my palms. If he had been a smaller man, I would have at least tried to land a punch, but if I pissed him off, he might just kill me. I had fought too hard to live to let that happen. He gave me a few kicks for good measure, spat on me, and went like a dog after his Mime Lord. Pain lapped from the roots of my teeth. I wheezed and coughed. Gutless bastards. Magtooth had been itching for a fight since that Taroki match, although setting the underhand on me hardly counted as a fight. It seemed so downright stupid now to shed blood over a game. Then again, Hector Grinslade had made a game board of the whole underworld. He would cling to power until Senshield broke the syndicate, and then he would move on to another citadel, flush with coin. I needed to get out of sight, in case they really had called an ambulance. Pulling my scarf back up my face, I limped out of Craven's Passage. Jackson and I might not be talking, but I still felt safest on his turf. To get there, I needed to cross the Strand, one of the busiest thoroughfares in the area. I walked a short way up the street and waited at the lights like a good denizen. As soon as I was on familiar ground, I slipped into Bull Inn Court, an alley that was usually deserted. It killed me to do it, but I was going to have to warn Jackson. I took the burner from my jacket and dialed the number, letting it ring 4 times. I counted my breaths as I waited, pacing. 10 long minutes passed before my phone vibrated and I held it to my ear.
"What do you want?"
His voice was cold and flat. In the main, he was all charm on the phone. "Hector ambushed me. My rickshaw diverted to his turf," I said, mirroring his stiff tone. "I thought you should know." We had never been quite sure if Cyan monitored our calls. As always, I kept to the point, trying not to use specifics.
"The rickshaw," Jackson said. "Where did you hail it?"
"Camden."
"I won't ask what the blazes you were doing there."
Pause.
"Are you hurt?"
"Not badly. I just wanted to warn you that they might be coming."
"You must be near the den."
When I was silent, Jackson said,
"This childish behaviour is beneath your dignity. I have already been forced to inform the nearest sections that you and I have had a disagreement."
"I'm aware of that."
"Then come back and we'll talk this over."
"I'm not ready," I said. "I don't know if I'll ever be ready." This time the silence was much longer.
"Well," Jackson said, "I await your readiness. In the meantime, perhaps I shall begin my search for another militia. Belle has shown great promise in your absence."
The dialing tone pierced my ear. Jackson would never make Nadine his militia, but he could hold the possibility over both our heads. I called the other number in the phone. "It's me," I said. "I need a favour." Nick sent a bobcab to collect me. When it stopped at the entrance to Bull Inn Court, I climbed in, keeping my face as hidden as possible. There would be no meeting of the Unnatural Assembly. Even trying had been foolish. But part of me had thought Hector might have a morsel of respect for syndicate law. Apparently even that was too much for him. I would have to get word out some other way. But I couldn't go shouting about the refs on the street. In the unlikely event that I wasn't arrested on the spot, people would think I had lost my mind. Perhaps this is why Frank Weaver hadn't bothered to make us fugitives. Our story was simply too hard to believe. I couldn't fight the refs alone. They had the whole empire of Cyan behind them. The sheer size of the enemy seemed insurmountable. If I didn't have the syndicate, I had nothing. It had started to rain by the time the rickshaw dropped me off at Grub Street. I raised my hood and walked beneath a stone archway lit by 2 iron arms holding lanterns. Grub Street was home to many artists and intellectuals of the voyant underworld, who generally broke the law without violence. It was more of a district than a single street, a seam of sedition in the heart of 1-5. It was also right beside the Barbican estate, where my father lived. He came here for coffee now and again, unaware of its secret other side. I wished I could extend my perception far enough to see if his dreamscape was still there. Even if my own dreamscape hadn't been fragile, my body was in too much pain to let me concentrate on the ether. Parlour music drifted from a printery. The architecture here was an eccentric mix of Georgian, mock Tudor and modern, all crooked foundations, cobblestones and leaning walls. Shops sold every treasure a wordsmith could desire. Thick paper, moonbows of ink, bejewelled pens and old collector's tomes. The sort with metal clasps, making them seem like doors to other worlds. Alongside the bookstalls there were at least 5 or 6 coffee houses and a solitary cookshop. Above those, bibliomancers and psychographers dwelled in musty garrets, with only their muses and novels for company. Short alleys twisted off the main street, each leading to a small enclosed court. I walked into one, heading for a ramshackle doss house. A sign hung over the door, with letters spelling out the gold cushion. As I got closer, I sensed Nick. His worried face appeared at the garret window. I waited until he came to the front door. "What happened?" "Hector," I said by way of an explanation. "
You're lucky to be alive,"
He kissed the top of my head. Quickly, inside. Did you already pay the driver?
Yes.
I stepped into the doss house. Nick led me into a firelit parlour lined with bookshelves where a large man was smoking a pipe. He was perhaps 60, of sallow complexion, wearing a corduroy suit and a turtleneck. A ducktail beard, shot with grey, started below his fleshy nose.
Alfred.
Nick stopped.
Is that you?
The man started so violently the chair let out a gunshot crack.
Nicholas, my friend.
He had a genteel English accent.
How are you? Fine. I thought you lodged above the pot boiler,
Nick said.
Why are you here?
I smiled a little. He could never resist checking on people.
Well, that's rather a tedious story. In short, Minty is looking for me.
The man heaved a sigh.
And what are you doing in a doss house, Red Vision?
I stay here now and then.
You live near Jackson, don't you?
I can walk to work from here. It's convenient. Nick took a key from his pocket.
Why don't you get out of Grub Street for a few days? Take a break.
Alfred scoffed.
No fear. Your Mime Lord would throw a fit for one thing. He likes me to be available at all hours. Not that he's in my good books, if you'll pardon a literary pun. Still owes me a blasted manuscript.
On the machinations of the itinerant dead, I take it.
Yes. His deadline was 5 years ago.
He adjusted his pince-nez with a gnarled finger.
And who's this you're sneaking into your room?
This is the Pale Dreamer. Alfred peered at me.
Not the Pale Dreamer.
The very same.
My word.
Alfred chuckled.
How do you do?
Alfred is a literary scout. Nick told me. He's also the only agent in London who represents voyant writers to Grub Street. He discovered Jackson. I see, I said. You helped him publish On the Merits, did you?
Indeed, Alfred said. I've heard a great deal about you from your Mime Lord, but he never deigned to introduce you.
His bushy eyebrows furrowed.
You look as if you've been in the wars, dear heart.
Hector.
Ah, yes. Our Underlord is not the most peaceful of men. Why we voyants fight each other so passionately, yet do nothing to fight the Inquisitor, I shall never know.
I studied his face. This man was partly responsible for the publication of On the Merits of Unnaturalness, the pamphlet that had turned voyant against voyant and created fault lines that still fractured the syndicate, the pamphlet that had forced us all into a hierarchy. It is strange, I said. Alfred looked curious. His downturned eyes were blue, underhung by pouches of skin.
So, Nick, tell an old man the latest science scandals.
He folded his hands on his stomach.
What sort of devious new experiments are they performing?
Nothing too devious in my department. We do low-priority medical research, Nick said. There's an overarching goal to understand the cause of clairvoyance, but it seems like an exercise in futility.
I'm astonished that they've never detected you.
It's easier than you'd think, but I'm on borrowed time.
Ah, yes, Senshield. You're not being forced to work on it, are you?
No, that's mostly left to Sayor.
And how is your Danitza faring around that?
I was almost certain Danitza had never met this man. Jackson must have told him about us, trusting him with our real names. The idea of Jackson having a friend was fascinating. Danny mostly does underground maintenance, Nick said. She's heard Senshield can only detect certain types of clairvoyance in its current state in any case. Danitza only worked part-time for Sayor, but I was willing to bet that she had reported for her shift after the rescue. I still needed to think of a way to thank her for everything she had done to get me out.
Still a frightening prospect, Alfred said. For myself, I prefer to avoid technology. If only we all could.
Nick steered me towards the staircase. I should get Paige some painkillers. Good luck with Minty.
Not to worry. Fortune, seeing that she could not make fools wise, has made them lucky.
Shakespeare?
Michel de Montaigne.
Alfred returned his attention to his book.
Farewell, half-wit.
Good night, Alfred. The Gold Cushion was a gloomy place, more dilapidated than my doss house in Soho. We creaked up the stairs to the top floor, where the carpet was threadbare and the walls were the dull brown of an old bruise.
Alfred and Jackson go back a very long way.
Nick unlocked a door.
He's remarkable. Probably the most talented bibliomancer in the Citadel. He claims he can read anything and just sense if it's going to sell.
Has he ever been wrong?
Not to my knowledge. But that's why he's the only scout in the underworld. He put all the others out of work.
What does he do for Jackson?
Pitches his pamphlets to the Spiritist Club for one thing. He made a small fortune from on the merits.
I didn't comment. Nick switched on the light. The room was a little cosier than the corridor. Furnished with a mirror, a sink, and a plain double bed. A few essential items from his apartment were dotted around the place. I didn't know you stayed here, I said.
Sometimes I'm too tired to drive after work.
He put his keys down.
Other times I need to be away from Jax. Call it a holiday home.
He picked up a facecloth and went to the sink.
Tell me what happened with Hector. Did he find you in the Doss house?
No, I went to look for the others.
You shouldn't have done that, Paige.
I can't stay indoors forever.
You've been through a traumatic experience. You need to give yourself time to recover.
He soaked the cloth in hot water and offered it to me.
For your face.
Do I look a state?
I'm afraid so.
When I took it, he said,
Did you find the survivors?
I nodded. They were in Camden.
How many of them made it?
4, including Nell. I blotted my split lip. On the way back, I told the driver to take me to Soho, but she took me to Craven's Passage. Hector was waiting there with the underbodies.
Why didn't you hop out of the rickshaw?
It sounds absurd, but I dozed off.
This is why you need to get your strength up.
Nick sighed.
What did the underbodies want?
To beat the stuffing out of me? For daring to send them a summons. Nick grimaced.
No meeting then?
Of course not. I used the cloth to clean the rest of my face. I called Jax to tell him what happened. Is he going to make Nadine his molisher?
Nadine pushed for it once we'd given up hope, Nick said. They've been having private meetings and he's let her do a lot of your work, collecting rents, auctions, that sort of thing. It will stop if you go back, but Nadine won't be happy about it.
He's always made it clear he thinks Nadine is the weakest link. He's told her so himself, I said. Nick, is he toying with her?
I'm not sure. Either way, she's going to get hurt.
Nick paused.
Do you really want to quit?
Yes. I sank onto the bed. But I'm not sure I can. Nick sat beside me. When I rested my head on his shoulder, he wrapped an arm around me.
Jackson sent a few couriers to spread the word that you'd left the 7 Seals, he said. It's not official. He's just seeding rumours, but they're spreading.
I looked up at him. I know Jax is your friend, but he manipulates us all. You saw how he was treating me last year, how he's treated Zeke and Nadine. You heard how he spoke to me in Oxford.
I did, and I was angry with him.
He breathed out.
If you're going to leave, you'll need money. I'll support you for as long as you need, but Scion does check its employees' bank accounts.
There's a risk I'll be questioned about my withdrawals. Say what you like about Jax, but he pays. Yes, he pays me to bid on captive spirits and bully the people who don't pay their rent. It's your job, Paige. It's how we've survived, Nick said. What else can we do? If not for the ref's creation of Cyan, we'd have other choices. We wouldn't need to be criminals. If we can oust the anchor, we could live openly as voyants. But the only way we're going to do that is if we change the syndicate. Turn it into something that could fight an empire. Nick waited for me, always patient. It starts with Hector, I said. If he was gone, we could do something. Not quite. Both the Underlord and the Molisher Supreme need to be gone before a scrimmage can be called. He reminded me. If Hector died, Cutmouth would become Underqueen, and she's no better. Hector is only in his 50s. He won't be heading to the ether for a while. Unless someone gets rid of them both. He drew back. You couldn't, he said, his voice low. Even if you got away with it, the Unnatural Assembly still wouldn't fight. Hector is only part of the problem. A big part. I'll give you that. He reached for a flask. Here, you look freezing. I sipped the hot coffee. He moved to the window seat and watched the rain freckle the panes. I've been having visions since we got back, he said. It's probably nothing but one of them. He shook his head. It's so vivid. Nick had many visions. Most of the time they seemed random and meaningless. He had a theory that the ether shed dust like a body, tiny fragments of unrealized futures, which landed on him every so often. Now and again it would be something else, something that did come to pass. It's all right, I said. What did you see? A waterboard. His jaw worked. There's a wooden clock on the wall behind it, with flowers carved around the face. When midnight strikes, a tiny metal bird springs out and sings an old song from my childhood. Have you seen a clock like that before? Yes. It's called a cuckoo clock, he said. My parents had one in Smallland. It still might not be for you. You didn't solicit the vision, did you? No, but sooner or later Cyan will find out what I am. We all like to think we're brave, but in the end we're only human. People break bones trying to get off the waterboard. Nick, stop it. Sorry. He pressed his brow to the window. Whatever happens next, I have to stay there, Paige. Now more than ever we need people on the inside. I had always admired his courage. Jackson hated the fact that his prized oracle worked for Cyan, but Nick had always insisted that he would keep the day job, and he was happy to share his earnings when he could. You can still leave, Nick said. Even if you don't go back to Ireland, there must be ways to reach the free world. In the end, Cyan will give up. You haven't met Nashira. I glanced at the window. Only 5 people definitely survived the escape. Out of those people, I have the most sway in the syndicate. I have the best chance of changing things. So we stay. Yes. We stay and change the world. His face lifted in a tired smile, but it looked like hard work. I couldn't blame him. The prospect of going up against Cyan wasn't exactly cheering. There's a good cookshop here, he said. I'll get us supper. Don't answer the door. He shrugged on his coat and headed outside. I closed the heavy curtains. In Oxford, the performers had been convinced to fight back after years of pain. With the right reasons, at the right moment, even the most beaten and broken of people could rise up and reclaim themselves. The Mime Queens and Mime Lords of London were not broken. They had simply grown comfortable in the shadows. Somehow they had to be persuaded that overthrowing Sion would give them better lives, and that it was possible. But while Hector lived, he would always silence me. He would always have more power. I went to the sink and washed my neck, as if I could get his fingerprints off. Nick seemed to think Hector was untouchable, but when I looked at my puffy cheek, I wondered. He represented everything that had rotted the underworld: greed, violence, apathy. His syndicate hurt the very people it was meant to protect. He must have angered many voyants. Quite a lot of murder went unpunished on the streets. Hector got rid of plenty of us. Had part of him not feared Jackson, I had no doubt he would have bumped me off without a second thought. But killing the leader of the syndicate was another matter. You could kill someone on your own level and get away with it, but you couldn't defy your superiors. It was our equivalent of treason. Once I had dried my face, I lay on the bed and closed my eyes, drained to the marrow. I knew what I was going to have to do. Warden hadn't come for me. I had waited for him for almost 2 weeks to no avail. He must have been killed or captured. I was on my own. To turn the syndicate against Sion, I had to be close to the Unnatural Assembly, close enough to command a degree of respect and to be privy to its workings. I needed to know that if I got them on their own, they would listen. I needed to be a molisher. But underneath the pale dreamer, I would keep looking for a way to spur the syndicate to action, even if I had to convince each voyant individually that we had to fight. Unless Warden returned, giving me proof of the ref's existence, I would have to do it without a shred of evidence. For the first time in days, I reached for the golden cord. You needed me to start this, I thought. I need you to help me end it. No answer. Just the same grave silence. 5. Fugitive. Nick let me sleep at the golden cushion. By the time I woke, he had left for work. I rubbed my eyes and squinted at the note he had left. Don't leave Grub Street. He would see me back to Soho. Stiff all over, I got up wincing at the tension in my stomach where the underhand had socked me. When I saw myself in the mirror, I pursed my lips. Once again, my face was a mess. It was already midday. I ventured out to buy a coffee and a chocolate pastry, then returned to the Doss house. I dozed for most of the afternoon, my body protesting the latest round of bruises. When I woke again at 5, I took a long shower, then dressed in my trousers and one of Nick's shirts. My stomach was growling. As I set off to find something else to eat, I passed a voyant beggar wrapped in filthy blankets. He was an augur. Thanks to On the Merits devaluing their abilities, augurs and soothsayers were the ones who often ended up on the streets. Liz and her parents had been like this man, locked out of the underworld. To save the syndicate, I was going to have to work inside it. But it would be a bitter pill to swallow. Oxford had changed me. For years I had been happy with my position in the syndicate, able to close my eyes to the suffering it caused others. I wasn't sure how long I could pretend to be that person again, but if I was going to keep the pale dreamer alive, she had to be convincing. We all do what we must, Liz had said. I held those words close. In the weeks to come, I was going to need them. It was strange to be back in this part of the Citadel. Before I had joined the Seven Seals, I had spent my weekends exploring the green spaces between the skyscrapers of South Islington. My father had rarely stopped me. So long as I kept my phone on, he had been content to let me wander. When I reached the dead end of Grub Street, I spotted an arched door and stopped, wondering. The sign above that door read, Bobbin's coffee. My father was a man of habit. He often liked to have a coffee after work. More than once he had asked me to meet him for supper at Bobbin's. I had made my excuses because Jackson hated me seeing my father. It was worth a try. I could never approach him publicly again, but I had to know that he was alive. After everything I had endured, everything I had learned about Zion, I wanted to see a face from before. Bobbin's was crowded, the air thick with the smell of coffee. Glances came in my direction, sighted glances assessing my red aura, but nobody seemed to recognize me. The voyants of Grub Street considered themselves to be a cut above syndicate politics. I still chose a seat behind a screen, feeling as if I had been stripped. When I was sure no one had identified me, I bought some cheap soup, careful to use an English accent and keep my head down. The soup was thick and hearty, made with barley and garden peas, poured into a hollowed loaf of bread. I ate it at my table, savouring each mouthful. The jukebox played the Java Jive when someone dropped a coin in it. Most people were reading. Plays and chapbooks, deckled tomes. No datapads, of course. To blend in, I took a penny dreadful from the shared bookcase. Every building on the street was also a small library. As I opened it, I cast a glance at a bibliomancer. Behind his newspaper, he was thumbing through a well-worn copy of Love at First Sight or The Seer's Delight by Anonymous. At least Didion Waite liked to think he was anonymous. We all knew who had written the dreary collection of poems, since he addressed them to his late spouse. Jackson was waiting on tenterhooks for the day he tried to write erotica. The thought made me smile until a bell clanged above the door, diverting my attention from the book. A new dreamscape was familiar. An umbrella was hooked over his arm. He put it in the stand and stamped his loafers on the mat. Then he was walking past my table, waiting in line for a coffee. He really had come. In the last 6 months, his auburn hair had greyed at the temples. I saw no scars, but he seemed older and smaller, his clothes too big for him. Someone changed the song on the jukebox, and several voyants concealed their books, subtly enough that you could blink and miss it. The matron asked my father for his order. "Black coffee," he said, concealing his accent. "And a water, thank you." It took all my willpower to stay quiet. My father sat at a table by the window. I stayed behind the screen, watching him through a crack. Now I could see the other side of him. I noticed a mark on his neck. I had a matching flux scar on my back from the night I was detained. Another clang, and a stout amorotic came into the coffee house. She caught sight of my father and went straight to join him. I wasn't close enough to eavesdrop, nor to read their lips. When the woman shook her head, my father seemed to lose control. He dropped his forehead into his hand, and his shoulders slumped and shook. The woman placed both hands over his free one, which balled into a fist. "Are you okay?" The matron had appeared over my shoulder. She was drying a glass with a dishcloth. "I'm fine," I said. "Don't worry about them." She kept her voice low. "The Rotties have no idea." I nodded, and she laughed. My father and the woman spoke for a quarter of an hour. She was about his age, with brown skin and greying black hair. I couldn't put my finger on where I had seen her before. At 6, I watched them leave together. Fighting down a thickness in my throat, I forced myself to remain at my table, rather than run after my father like a frightened child. I couldn't put him in any more danger. He was alive. That was all that mattered. "Penny for your thoughts, pale dreamer." The voice startled me. I found myself looking at a concerned face with heavy jowls. "Alfred," I said, surprised. "Yes, that tragic fool." Alfred examined me.
You look rather glum this evening. In my experience, that means you haven't had quite enough coffee.
I haven't even had one.
You are clearly not a member of the literati.
Evening, Alfred. The matron raised a hand, as did some of the patrons. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hello, hello.
Alfred raised his hat, smiling.
Yes, I'm afraid the anchor has been nipping at my heels. Had to pretend I had a real job the muses forbid.
A round of good-natured laughter went up before the voyants went back to their drinks. Alfred placed a hand on the chair opposite mine.
May I?
Of course, I said.
You're very kind. It can be quite unbearable to be surrounded by writers every day. Ghastly lot.
He sat down.
Now, what can I get you? Café au lait? Noisette? Glacé? Gourmand?
Just a salute, please.
Oh, dear.
He placed his hat on the table.
Well, if you insist. Matron, bring forth the beams of enlightenment.
It was easy to see why he and Jackson got on so well. They were both off the cot. The matron almost ran to fetch the beams of enlightenment, leaving me to face the music. I hear you work at the Spiritist Club, I said.
I have a modest office in their building, but they don't employ me. I show them pieces of paper, and occasionally they pay for them.
Seditious pieces of paper, I hear. Alfred chuckled.
Yes, sedition is my field of expertise. Your mime lord is a fellow connoisseur. On the Merits of Unnaturalness remains one true masterpiece of voyant literature.
Debatable. How did you find him?
He sent me a draft of the pamphlet when he was about your age. A prodigy if I ever saw one, but possessive. Still goes into fits of rage whenever I take on a new client.
Alfred shook his head.
He's a brilliant wordsmith, fiercely imaginative. I wonder why he gets himself so worked up about these things.
The matron delivered a tray.
I knew there were risks in publishing such a pamphlet, of course, but I've always been a gambler.
You're a soothsayer, I said. On the Merits ranked your order lowest. Did you not mind?
Oh, poppycock. Jackson never said any such thing. The hierarchy was based on the rarity of each order, not objective worth.
Alfred said.
That misconception twisted his point about soothsayers' weakness, that is, our reliance on pneuma. A reasonable opinion in my view.
The Spiritist Club still withdrew the pamphlet.
A gesture of goodwill. Far too late by then, of course. On the Merits had already been pirated by every half-wit with a printer from here to Harrow. It's back in print now, as you know, and sells briskly to this day.
I nodded. Jax is working on the next edition.
Don't remind me. I told him to stop tinkering with it, but he never learns.
You want him to write something new?
We need his voice. Literature is our most powerful tool, one Zion has never mastered.
He nodded to a bibliomancer at a nearby table.
Behold its living power in our midst. Isn't it wonderful how words and people can enthrall us so? We are witnessing a miracle, dear heart.
The bibliomancer was reading a penny dreadful, tea from a tasser. Her gaze followed the printed words, ignoring everything outside them. She was lost in a story that would seem insane if you heard it on the street. In her mind, in this moment, that story was utterly real.
Of course, we must be careful what we publish, even in the shadows.
Alfred sipped his coffee thoughtfully.
On the Merits taught me that. A single word or sentence can set a fire that roars out of control.
I stirred rosewater into my salute. If you could go back in time, I said, would you do it again, Alfred?
I would. As I said, On the Merits is a cornerstone of our hidden society, Alfred said. That aside, nothing has ever been so successful. Not to sound callous, Paige, but I could use the coin. Even though the Spiritist Club continued to publish the pamphlet, they docked the price considerably. Now the poor scout lives in squalor in his rented garret.
You must take a cut from your other clients.
True. Every pamphlet and chapbook in this underworld is one of mine, apart from Mr. Waite's romances, which are no loss to me or indeed to literature.
I smiled. Who represents Didion?
Why, he represents himself, of course. Who else would be so foolish?
All at once the screen above the counter turned white, then showed an anchor. Every head came up as the anthem of Sion filled the coffee house. The waitress swiftly turned off the lamps so the screen was the only source of light. 2 lines of black text had appeared. Regularly scheduled programming has been suspended. Please stand by for live inquisitorial broadcast.
Oh my,
Alfred murmured. The anthem tightened my throat. We had been ordered to sing Anchored to Thee almost every morning at school. As soon as it ended, the anchor disappeared, and then Frank Weaver took its place. The Grand Inquisitor was rarely seen outside the Westminster Archon. His face was a blunt oblong, framed by greased sideburns, and his thinning hair lay flat across the top of his head, the grey of cast iron. Scarlet burnish was poised and expressive. Her lips could soften the worst tidings. Weaver was her polar opposite, always cutting straight to the unvarnished point.
"Denizens of Sion, this is your Inquisitor," he said. "It is with grave news that I address you here in London, stronghold of the natural order. I have just received word from the Chief of Vigilance that 8 unnatural fugitives are at large in our capital." Sensation drained away. The urge to run screamed through my blood, beating at my frozen muscles. "In the early hours of this morning, these criminals escaped the Tower of London and vanished. Those who failed to prevent this have been relieved of their public duties."
He was lying about the time of the escape. They must have needed a few days to coordinate a response.
"These unnaturals have committed some of the most heinous crimes I have seen in all my years in the Westminster Archon. They must not be allowed to remain at large," Weaver continued. "I call upon you, the law-abiding denizens of Sion, to ensure that these fugitives are detained. We must also identify any individuals who have abetted them. If you suspect a friend or neighbour of unnaturalness, report immediately to a vigile. Clemency will be shown." He was lying about that, too. "At present, only 5 of these criminals have been named. Until they are apprehended and executed, the Sion Citadel of London will be placed under red zone security measures. Please pay close attention to the following photographs. Together we will make sure that there is no safer place than Sion." With that, he was gone. The slideshow of the fugitives was silent, except for a mechanical voice stating each name. The first was Felix Samuel Coombs, the second, Eleanor Nahid, the third, Michael Wren. Next came the fourth, Ivy, no surname, with her old haircut. Her photo was against a grey background rather than the white of the official database. And the fifth, the most wanted, was mine. Alfred didn't even pause for breath. He didn't wait to read my crimes or to check my face against the woman on the screen. He swept up both our coats, gripped my arm, and led me towards the door. By the time it swung shut, the coffee house had erupted into speculation. "There are voyants in this district who would sell you to the vigiles." Alfred hurried me along. "Onyena Maria never would, but I doubt she'll want a fugitive in her territory. You should get back to Jackson at once." I balked at the idea of returning to him so quickly, but it seemed the choice had been taken from me. Surviving in the syndicate without Jackson would have been hard. As a fugitive, it would be impossible. "Keep your head down," Alfred muttered. "There are no cameras in Grub Street, but there are plenty around the Barbican estate." "I know," I said. "I used to live there." My father must be seeing the broadcast.
Within the next few hours, Cyan would come to question him again, suspecting him of harbouring me. He would be watched for the rest of his life. I'm sorry. Alfred opened his umbrella and drew me under it. We rounded the corner, heading for the archway. My heart was pounding in my throat. It was past sundown. The safest course of action would be to hide until morning. But Alfred was right about Maria. She was a fair-minded woman, but would rightly see me as a threat to her voyant safety. I closed my eyes for a moment, my breaths coming short. This felt just like the night of my arrest. Same part of the citadel, same considerations. This time, I wouldn't make the same mistakes. I had to elude the dragnet. What's going on, Alfred? It was the ogre who had been sleeping outside the coffee house. Alfred pulled me a little closer. I'm in rather a hurry, Doris. I do apologise. Pop in for some tea in the morning, won't you? Without waiting for a reply, he kept walking. I could hardly keep up with his strides. We left Grub Street. All around us, London was a wasp's nest stirring. People moved towards the Barbican, where a public transmission screen played the inquisitorial broadcast again. Their dreamscapes overwhelmed me. Beneath my jersey, I was sweating cold rivers. When a gap emerged in the tide of human bodies, Alfred pulled me off the street and into a doorway, where I fought to regain control of my sixth sense. He took out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. Away from the crowd, a strange calm came over me. Little by little, I tuned out the ether. All I had to do was focus on my body, my shallow breaths, my beating heart, the opposite of what Warden had taught me. I will take you to the border of this section, Alfred said. From there you can take the rooftops to 7 Dials. Jackson says you're quite the climber. You shouldn't risk being caught with me, Alfred. I'll manage from here. And have you telling Jackson I abandoned you? He clicked his tongue. No, dear heart. I insist on escorting you as far as Farringdon Street. It was easier to agree than to argue. The man was braver than he looked. The section border will be guarded. They'll be expecting us to panic, I said. We should move towards the river. There aren't so many cameras there. Very well, Alfred said. Do lead on. We strode away from the Barbican. I couldn't have been caught in a worse area. This section housed the Guild of Vigilance, the Bank of Cyan England, and the Tower. It was lousy with cameras and vigilés. I thought back to the night of my arrest. Jackson had advised me to head for the river. The Thames was relatively neutral ground. Maria wouldn't be thrilled if I was found on her stretch of it, but she wouldn't legally be able to kick me off either. If I couldn't make it back to 7 Dials, I would spend the night in a derelict barge I had spotted near Broken Wharf. Alfred and I picked up our pace. There was only so much time until the broadcast stopped. Without the magnetic influence of the screens, vigilantes would gather all over the citadel hunting for traitors. By the time we reached Bergen Street, Alfred was puffing like a locomotive. I didn't sense an aura until it was too late, and a vigilante stepped out in front of me. Armoured knuckles smashed into my stomach, sending me sprawling to the ground. When I got a good look at my assailant, hot fear surged through me. The vigilante lifted her rifle. "Freeze!" she shouted at Alfred. "Hands where I can see them." "I am sorry, vigilante, but I fear there's been a mistake." Alfred was red in the face, but his smile was perfectly congenial. "We were just on our way to— Hands up, unnatural, now!" All right. He raised his hands. "May I ask what we've done amiss?" The vigilante ignored the question. Her visor snapped up, allowing me to see her sighted eyes. Her gaze darted all over me, assessing my aura. "Jumper," she whispered. There was no greed in her expression. She wasn't like the underguards on the train, imagining the reward they would get for me. No, this was a serious anchorite. "On your knees!" she barked. "On your knees, the pair of you!" I did as she ordered. With difficulty, Alfred followed suit. "Hands on your heads!" We obeyed. The vigile took a step back, but her rifle was trained on my face. "You're going straight to Inquisitor Weaver, Paige Mahoney," she said. "Don't think I won't send you, murderer." She might have known the underguards I killed. Maybe she had been there when they found the second man, salivating garbled pleas for death. Satisfied with my silence, the vigile reached for her transceiver. I looked at Alfred. To my shock, he winked, like he got detained in the street every day. "Perhaps," he said, reaching into his pocket, "I can tempt you with this. You're a Cyathomancer, aren't you?" He held up a small gold cup about the size of a fist and raised his eyebrows. "This is 521, the vigile said into her receiver, ignoring him. "Requesting immediate backup on Bergen Street. Paige Mahoney is in custody. I repeat, Paige Mahoney is in custody. Send all available units." "This is 515. The transceiver crackled. "Approaching your location. Detain suspect until our arrival." "You're unnatural too, soothsayer," I said quietly. "You need a Newman." Her rifle snapped back up. "Shut your mouth before I put a bullet in it." "How long do you have before they exterminate you? Noose or nitrogen asphyxiation, do you think?" I said. "Do they give you a choice?" "One more word and I'll break your legs." The vigile reached for the handcuffs on her utility belt. "Hold out your hands or I'll break those too." Alfred swallowed. The vigile grabbed my wrists with one hand, making the left one twinge. "Bribes won't help you," she told Alfred. "If I bring this one to Weaver, they'll give me as many cups as I like." My vision shook. The vigile sniffed thickly. Her nose was bleeding. As she raised a hand to her face guard, I gritted my teeth, remembering everything I had learned. My dreamscape was still fragile, but I had no choice. I flung my spirit into her body. Her dreamscape was a sterile office, lit by stark white lights. She tidied every thought and memory into filing cabinets. It was easy for her to separate what she did at work from her own identity as a clairvoyant. There was colour in here, but not a great deal. Self-hatred had diluted it. I shunted her spirit out of the way. It fell without fighting, taken by surprise. A feeling like falling into a chasm. I opened eyes that weren't my own. When I looked down, I saw the hollow shell of Paige Mahoney crumpled on the ground. Alfred was shaking it with both hands. "Speak to me." A lavender aura swirled around him. "Paige, can you hear me?" I gazed at my body transfixed. My fist clenched around the transceiver. It felt heavy as a dumbbell, but I raised it. "This is 521. My voice came out as a slur. "Paige Mahoney has escaped, heading towards Smithfield Market." That market had no voyant presence. The vigiles would find nothing of use. I heard the reply as if from a distance. The silver cord was drawing me away from my host. Her eyes were failing to see, rejecting the foreign body behind them. All at once I was expelled. I almost headbutted Alfred as I sat up and took a breath, or tried. Suddenly I felt as if my head was in a noose. This had never happened with Warden. I clawed at my collar and clutched at my throat, eyes widening. Alfred slapped me on the back and I took a gasping breath, my face slick with sweat or tears. "Good gracious, Paige," Alfred said, staring at me. "Are you all right?" "Fine," I heaved. My head was aching, like a hand had gripped the front part of my skull, but it was a tolerable pain. The vigile lay unconscious, blood leaking from her nose. I pulled her pistol from its holster and pointed it. "Don't shoot her," Alfred said. "The poor woman is voyant, traitor or otherwise." "I won't." I crouched and pressed 2 fingers to her neck. A faint pulse ticked above her collar. "I'm not far from 1-4, I said. "Thank you, Alfred. I'll take it from here." "If vigiles bleed at your command, far be it from me to stand in your way." Alfred smiled, but I could see he was shaken.
Good luck, Paige.
He left, his umbrella shielding his face. I went in the opposite direction. Gathering my courage, I all but ran to Fetter Lane, the section boundary according to syndicate maps, and then I was in 1-4. From here, voyants were duty-bound to defend me against vigiles. The freezing wind made my bruises ache. I shot down Roll's passage, vaulted a gate, and dashed up a fire escape to the rooftops, putting me out of sight of the night vigiles. I refused to fall at this last hurdle. On the roof, I surveyed the scene. Lincoln's Inn Field, a public square, was full of vigiles. The lights of their vehicles flashed at its edges. Cyan must have spread them out to coordinate with the announcement, hoping to catch us as we panicked, like rabbits startled by a gunshot. I took a stealing breath. Unlike last time, Cyan had no idea of my starting point. If I kept a level head, I could make it back to Seven Dials. There were several cameras around the square. To avoid them, I moved as far north as I could on the roofs before I descended back to the pavement. I didn't stop for breath until I reached the concrete playground of Stuckley Street, where Nick had trained me to climb. There were wheeled bins and railings and walls in abundance. My palms burned as I dragged a bin across the road and used it to reach a ledge. Once I had my balance, I jumped and pulled myself onto a roof, my shoulders protesting. From here, I would stay off the ground for as long as I could. Whatever I did, I could not lead the vigiles to Jackson. By the time I reached my own district, I was drenched in sweat and sore all over. I descended and strode along Earlham Street, then turned left at the sundial pillar, the pillar I had loved and missed, welcoming me back. When I reached the right building, I knocked hard. There were no lights in the windows, but I was sure I could feel a dreamscape. I glanced over my shoulder, tense. Swallowing hard, I knocked again, hearing sirens in the distance. I couldn't go back to the Doss house in Soho, or even the one in Grub Street. Both landlords had seen my face. If Jackson didn't let me in, there was nowhere left to run. My legs were close to buckling. I prepared to beg, just as the refs had wanted. And then the red door cracked open, and a pair of strong hands pulled me into the den. 6. Seven Dials. As I crossed the threshold, my knees almost gave way. I heard the door shut behind us before Danica Panic got me upstairs into an upholstered chair. My nose was streaming, my ears ached, and my cheeks burned with cold.
"You're blue,"
Danica said. I managed a laugh, though it sounded more like a cough.
"It's not funny."
She gave me a flat look.
"You're probably hypothermic."
"Sorry," I said.
"I don't know why you're apologizing. You're the one who's probably hypothermic."
"Right." My legs shook. My boots had rubbed my heels raw. I had often travelled on foot between sections, but Grub Street was a considerable distance from Seven Dials. I hadn't dressed for that journey. "Thank you," I said, "for letting me in."
"Okay,"
Danica said, ever the conversationalist. I looked around, eyes watering. Save for a single lamp, the den was dark, every curtain drawn, every light out, but it was wonderfully warm. Someone must have fixed the boiler at last.
"The others are searching for you,"
Danica said.
"Except Nick. He's at work."
"Jackson went too?"
"Yup."
That was surprising. Jackson rarely did legwork.
"I'm a mime lord, darling, not a mime peasant."
But suddenly he was leaping to my rescue every other week. Danica took a seat on the footstool and pulled a familiar machine towards my chair.
"Here."
She unhooked the oxygen mask.
"Take a few breaths. Did you drift?"
I dreamwalked.
"You can do it now?"
"Sometimes." I lifted the mask to my face and inhaled. With the right incentive.
Jax will be over the moon.
As she turned her face towards the light, I noticed the long cut where the vigile had struck her, held together with a series of thin stitches. "That looks better," I said. "Are you all right?"
As all right as you can be with a mild traumatic brain injury. Nick thinks I was concussed,"
she added, seeing my frown.
"It doesn't hurt so much now."
"Have you been back to work since we got back?"
Cyan would have been suspicious if I didn't go. I did a job the next day.
"While concussed?"
Didn't say I did a good job.
I took another breath from the oxygen mask. A botched job by Danica Panic was probably still a lot better than what most engineers could manage on top form.
"I will get you a blanket or something."
She got up.
"Don't turn anything on."
As soon as she was gone, the ether flickered at eye level. Peter Class, one of our muses, was beaming deep reproach at me. "Hi, Peter," I said. He floated into the corner to sulk. If there was one thing Peter hated, it was people leaving him for months without a word of explanation. "I'm sorry," I said gently. "I didn't mean to disappear." Peter ignored me. I nestled into the chair, blowing into my chilled hands. Danica returned with the blanket. I gathered it around my shoulders. "Thank you," I said. "Do I still have a bedroom?"
"Yes. We needed the space, but Nick didn't let us touch it."
She considered me as if I was a problem to be fixed.
"Now I will boil the kettle."
"Okay." Danica was not the nurturing sort. If she was being this attentive, I must look awful. Looking down, I saw the greyish stain in my fingertips, a sign that I had overtaxed myself. Possessing that vigile had been necessary, but it would set my recovery back. The smell of the den fell like dust around me. Tobacco, paint, rosin, cutting oil. As I unlaced my boots, I took in the familiar study. I had spent most of my first year working at the desk by the window, doing research into the history and spirits of London, perusing on the merits of unnaturalness, sorting out syndicate rent and tax. Now I was safe and comfortable. My eyelids felt heavy. Little by little, I started to nod off. My heart caught at the sound of keys in the lock. Boots thundered on the stairs, and for a terrible moment, I was back in my father's apartment. Nadine Arnett stepped into the room, stopping dead when she saw me. She had cropped her hair in the last fortnight, so it just covered her ears. "Wow," she said. "I ran all over Holborn to find you, and here you are with your little blanket." She dumped her coat. "Where have you been?" "I came from Grub Street." "On foot?" "I couldn't think of what else to do." "We could have sent a cab. You could have called," Nadine said, incredulous. "Why have you been acting like we don't exist since Oxford?" I was saved from answering when the door slammed again and Zeke came charging up the stairs. "Still no sign of her," he said, out of breath. "If you call Eliza, we can head over to. We're not going anywhere, Zeke." "What?" Nadine pointed. When he saw me, Zeke came straight over and wrapped me in a tight hug. The gesture took me by surprise, but I returned it. "Paige, we were so worried," he said, muffled. "Did you come here by yourself?" "Yes, I'm fine," I told him. "Thank you both for looking for me." "We didn't have a choice." Nadine unzipped her boots. "As soon as Cyan made you a fugitive, Jackson sent us out to scour the whole section for you. You're damn lucky he pays me or I might be irritated." "Stop it," Zeke murmured. "You were just as concerned as the rest of us." Nadine kicked off her boots without comment. "We split up to search," she said. "Eliza went to Soho and Jackson covered Piccadilly. No idea when they'll be back." She looked between the curtains. "I'll keep an eye out for them." "I can do it," I said. "Paige, you're clearly about to keel over. Just get some sleep." I nodded, but didn't move from the chair. My legs were killing me. Zeke opened the doors of his box bed, so Jackson called it, though it looked remarkably like a cupboard, and sat on the quilt to pull off his shoes. "Have you seen Nick?" he asked me. "He said he's been checking on you." "I saw him yesterday," I said. "Okay." He paused. "Do you think they suspect him after Oxford?" "If they did, he would have been on the screens too." "What if they detained him at work?" "Quit spiraling," Nadine said to him. "Nick will be fine. He's always fine." Zeke lay on the quilt and closed one of the doors, gazing at the photographs and posters he had pinned inside the box. They were mostly of Free World musicians, with a single shot of him and Nadine. None of the rest of their family or any friends from back home. Nadine stayed by the window. While Jackson and Eliza were out there, any night vigil could spot them. Danitza returned with a steaming mug. I took it gratefully. "The kettle is boiled," she said to the others. "I am not making any more." "Good for you," Nadine said, not looking at her. I sipped my tea. "Anyone mind if I check Sinai?" "Knock yourself out." I turned on our small television. Jackson hated us watching it, but even he liked to keep an eye on what Sion was saying. The screen was split down the middle, with Scarlett Burnish on one side and a reporter on the other. This one was standing outside the Tower of London, her red coat whipped and battered by the wind. Say the prisoners escaped by using their unnatural influence on the newest addition to the God Extraordinary, who had no idea what to expect. "A very unfortunate state of affairs," Burnish said. That was Victoria Huntington speaking to us from Tower Hill. She clasped her slender hands. "The Chief of Vigilance reports that the most dangerous of these individuals, whose capture is paramount, is Paige Mahoney, an Irish immigrant from Munster, which now lies within the inquisitorial region of the Pale." The Pale was where Sion had total control. These days it covered most of Ireland. In the tiny pockets that lay beyond it, Sion claimed that rebels still conspired against the natural order. Part of me wished the story were true. A wiser part knew that it must serve a purpose, like making sure the hatred of Irish never faded. Mahoney is 19 and a former student of the Ancroft School in Bloomsbury. She is charged with murder, sedition, and high treason. Her father is Colin Mahoney, born Colleen O'Mahuna, a key worker at the Organisation for Research and Science, Burnish said. The Chief of Vigilance has confirmed that Dr. Mahoney holds a trusted position at CISORS and is being treated as a valuable witness. His supervisors have vouched for his innocence, as well as his dedication to Sion. Until his daughter is in custody, he will be held in the guest wing of Coldbath Fields for his own protection. They showed a live clip of my father being escorted from the Barbican estate. It was strange to hear Burnish say his birth name. He had anglicised it shortly after our arrival in England, as well as changing my middle name from Aoife to Eva. Nadine watched the screen. "You okay?" I managed a stiff nod. "He'll be fine. They don't execute amorotics." She glanced at me. "You're not planning another jailbreak, are you?" "No. He survived Sion for this long," I said quietly. "If I try to get him out and fail, I'll only implicate him." "He really didn't know, did he?" I shook my head. All my life my father had been distant. The night of my arrest he had shown me some warmth for the first time in years, offering to make me breakfast, using my old nickname. The memory tightened my throat. His shoulders had been shaking in the coffee house. The woman had met him in secret to comfort him. Nadine was wrong. Sion did occasionally execute amorotics for misprision of treason. To avoid a death sentence, my father would have to publicly disown me. to deny he had ever seen my clairvoyance. Did he hate me for what I was, or Sion for bringing us here? My bed at the den was piled with throw cushions. Gauzy drapes hung above and around it. To the left was a window with wooden shutters, which looked down on the beautiful courtyard behind the building. The room was small. Other than the bed, there was just enough space for a chest of drawers and a bookcase. The latter held a magic lantern, an electric fan, and a portable leather-bound record player. Along with the lights I had strung across the ceiling, these were atmospheric tools, designed to put me in a fit state for dreamwalking. Jackson had tried everything to unlock my gift. In the end, only Warden had succeeded. I lingered in the doorway, looking at it all. My old room with its crimson walls, its ceiling painted with constellations. When I was in Magdalen, I had longed to be standing here. Now it represented a defeat. Jackson had me right back where he wanted me. I shut the door. I wanted a hot bath, but I would only doze off in the tub. Instead, I knelt by the bed and drew out the chest where I kept my collection of trinkets from the black market. I brushed a thin layer of dust from its lid. Next, I opened the chest of drawers. There was my pillbox, rattling with painkillers. There were my nightshirts, pressed and folded. I chose a grey one, climbed into bed, and fell straight to sleep. When I woke, Jackson Hall was sitting on the edge of my bed. Well, well. His face was half in shadow. The sun rises red, and a dreamer returns. He wore his favourite lounging robe, made of green brocade with a gold sash. I understand Alfred brought you back, he said. I sat up. Some of the way. Sagacious man. He knows where you belong. I don't know about that. We studied each other. For the first time in a fortnight, I was facing Jackson Hall, the white binder, the king of wands, the man who had made me his sole heir, giving me unparalleled respect when I was only 16 years old, the man who had given me a chance, taken me into his home, and saved me from Sion. The man who demanded obedience, the man who would have gladly left the performers and amorotics to die. You and I have our differences, Paige. He crossed one leg over the other. I sometimes forget what it was like to be almost 20 years old, drunk on the prospect of independence. When I was the same age as you, my only friend was Alfred. I had no Mime Lord, no mentors, no gang. I started my life under the cruel gaze of a kidsman. I watched him. You were a gutterling. Oh, yes. My parents were hanged when I was 4, probably blockheads, he said airily. They left me alone in this citadel penniless. I couldn't always afford fine clothes and famous spirits, my Molisha. Once I would have been overjoyed that Jackson was confiding in me. Now I could see it for what it was, an attempt to manipulate my emotions. Still, I could listen to this story for old time's sake. That aside, I was curious. My kidsman worked with 2 others. All 3 were osteomancers, Jackson recalled. Together they controlled a flock of sorry gutterlings. We picked bones and cloth, paper and glass. We sang on the streets and stole for our keep. Any money I earned was taken from me. In return, I was tossed scraps of food. I had always dreamed of going to the university, of being a man of letters, some great scholarly clairvoyant like Nostradamus or John Dee. But all the trio did was laugh at my desires. They told me I had never been to school, and while I could pick pockets and beg for coin, I never would. But when I turned 12, I felt an itch beneath my skin impossible to reach. His fingers strayed to his arm as if he could still feel it. He always wore long sleeves. I had seen the scars before alongside his boundlings' names, long white marks that ran from the creases of his elbows to his wrists. I scratched the itch until my arms bled and my fingernails broke. I would scratch my own face, my legs, my chest, he said. My kidsman threw me out to beg, thinking my wounds would attract public sympathy. Indeed, I never made as much coin as I did when I was itching. "That's awful," I said. "That's London, darling." His fingers tapped his knee. By the time I was 14, nothing had changed, except that I carried out more dangerous crimes for mouthfuls of bread and sips of water. Once scuttlings reach a certain age, they make less coin, you see. I was losing my value to the kidsman. Still, I knew my own worth deep in my bones. I burned for independence, for vengeance, and for the ether. Though I was sighted and had an aura, the precise nature of my gift had never revealed itself to me. If only I understood my clairvoyance, I would think, I could make my own money and keep it. I could read palms or cards like the buskers in Covent Garden. Even they laughed at me. He said it all with a faint smile, as if this were no more than a bedtime story. When I was 17, I was struck down with cholera, he said. That was the final straw for my kidsman, who cut me off from the syndicate, unwilling to waste one more resource on me. I found myself dying of thirst, ripping at my itching arms. I was close to shouting out my clairvoyance to the world, to begging the vigiles to take me to the lich gate, ending my suffering at last, until a woman knelt beside me and whispered in my ear, "Carve a name, sweet child. A long dead name." And with those words she disappeared. Who was she? Someone to whom I owe a great debt. I can only assume she too was a binder. His pale eyes were in the past. I knew no long dead names, only the names of those I wanted dead, which were plentiful, but I had nothing else to do but die. I walked 4 miles to Nunhead Cemetery. I had never learned to read, but I knew the marks on the headstones were names. I chose a grave, cut my fingertip and traced the letters on my inner arm. I soon felt the spirit come to my side. I spent a long, delirious night in that cemetery, sprawled among the revenants, racked by joy and agony. When I woke, the itch was gone. Jackson in his cemetery, learning how to bind. A little girl in a poppy field reaching for a poltergeist. I had been younger when my gift first stirred, but until I had met Jackson, I hadn't known I was a dreamwalker. I asked the spirit to guide me to someone who needed his services. He took me to the New Cut, where I sold him to a medium. The spirit I had chosen was a valuable muse, he said. With coin enough to eat and rest, I recovered from the cholera. I paid a bookseller to teach me to read, and I resolved to rise in the syndicate. I've heard kidsmen don't like to let their investments go. They crawl out of the woodwork when their gutterlings are older, claiming unpaid debts, I said. Did yours come after you? Later, he said. I went after them. I could only imagine the sorts of deaths he must have given those 3 kidsmen. After I mastered my letters, I began to research on the strains of clairvoyance. I was determined that no voyant should be ignorant of their own gift, as I had once been, Jackson said, and I found out what I was. A binder. There was a long silence. I told you this because I want you to know that I understand. I also empathize with that burning desire for independence, Jackson said softer. But I am not a kidsman, Paige. I am a Mime Lord, and I consider myself a generous one. You are allowed a little coin for your own uses. You are given bed and board. All I ask
is that you follow my orders."
He really was sounding like a ref now. "I followed your orders for 3.5 years. I've always done it gladly." I held my nerve. "But you ask too much of me in Oxford."
"I lost my temper. I suppose you did too," Jackson said. "It was a fraught situation, to say the least."
"You wanted me to leave the other prisoners. You called them an unwashed rabble," I said. "You claim you wrote on the merits to help voyants. You know what it feels like to be rejected and belittled by your own kind, but you still meant to leave those people to die."
"Only because you were my priority. Perhaps I was too concerned about my 7 seals to care about the others," Jackson said. "Still, it was beastly of me to threaten you, and I fully deserve your displeasure."
It wasn't quite an apology, but this was as close as Jackson had ever come to admitting fault.
"The tower was a bloodbath," he said. "Fortunately, none of us perished, but others did. Was I wrong to recommend a more cautious approach?"
There he went again, making cruelty sound like reason. I looked away. "I do appreciate you coming for me," I finally said. "We couldn't have made it without you."
"Anything for my dreamwalker."
There was a brief silence. I swung my legs out of bed, so I sat beside him. "The night I came to London, you were meeting Antoinette Carter," I said. "Why?"
"I heard about her prophecies and wanted to study her gift," he said. "Minty publishes her work here, so we extended a joint invitation through Leon. Alas, I have not been able to contact her since Trafalgar Square."
"The refs had voyants scrying to establish where you were. That's how we knew you'd be there," I said. "Their leader is after you, Jax." His eyebrows leapt.
"Why should they be interested in me, of all Mime Lords?"
"I don't know." I paused. "Did Nick tell you what happened to me?"
"Some of it, yes. I hardly know what to make of it."
"The refs are coming, Jax. We can't let them carry on with the bone seasons."
"Darling, I don't doubt your tale, but your lamp-eyed friends have suffered an embarrassing defeat. It will be some time before they rally."
"No, they're already building another city in France."
"That means they are no longer our concern. The Grand Duke can deal with the matter."
"This is all Voyant's concern," I said, frustrated. "We have to warn the Parisian syndicate, and then we have to fight. If we don't pull together..."
Paige, your passion is to be commended, but let me remind you that we are not revolutionaries or freedom fighters. We are the 7 seals.
The syndicate will fall apart when Senshield is installed. It will mean the refs can round up every voyant in London. No one else will be able to fight them," I said. "Jax, all of us are living in their lie."
"A lie that sustains a syndicate that gave birth to it. You will never change its character, Paige."
"You did," I said. "Your pamphlet did." If I had to appeal to his ego to make him listen, I was not above doing that.
"That was quite a different set of circumstances."
Jackson held my gaze.
"There is a reason I forbid you all to take long-term partners. I require your absolute commitment to the underworld. I cannot have a Molisher whose mind is wandering. Do you understand that, Paige?"
I didn't understand at all. I wanted to grab him by the lounging robe and shake him. "No," I said. "I really don't. How can you think anything is more important than the refs?"
"Nick tells me these creatures have been here for 2 centuries. So far they have only bothered us once. Senshield is still nascent, whatever Cyan claims," Jackson said. "You have had a terrible experience, but time heals all wounds. You will forget Oxford, as you forgot your life in Ireland."
"I never forgot that," I said very softly. "I'm not going to stop, Jackson."
"If you want to keep your place in the syndicate, you will."
He gave me a long look. "There is one thing you clearly gained during your time away from Seven Dials. You realized your potential for leadership." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't play the fool. You organized a revolution in that cage they put you in." "With help," I said. "I couldn't do what you do, Jax. I'm happy as a molisher." "Ah, modesty. It's a vice. True, you might have struggled without your friends, but on that final night, you were a queen. I understand you even made a little speech. And words, my walker. Well, words are everything. Words give wings even to those who have been stamped upon, broken beyond all hope of repair." I wished I had words now. Eliza I could understand, but Jackson had seen the refs for himself. He was still acting as if they were figments of my imagination, dreamed up in a haze of flux and regal. They both had to be in denial. I had no other explanation for their apathy. "Do you know how old I am, Paige?" The question took me by surprise. I said. 48. Jackson said. I couldn't help but stare. As an unnatural, I do not want or expect to grow old. The day I join joyfully with the ether, you will come into possession of this section. You will be a young, capable, and intelligent mime queen, part of the highest order, with many loyal voyants at your beck and call. London will fall at your feet. I tried to imagine being a mime queen, deciding where the money would go, commanding my own gang, knowing that every voyant in the section would obey and follow me, having a voice too loud to silence. It was a tempting picture. Jackson held out a hand. I looked at it, my heart thudding. "A truce," he said. "Forgive my loss of temper, and I will give you everything." King of Wands inverted. Liz whispered from my past. "You're afraid of him." I was a wanted fugitive. Without his protection, I would be fair game for every voyant who had ever thought about selling information to Cyan. Everyone else would simply pretend I wasn't there. I would be as vulnerable as Jackson had been as a child, left to the mercy of the streets. To him, you are nothing more than quick flesh grafted to a ghost, a priceless gift in human wrapping. Jackson was my only link to the syndicate, and the syndicate was the only organised force of voyants that could possibly stand against Cyan. I had no intention of being silent, but for now I would play along. I shook on it. "You have made the right decision, Paige." "I hope so," I said quietly. "To your reign." His grip tightened. "Until then, you remain my molisher." I forced myself to nod. His little smile returned as he released my hand. "Now, we ought to discuss this wretched fugitive situation." He stood and ushered me across the landing. If we are to continue eluding the eye of Cyan, we must take a few precautions. He rapped on the ceiling with his cane. "Danisa, wake up and send for my darlings. We are having a huddle, and we are having one forthwith." Without waiting for a reply, Jackson led me into his study, his boudoir, as he called it. It had made sense when I realized it meant sulking room in French. Heavy curtains fell past the windows. Behind the chaise longue was the cabinet where he kept his absinthiana, along with a few blacklisted novels. The room smelled of tobacco and rose oil. A Victorian lampshade covered the floor in shards of colour, like a handful of shattered jewels, amethyst and sapphire, emerald and citron, orange garnet and fire opal, ruby, the rainbow of clairvoyants. Jackson sank into his armchair and lit a cigar. I sat across from him silent. He wanted me to pretend to forget. The refs were still out there lying in wait, and I seemed to be the only one who gave a damn about it. Danitza trudged into the room, still in a crumpled set of nightclothes.
"Jackson,"
she said in a flat voice,
"it is not even 6 in the morning. Well observed, my chained fury. Why am I awake?"
"Because we have our huddles before you and Nick go to work." Jackson struck a match and used it to light a cigar.
"Your request, if I recall." "It is Saturday, Jackson. Saturday is my day off."
"Oh, do forgive my ignorance of your amaurotic schedule, which changes on a weekly basis. Shall I consult Cyan next time I need you?" Danitza sat, rolling her eyes. Half a minute later, the other three appeared. Nadine curled up on the chaise, hair wrapped in silk, while Zeke sat beside her and stifled a yawn. Seeing me in my old place, Eliza grinned. "Knew you'd come back." I forced a smile. Couldn't keep away. The ether led her back to us, just as I said it would. Jackson waved her in, trailing smoke. "Come, my precious trinkets, we have matters to discuss." I still couldn't believe he was 48. There was scarcely a line on his face. "First of all, recent payment, starting with yours, Nadine." With a flourish, he handed her an envelope. "You've brought us good coin in Covent Garden. There's also a small cut from the last spirit we sold." Nadine rubbed her eyes before taking it. "Thanks." "For you, Ezekiel," Jackson said. "You've done your task superbly, as usual." Zeke caught his packet with a grin. "Danitza, I'm withholding your pay until you make progress." "Fine," she said. "Can I go back to sleep now?" "And finally, Eliza, my dearest." Jackson held out the thickest envelope. "We received an excellent sum for your last painting. Here, as always, is your cut." "Thank you." She tucked it into the pocket of her skirt. "I'll put it to good use." I tried not to look at those envelopes full of precious notes. If I had returned to Jackson sooner, I could have had some money under my belt. "On to more sobering business," Jackson said. "As there is a wanted fugitive living under my roof, we must establish some rules." He tapped away a sprinkle of ash. "Cyan has declared a red zone. This has happened only twice in my lifetime. While it lasts, security will be much higher than usual. There may even be sighted vigiles on duty in the day." Zeke bounced his knee. "How can we avoid them?" "First and foremost, you are not to use the underground. We must learn from what happened to Paige. If you need to travel to another section, I will personally arrange for a cab or rickshaw to deliver you." Eliza looked up. "Can we go on foot?" "So long as you tell Nick in advance. He will ensure there are voyants on your route ready to assist you." That sort of thing would usually have been my job. I was going to have to get used to keeping a low profile. "For the next 2 weeks the hunt will be at its most intense," Jackson said. "After that we should be able to lower our defences, but let us not be lax. For the time being, only leave the den when necessary. Our underlings can risk their necks." "So we don't have to go to Didion's auctions?" Nadine said, looking pleased. "Auctions are safe, as is the black market." Jackson reached over to pat her hand. "I abhor the very air he has the nerve to keep inhaling, darling, but we must invest. Besides, now Paige is back, she will take over the bidding, along with her other duties as Mullisher." Nadine glanced at me. "Right," she said. "Good." I raised an eyebrow. Jackson sent a quick, incisive glance between us. "If you do have to go outside, take an umbrella or wear a hood," he went on. "Cover as much of your lovely faces as you can, you especially, Paige, and check every street before entering it." He drew on his cigar. "We know that plainclothes vigiles often visit the garden. Never let your guards down, even there." "Jackson," I cut in, The refs could work out where we live at any given moment, should we have an escape plan. Eliza stiffened. How could they? I told you, they had voyants scrying for us, I said, arms folded. It's only a matter of time until the ether serves up another few pointers. Jackson raised his gaze skyward. He might not want to discuss the refs for whatever absurd reason, but he couldn't just brush them under the carpet. Paige, Nadine said, has Cyan identified any of us? Not as far as I know. But they did find us before, Zeke said. Paige is right. We should have a plan. Oh, the Inquisitor take you all. Jackson snatched up his cane. To soothe your paranoid young minds, allow me to show you something. Follow me. He led us downstairs to the hallway of the den. There wasn't much to see, just a wall-sized mirror, Zeke's bike, and a back door which led out to the courtyard. Jackson indicated the narrow space under the stairs. These floorboards are a trapdoor. He gave them a smart rap with his cane. It leads to our bolt hole. Eliza blinked. We have a bolt hole. Indeed. Nadine leaned against the wall. We've all lived here for years, and you never thought to share this life-saving information with us, Jax? Where was the need? He pointed out. You and Zeke are presumed dead as doornails, and Cyan never cared about the rest of us until this year. He looked at us. If the Vigiles were to come here, we would descend into this bolt hole. It leads to a network of forgotten vaults and tunnels which once connected the public houses of Seven Dials. He removed the blade from the end of his cane and used it to work up the trapdoor. We all leaned in for a look at the square opening. There, he said. Are you satisfied? Yes, Zeke said. Good. Jackson snapped his fingers. You now have a quarter of an hour before the working day begins. Get ready. Paige, you come with me. Nadine gave me a sour look as I left. She had gone out to the courtyard before I could ask why. Back in the study, I waited for orders. Jackson swept a pile of paperwork from his desk. To business, then, he said. Nadine has done a fair job as your interim, but she isn't you, and you were rather good at filling my coffers. With you at my side, I can send Nadine back to her usual duties. She might not like that, Jax. She did them before, didn't she? Yes, I said as patiently as I could, but I doubt she'll appreciate having her salary cut out of nowhere. Were you paying her my wages? Well, you didn't need them, did you? He said. She's a whisperer, Paige. Let her busk for her keep. She's busking? Yes, she suddenly remembered how to play her violin in June. I would usually disapprove, but she's been charming the coins out of the emerotics in Covent Garden, and we need every penny we can get. Do we? We are losing income. Unless you wish to watch our money roll away like water off a crystal ball, you will have to work harder than ever. He whipped a scroll of paper from a drawer. An invitation to the next auction. I am sure Didion will be delighted to see you. I took it. Not losing your touch, are you? What? This has always been a wealthy section of London. What changed? Never blame a mime lord for the failures of his dog bodies. Jackson leaned against his desk. Several of our best voyants have been detained and hanged. 2 lucrative establishments have closed down, while another has failed to pay syndicate tax. On top of that, the entire section has turned bone idle since you were taken. I need you to get them back in line, darling. He cocked his head. I do hope your absence wasn't for nothing. Did you learn any new skills in Oxford? I kept my face carefully blank. What makes you think I would have? Nick said you were being trained. Not in possession. The refs wouldn't have wanted to give me that ability, I said. I've got a little better at spooling, but they kept me weak. Jackson looked at me for some time, still with a burning hunger in his eyes. Pity, he said. He had spread rumours about me. I knew some of his subjects believed that I could read their minds or find them anywhere. Neither of those rumours had been too far off the truth. I might not be able to read minds, but I could sense them. Now I could walk in them too. I didn't want to admit that I had learned possession. First, because I had barely got the hang of it. It had taken months of training to control Nashira. Second, because he would force me to use it, to cow people into doing his bidding. Even before Oxford I had known I didn't want to be his weapon. Alfred might tell him the truth, but he wouldn't hear it from me. "I meant to ask," I said. "Is Bill all right?" Jackson poured a glass of wine.
"No," he said. "I neglected to tell him to stop paying you." Sion must have noticed.
"They did. That's why I asked."
"Now you know how we lost one of our key establishments."
Jackson unlocked a cabinet and sifted through a line of bottles.
"One more thing. We can't have you walking around looking like that."
"Like what?"
"Like you, oh my lovely. That hair of yours is far too easy to spot."
He held out a glass bottle and a small container.
"There. You have the tools," he said. "Make yourself invisible."
7. Mollisher. 17th of September, 2059.
"Do I hear 100?
A white candle burned in front of us, casting the only light in the crypt. Wax dripped as the flame swayed in a draught, watched by a stone cherub with stumps where its wings had once been. I sat among the bidders, a length of red silk concealing the lower half of my face. A few moments passed before a paddle was raised.
100 to the gentleman from 4-3.
Didion Waite cupped a hand around his ear.
"Do I hear 200?
Silence. Didion, always dressed like he was off to court in the 18th century, as if he was daring Sion to question his unusual taste in fashion. He sauntered across the stage in his tailcoat and steel-buckled shoes.
"Can I tempt you with 150?
He cajoled us.
"This is no day for cheese pairing, my friends. You'll earn back your investment in good time, I promise you. Ask the good sergeant for his secrets and you might just bag yourself a ripper lady. And if you bag yourself a ripper lady, who knows? You might just bag yourself a ripper."
Another paddle went up.
"A believer," Didion declared. 150 from 4-5. You've come a long way to claim this prize, sir. Anyone for 200? Molishers and mobsters. 200? No, 300. Thank you, 3-2.
Jackson never liked me to lowball Didion. While I waited, I considered the room. Usually it was just molishers who went to auctions, but this one had drawn a few mime lords and mime queens. The Judithian had been established before I joined the syndicate. Named after the late Judith Gower, a talented Welsh clairomancer, who Didion had somehow convinced to marry him. The auction house was hidden in the crypt of Bow Bells, a derelict church on Cheapside. The lot was Edward Badham, a sergeant of H Division. They had been the law enforcers of the monarch days, the forerunners of V Division, the early vigiles. Any spirit connected to H Division, which had once policed Whitechapel, could provide a solid lead to the Ripper. That was why this auction had attracted a full house. Along with the Screaming Queen and the Crushing Force, Jack the Ripper would be a valuable spirit. That sort of prize would solve our financial problems. Onyena Maria wore a tight smile, as she always did at auctions. Hector allowed Didion to hold them on her territory, but she received no tax from them. I was sure she attended them all out of spite. She wasn't the only voyant who had a few bones to pick with Didion. Everyone knew he poached spirits from other sections and auctioned them to fill his own pockets, slipping Hector a generous cut. My first assignment for Jackson had been to contain Sarah Metyard, a poltergeist Didion had unleashed while trying to purloin her. Still, we all wanted the Ripper, either to sell or wield. So here we sat. I had to wonder what Nashira Sarkis was doing while I was bidding on a dead man. Oxford seemed like years ago, and it had only been 2 weeks. A paddle went up, held by the highwayman, the hard-faced molisher of 2-6. I had never heard of him missing a Ripper auction. I tried to stay on cordial terms with other molishers, but the highwayman despised Jackson, thanks to his long feud with the Wicked Lady. Auction by the candle was always tedious. The damn thing never seemed to burn down. When Didion called for 600, I raised my paddle. 600 to... Didion twirled his gavel. 1-4. Yes, 600 to the Pale Dreamer. Or perhaps we should call you Paige Mahoney. I stiffened. Perhaps I should have expected it. Didion and Jackson had been at war since they first met, jabbing at one another with pamphlets and insults. Didion despised Jackson, the most discourteous sir I ever did meet, for selling more pamphlets than he ever could. Jackson despised Didion, a useless, pigeon-hearted fribble, for sharing his gift, and for having terrible teeth. This had gone on for over a decade. Hearing Didion say my real name still hit me like a punch to the stomach. "Will we be auctioning you off next, madam?" he continued, plainly enjoying himself, "given your standing with Sion." Murmurs blew from ear to ear, and several people turned to look. My skin prickled as I slid a hand into my jacket, grasping my revolver. Didion Waite had unmasked me. "I wouldn't be surprised, Didion," I said, recovering. "Why not hawk the living as well as the dead?" A few grim chuckles rose, making Didion bristle. "You look like your Mime Lord's double," he said. "Is the white binder so in love with his own reflection that he's painted it onto his molisher?" I had dyed my hair black and cut it so it was level with my chin, bearing the length of my neck. My contacts were hazel, not pale blue, but I took his point. "Binder knows that one of him is quite enough for you to handle," I said. "We wouldn't want to damage your fragile constitution, Didion." I was too shaken for much wit, but Spring-Heeled Jack let out such a hoot of mirth that the Pearl Queen started. Didion turned from pink to puce. "Order!" he snapped. "I am now working on a new pamphlet, thank you very much. One that will wipe that rag on the merits from the pages of history, mark my words." "Get on with it, Didion," Maria drawled. "I don't want to die of old age down here." Jimmy O'Goblin, sitting beside me, shook with laughter as he drank from his hip flask. A light tap on my shoulder made me turn. Jack Hickathrift, a fellow molisher, draped an arm over the back of my seat. He smelled of nutmeg. Eliza fancied the strides off him, as did about half the syndicate. "Hello, Pale Dreamer," he said. "You're really the one Sion is after." I crossed my arms. No idea what he's talking about. "Show us your face, then." "Oh, I'd be embarrassed. I'm not as pretty as you, Jack." He grinned, showing a rakish dimple. "Still resistant to my charms, I see." "That must be devastating for you." Didion cleared his throat, glaring at us. "The proceedings will continue," he declared, as if he hadn't been the one to interrupt them in the first place. "Do I hear 800 for Sergeant Badham?" "The pompous bastard," muttered old Dobrev, cracking his knuckles. He was one of the Firebirds. "We have your back here, Dreamer." I gave him a nod, hoping he was right. At least no one had rushed off to report me. The syndicate lacked honour, but rats were always killed. Jackson would be raging for at least a year when he found out about this. Although the Pale Dreamer was well known in the syndicate, my face and real name were not. Many Cindies abandoned their legal identities, but the other half still held on to respectable jobs, forcing them to hide behind masks and aliases. To protect my father, I had always led a double life. Nick had advised me to conceal my face when I was the Pale Dreamer, but over time I had grown careless. Didion must have been waiting for the perfect opportunity to stick the knife in me. Still, this was low even for him. The mood in the room had soured even further. As the candle burned lower, the price of Sergeant Badham climbed. Soon there were only 6 of us bidding. I watched for the telltale burst of light. As the candle winked out, I snapped up my paddle. 900, I called. 1,000, came a voice from behind me. Heads turned. That was the monk, Molisher of 1-2. As always, a black cowl shadowed his face. 1,000 to the gentleman from 1-2, Didion proclaimed. That would keep him in powdered wigs and ill-fitting trousers for a while. The candle is extinguished, and the spirit of Sergeant Edward Badham belongs to the abbess. Commiserations to everyone else. Groans and curses filled the crypt, along with the bitter mutterings of those from poorer sections. I pursed my lips. That should have been yours, Jack Hickathrift said. You have a sharp eye for the candle, dreamer. For all the good it does me. I stood up. See you around, Jack. I do hope so. Yet another waste of time. At least I had been able to get out of the den for a few hours. Before I could even put my coat on, the highwayman stepped forward, shoving his chair to the floor. The sound of it silenced the room. Enough of this charade, wait! His voice boomed. That spirit is a property of 2-6. Where did you get it? This spirit came into my keeping legally, sir, as they all do. Didion bristled. If this spirit belongs to 2-6, why did I find it in my territory? You're a macer and a crook. Can you prove these allegations, sir? One day, came the acidic reply. I will find the Ripper and you will regret your thieving. Wait. I hope that is not a threat against my person, sir. Verily I do. Didion said, all of a quiver. I shall not endure that sort of talk in this auction house. Judith would never have allowed such wanton verbal abuse, sir. Where's her spirit, Didion? A medium shouted. Shall we auction her off too? Didion purpled like a bruise. You knew things were getting serious when Didion Waite ran out of sirs. Enough! Onyena Maria rose. I won't have you throwing a tantrum on my turf, highwayman. Hector is the one who allows these auctions. Either cry to him or look to your own streets for your Ripper. The highwayman stormed from the crypt. Spring-heeled Jack ran off as well, laughing to himself, while Jenny Greenteeth growled. Didion approached the monk, but he was already halfway up the steps. I'll take it, a young woman said. Her red hair was arranged in a braided bun, with an ornate comb to hold it in place. I serve the abbess. Of course. Didion handed her a token. Tell her to send her binder when she pleases. The woman gave him a gracious smile. I'll see to it that you have your money within a few days, Mr. Waite. The abbess was certainly flush with coin these days. Most of the central leaders were wealthy, but I wasn't convinced that many of them had a spare grand to throw at a spirit. Pale Dreamer? Onyena Maria had come to my side. Her short auburn hair was slicked into a pompadour, and she wore 2 sets of gold earrings. I touched 3 fingers to my brow, as was expected around the unnatural assembly. Maria, I said, how are you? I was about to ask you the same question. Binder had me mount the search for you in March, she said, her brow furrowed. What happened? Sighing caught me. I slipped the noose, but I went aground for a while. How did you escape from the tower? They put me in a building with lax security, I said, not missing a beat. My father works for Cyan. I guess it was their idea of a courtesy.
Well, I'm glad you're still breathing, even if your situation is less than ideal.
Maria clapped me on the shoulder.
Good to have you back.
Thanks. I swung on my coat. I didn't know you were a Ripper hunter.
I really have no interest in the Ripper. I just like to remind Didion who he's stiffing.
She sent a dark look in his direction.
I can't believe he unmasked you. Rest assured he'll be punished for it.
No point now. The horse is bolted.
You are Paige Mahoney, then?
You know I am. You've seen my face. I picked up my satchel. I'll get off your turf.
No immediate hurry. While I appreciate your caution, I trust that you can avoid night vigilies.
She nodded to the steps.
Join me?
We made our way up to the steps of the crypt. Didion had discovered it years ago. I didn't think you'd be this understanding, I said. You've always been protective of your voyants.
As I always said, you should be one of mine,
Maria said, giving me a thin smile.
I'll allow it. Just don't bring the anchor down on our heads.
The brooches on her jacket clinked.
Did Binder come with you?
No, he's in 7 Dials.
I'd like a word with him.
An opportunity has arisen, and I think he might be interested, she said. I need a few spaces filled in old Spitalfields. I thought you were full until January.
We've had a few arrests. If Muse is interested, I'd love to see her work.
I can ask him, I said. Sorry about the arrests.
I suspect it's only a small taste of what will happen when Sunshield arrives.
I glanced at her. We emerged into the shell of Bow Bells, one of the few religious houses in London that Cyan hadn't gutted and repurposed. It had been disfigured in the early 20th century, like all things associated with the afterlife or the monarchy. The wings carved off the angels, the altars destroyed by Republican vandals, but its bells still hung. The place reminded me of Oxford, a remnant of an older world. A woman stood near the remains of the altar talking to the monk. Tall and slim, she wore a blouse of needle lace, which must have cost a fortune, and a dark pillbox hat, pinned over furls of chestnut hair. That had to be the abbess, mime queen of 1-2. She had turned up to meet her molisher.
Maria, she called. How are you?
Her voice put me in mind of a match being struck, soft and clipped with a smoky edge.
Congratulations, Hortensia, Maria said. A good prize. You're very kind. I don't have as fine a collection of spirits as some, but I do occasionally like to bid. I do hope this won't be a case of the winner's curse. Badham couldn't find the Ripper when he was alive. Let's hope he's a little sharper in death.
Quite.
How are you coping with the red zone?
Well enough. Maria patted my back.
You know the Pale Dreamer, don't you?
The abbess regarded me through a birdcage veil. I could make out her light brown skin, long nose, and crimson feather of a smile.
I don't believe we ever met in person. What a pleasure, the abbess said. The White Binder has always spoken highly of his prodigy.
I gave the salute. Abbess? As well as being a mime queen, the abbess ran the Chanting Lay, the largest night parlour in London. After 3.5 years in the underworld, I had yet to set foot in there, but I knew enough. Maria was toying with her lighter. She was a pyromancer, able to use flames to scry.
I'd love to stay and chat, Hortensia, she said, but I've a section to manage.
I want a word, the abbess said. Do you have a moment?
No, I'm expected at Leadenhall.
Tomorrow then, at noon. Meet at the Gilded Anchor. Maria walked on with a curt nod. I followed her through the doors to Cheapside.
Apparently the abbess has endless time for chin music,
she remarked, checking the street for vigiles.
Sadly, she's bosom friends with Hector, so I must indulge her. That man is the bane of my life.
What do you think she wants?
Probably more nightwalkers. She seems to think I'll let my voyants moonlight if she asks nicely.
Maria turned up the collar of her coat against the wind.
You keep your nose clean, dreamer. See you soon.
Maria, I started. When she raised her eyebrows, I lost my nerve. Never mind.
All right, sweet. You know where I am.
I watched her walk away, grinding my jaw. Maria believed in the danger of Senshield. She also had a deep grudge against Hector. If I played my cards right, she could be a useful ally. My bobcab waited on Milk Street. I climbed into it, sighing in defeat. The garden, I said to the driver.
Binder said you to go to Soho, she said, to chase up some missing syndicate rent.
I thought Belle was handling that.
I've got my orders, pale dreamer. I'll take you to the garden once you've done it.
I closed my eyes and breathed out. Fine. London was still in the thick of its red zone. Underguards lurked at station turnstiles round the clock, and there were twice as many vigiles. As the cab passed a transmission screen, my face appeared yet again. To a stranger, this face would look hostile, unsmiling, with chill grey eyes and the pallor of a corpse. It was not the face of an innocent. The cab stopped on Silver Place, a dingy alley in Soho. I got out and approached the right building, my chest tightening with every step. Even when I had enjoyed serving Jackson, I had never grown used to this part of the job. I tapped the knocker and took a step back. A physical medium answered the door. Tara was one of our thieves, small and wiry with a head of dark curls. She stiffened at the sight of me. "Tara," I said. "How are you?"
"Pale dreamer," she said in a faint voice. "We didn't know you were back."
"The white binder says you're behind on your rent. I thought I'd drop by."
"It's been a hard few months."
Her fingers blanched on the doorframe.
"I don't know if the silent bell told you, but Effie lost her job in July. I've been trying to busk, but there are so many more vigiles." "That's why you need our protection." I used a forbearing tone, meant to unsettle her. "These are dangerous times, Tara. If the vigiles raided Soho, you wouldn't want to be on your own, would you?" "No, of course not."
She was shaking now, reaching into her pocket.
"I'll get the rent to you, I promise. Give me another week or two."
In the past, I would have been able to follow the script. I had been able to divorce myself from what I was doing, knowing it was what Jackson wanted, and turn the screw until I had the money in my grasp. Now I looked at Tara, and all I saw was Liz. "It's fine," I said. "I'll let you off this once, Tara. See you in October." Now it was my voice that threatened to shake. Before she could say a word, I was gone. Back in the cab, the driver glanced at me. "Did you get the money?" "That's between me and Binder." My voice was cold. "The garden, please." The driver said nothing more after that. At least today couldn't get any worse. When I got out in Covent Garden, I slammed the door a little too hard. Now I was going to have to use my next pay packet to cover for Tara. The pale dreamer had been able to intimidate her fellow voyants, even if she had found it hard to stomach. I needed to step back into her skin, but I couldn't see when it would end. All I could do was keep saving money and hope that I eventually worked out what to do with it. "Warden, where are you?" No answer. If he wasn't dead, I expected a damn good excuse for why he had left me high and dry here, without a clue what Nashir was doing. "If you never see me again, it will mean all is well." I remembered his voice, soft and deep.
But if we fail tonight, and Nishira still holds power by dawn, I will come to warn you.
Find me either way, I had told him. Somehow I doubted all was well. Zeke was waiting for me under the stone archways. He had scrubbed up nicely, as he always did on selling days. Silk brocade waistcoat, neatly parted hair. The thick-rimmed glasses, however, were new.
How are you today, Paige?
Chipper. Nice glasses. I hitched up my red silk. What's the story?
Eliza has finished touching up the painting. Jax wants them all sold by the end of the night. The spoils from the burglary, too.
He fell into step beside me.
We missed you at the garden. I'm terrible at selling.
It'd be better if you didn't think you were terrible. You say Jax wants to sell the lot? I said. Does he need another Parisian absinthe fountain or something?
He claims we're low on money.
I'll believe that when he stops buying wine and cigars.
He hardly stopped drinking while you were away.
I glanced at him. Was Nadine looking after the finances while I was gone?
Yes. I'm sure she would be happy to talk to you about it.
I feel like she's giving me the cold shoulder.
No. I think she was just shaken by everything that happened in Oxford, he said. Nick told us your story. It's kind of incredible.
Behind the eccentric lenses, his eyes were bloodshot. He must not have been sleeping. Zeke, I said, if you were me, what would you do about the refs?
I really don't know.
He adjusted the glasses.
I was talking about it with Nick the other day, and I thought we could do some kind of broadcast. But how do you tell people what you know they won't believe?
I hadn't realised Zeke was that ambitious. Much as I liked the idea of exposing the refs, I couldn't think of how a bunch of thieves could pull it off. We can't run before we walk, I said. If we're going to do something, I think we need to start with the underworld.
Yeah, I guess it would be hard to make a broadcast anyway. Cyan has too much security.
He cleared his throat.
By the way, did Nick tell you...
Tell me what?
Forget it.
He straightened his collar.
Did you get the spirit at the auction?
No, the monk snatched it. But what were you going to...
It doesn't matter. I don't think Jax really cares about H Division.
He went on, looking resolutely at anything but me.
I'm sure he only sends you to auctions to remind everyone how wealthy he is.
Right, because apparently he's now impoverished.
You really should talk to Nadine.
I will. We followed the colonnade until we reached a lantern. Instead of the muted blue of the average street lamp, its panes were tinged with green. Hard to see unless you knew to look for it. It hung above the door to a clothes shop. The amorotic shopkeeper nodded us straight through. A winding staircase took us into the basement. There were no customers down here, just mannequins in second-hand coats. Zeke looked over his shoulder, then pulled one of the mirrors open like a door. We sidled through the gap into a tunnel. The garden extended under Covent Garden and Longacre, a massive underground cavern. It had been the hub of illegal trading for decades. Some voyants earned their flatches in the amorotic markets, but this one was solely for us. The night vigiles had never surrendered its location to Cyan, since so many of them still bought their pneuma from its stalls. Cyan gave them food and shelter, but no means of touching the ether. It was a wretched life they led, fighting their own natures. The cavern was poorly ventilated, thick with the heat of hundreds of bodies. In the spirit hall, stalls sold every sort of pneuma, the objects many voyants needed to reach the ether. Mirrors, handheld, cheval, framed. Crystal balls too heavy to lift. Smoked glass shoe stones, small enough to fit inside a palm. Cases of small blades and needles. Tarot decks of all designs. Lots for casting. dust and oak ash, teacups and cast iron kettles, keys for locks that no longer existed. Whatever their pneuma, soothsayers could barter or beg for them here. Then there were the ogres' carts, where flowers and herbs were sold in abundance. I breathed in the scent of bay leaves and roses. The aster dealers had a stand to themselves, white for amnesia, blue for comfort, purple for a deadly high, and pink the aphrodisiac. A few apothecaries sold drugs to mediums, muscle relaxants, mood stabilizers, and helped them with the physical hardships of possessions. Tiny luthiers' workshops made instruments for whisperers. There were pens for psychographers, books for bibliomancers, pomanders to block out the strange odours that plagued sniffers. One stall offered ornate notebooks, meant for recording visions and prophecies. Beyond the stalls that served our needs, the stone hall offered even more. Forbidden imports from the free world, lost treasures from the days before Sion. I had spent endless hours in this section, poring over curios, scavenging for American records. Jackson got a fair cut of the money from this place, since he protected its entrance. He liked us to drop in every so often, hence our stall, which appeared once a month. It sold funerary art, human ashes, winding sheets, and other morbid luxuries for the well-heeled voyant. No cheap trinkets here. Most of it came from our thieves and tomb looters. Zeke put his mask on. I did the same, realizing how much I had missed this place. Behind the table, Eliza was a vision in a green velvet dress. Her golden hair fell in polished ringlets down her back, and lacework spidered up her arms. She was talking to an ogre who was admiring her new painting. He left with a longing glance when she saw us. "Interested parties already?" I said. "He can't afford it." Eliza brushed a speck of dust from the frame. "I've worked for 2 years on this one. Make it worth my time, won't you?" "We'll do our best." Zeke rolled up his sleeves. "Do you want the coffee?" "Yes, please. A strong one." She dabbed her brow. "And some cold water." "You need to be out of sight," I told her. Yes, I know." I steered her to the back of the stall where she took out some paperwork. She needed to be here so we could consult her, but if anyone saw an art medium near our paintings, they would put 2 and 2 together at once. I took off my coat and smoothed my blouse. Zeke soon returned. "Here," he said, handing Eliza a coffee. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she said, unusually curt. "Just make sure we sell these, Zeke." With a slight frown, he went on his way. I unloaded human skulls from a box. Eliza was often in a foul mood after a possession, riddled with tics and aches. "Eliza," I said, "be honest with me. How long have you been awake?" "I slept a bit on Sunday night." Her eyelid twitched. "Jack sent me here as soon as I finished with Peter." "Let's not sell the art today, then. Surely it can wait until October." "Jack said he needs the money." "Eliza, I'm fine, Paige. Can we drop it, please?" "For now." I couldn't blame her for being short with me. By rights, she ought to be asleep in a dark room after a trance. Trying not to worry, I went out and started arranging the candles. Nadine arrived as I lit the last one, formally opening the stall. "I'll do the rounds," she said. "Any objections?" "Not for me." She piled some of our smaller wares onto a platter. I covered 2 of the paintings with cloth. Zeke gave me a nod, and we started to sell. I soon got back into the swing of the market. Not everyone who came to the garden belonged to the syndicate, but those who did often stopped at our stall to pay their respects to the white binder. A few of them had heard of my return and welcomed me back warmly. No one seemed to know about my unmasking. Maria must have tried to keep it under wraps. A dispute broke out on the opposite stall, where a pair of palmists were offering readings. The querent was an occultomancer, and seemed to be unhappy with what his palm had told him.
I want all of my money back, charlatan. Your palms are your enemies, friend, not me. And if you want your own version of the truth,
the palmist said, eyes hard as flint,
perhaps you should try knitting it.
You what, you dirty ogre? A crunch as the palmist snapped, breaking his nose. The nearest voyant stamped and jeered. The occultomancer fell into the table, then lunged at the palmist with a roar, sending them both to the ground. The ensuing brawl was short and brutal. Most palmists were good with their fists, but the occultomancer was stronger, winning with an uppercut. The second palmist made a spool and hurled it at him with a scream, only for him to throw a sharp awl, which struck her in the throat.
Should have stayed in Jacob's Island,
he snarled at her.
Anyone else?
The nearest voyants broke out into rowdy cheers. Eliza shook her head and withdrew, while I gazed at the dying woman, my jaw so tight it hurt. A gathering of vagabonds is no threat to the Republic of Zion, Nashira had told me. At this point I could hardly argue. The mess was cleared away. Business as usual. I had sold 3 watches and a finger-sized hourglass by the time Zeke came back from his break, his vintage glasses clouded by the heat.
Did you hear about the fight?
We saw it, I said.
There was another one near the cake stand, the Crowbars and the Threadbare Company again.
Surely there are better things to do near a cake stand. I raked my damp curls away from my face. We've sold about half the stock. Let's attract some art dealers. Eliza leaned out again.
Zeke, did the apothecary have any waking souls?
No, sorry. They sold out. She was swaying on her feet. I think it's your turn for a break, I said, taking the paperwork from her limp hand. That's an order, Eliza. But the paintings, if we're going to sell them, you can't be this tired. Rose will let you nap at the Gallant until 5.
Yes, you should rest.
Zeke moved her away from the stall.
No arguing, okay?
Fine, but you two have to get your facts straight, Eliza said, exasperated. Philippe was Brabançon born, but he was from the Duchy of Brabant.
Brabançon is not a place. And Rahel used liquor balsamicum when she helped her father.
Do not say balsamic vinegar again, Paige, or I swear in the ether I will break a vase over your head. She picked up her knitted bag and was gone. Zeke looked at me and blew out his cheeks. Skillet bell? Let's do it, I said. I searched under the table for the heavy medieval bell, which had once been used for funeral processions. As I unwrapped it, Nadine returned with her platter of wares, slamming it onto the table. I stared at her. You didn't sell anything? In the twist of the century, she said, nobody wants table junk. They're never going to want it if you call it table junk. I picked up one of the skulls, checking it for breaks. You have to make them tempting. Tempting? Oh, good afternoon, madam. Would you like to buy the skull of some plague-addled churl for the price of a month's rent? Make it tempting, Paige. Don't use my name here, I said under my breath. I know you're good at this. What happened? Maybe I'm distracted. She took a sip of water. We're showing the art now, right? In answer, I offered her the skillet bell. She moved in front of the stall and rang the bell with all her might, startling a censor. Even with so much noise in the cavern, the clanging made scores of people look up. Good voyants of London, do you remember your mortality? She offered a rose to the censor, who laughed nervously. Zion is always watching us. Among the boneless dead, it's easy to forget that you are flesh and blood. Sometimes, Zeke said, you need a gentle reminder. Et aquí, the lost masterpieces of Europe. He dramatically revealed the paintings, one after the other. Peter Claes, Rachel Rouge, and Philippe de Champagne. The finest Vanitas paintings brought to you from France and Holland, courtesy of the White Binder. Nadine rang the bell again. "Vanitas for your very own lodgings. Roll up for your next investment." "Private viewings begin at 5:30. Zeke called, hands cupped around his mouth. "Once the slots are gone, they're gone." Soon we had attracted a large crowd. Zeke fielded the first rush of questions, but he would need Eliza during the private viewings to make sure our trick held up under scrutiny. Other than racketeering, ethereal forgery was our best source of income. Nadine took over the stall with a smile. She lavished praise on the paintings, making up boxes of ashes and bones to offer to people with lighter pockets. Meanwhile, I handed out flowers and Zeke charmed people with stories of his old life in Oaxaca de Juarez. In the safety of the garden, he liked telling people that he came from the free world, far beyond Zion. They clung to him like flies to honey, hungry for tales of Mexico, a place where voyants could find peace. His sister was less forthcoming. If people asked about her accent, Nadine usually pretended she was French. While they charmed our visitors, I counted our coins. And I wondered what Warden would think of me now, after everything we had done. He had risked everything to help me escape. He might have died so I could stand here, right back where I started. I had crawled back to my petty treasons with my tail between my legs, hawked stolen trinkets, submitted to Jackson, and cursed Hector where he couldn't hear me. Yellow Jacket, I thought to myself. At 5:45 I was done for the day. The night vigiles would soon be on duty, and Jackson had insisted that I was back by then. Given the short walk to the den, the others would stay later. The garden was open until 10 on Wednesdays. "I'm off," I said to Nadine. "Are you all right to carry on?" "If you can get Eliza back," she said, scanning the room. "Where did she go?" "She's having a quick nap in the gallant." "Wow, a nap. I'd love one of those." She checked her watch. "The Greek dealer said he would come back at 6. She needs to be here before then." "I told her to head down by 5. You'll be grand." "I hope you're right." Ethereal forgery was one of the few ways we conned our fellow voyants. It wouldn't go down well if the deception was uncovered. "Zeke says you were keeping an eye on the coin when I was gone," I said, buttoning my coat. "Jack's claims we're losing money. Any idea why?" "I really don't know what he's talking about. There was a drop in profits while you were away. Oxidate and the clock house were raided and shut down, and people were definitely slacking off. But honestly," she said, "it's nothing like as bad as what he's making out." "Could someone be embezzling?" "I would have noticed that." She flashed me a smile. "Anyway, it's not my problem now, is it?" "No," I sighed. "See you in the morning." My head ached from hours of noise and concentration. Suddenly I was ready to drop. I wove through the crowds of people, keeping my mask in place. I stopped beside a stall that specialized in metal pneuma, needles, small blades, bowls for catabomancy. The vendor looked up when I approached. "Hello," he said. "You're no soothsayer." "I'm looking to sell." I lifted the chain from around my neck. "How much would you give me for this?" "Give it here." I placed the pendant into his palm. He squeezed a loop against his eye and held it to the light. "Interesting," he said. "What metal do you say this is?" "I was hoping you could tell me." "Looks like silver, but—" He shook his head. "Weird charge coming off it like a Newman. Never heard of a pendant being a Newman." "It repels poltergeists," I said. "You what?" "Well, so the previous owner told me. I haven't tested it," I said. A sigh escaped him, somewhere between relief and dismay. "How much would you give me for it if it did?" "Hard to say. If it is silver, then 1,000, give or take." "Only 1,000? I'd give you a few hundred for your average bit of silver." "Come on. If it protects the wearer, it must be worth a lot more than $1,000.
With all due respect, I don't know what Mace's tricks have been used on this. I'd need to take it away and give it a closer look. If the metal's sound and it works, and I can twig exactly why it works, I could give you a fair bit more.
He handed the necklace back to me.
Depends if you want to part with it. I could get it back to you in a week.
I tucked it into my pocket. Warden had given me this necklace for my protection, and I had a feeling he wouldn't want me to sell it. I'll think about it, I said.
As you like.
At the entrance to the spirit hall, I pulled back the velvet curtain and strode into the tunnel. I was aching for a shower and a rest.
Thought you might be here, pale dreamer.
I turned on my heel, knife in hand. Cutmouth was leaning on a crate of supplies.
Paige Mahoney, she said. That's your real name then, is it?
Cutmouth rarely visited without her gang in tow. For once her long red hair was loose, covering one side of her face. Maybe. I kept the knife up. Should I be concerned for my safety, Cutmouth?
No more than usual. I don't give a shit what your name is,
Cutmouth said,
but I am sick of seeing your miserable face in every fucking screen.
I'm honoured you'd remember it, I said. You last saw it 2 years ago.
I remember my enemies.
What do you want?
I want you to do something useful for once.
Cutmouth held my gaze.
Tell me where Ivy Jacob is hiding.
I tensed. Ivy?
You heard me. Where is she?
You think all the fugitives know each other personally? The briefest flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. She glanced at the doorway to the market, then stalked towards me, one hand clenched.
I'm not playing, dreamer, she said. I need to speak to her.
Why?
None of your concern.
Cutmouth was only in her 20s, not much older than me. Perhaps we had been in the same situation. 2 young voyants discovering their gifts, running to a charming mime lord for protection and guidance. After a moment, I slotted my knife back into its sheath. Cutmouth, I said. Drop the act for a minute.
What act?
The Molisher Act. I lowered my voice. Does Hector really not care about Senshield? Cutmouth pressed her lips together. He's voyant, I said. He's not going to survive this just because he's Underlord.
Are you frightened of Frank Weaver, Paige?
Of course I am. Why aren't you?
Hector has everything under control. He promised me we're safe with him. When he dies, I'll be there to take over.
Cutmouth said.
I'll fix this syndicate.
All at once her scarred face looked naked and vulnerable.
If you won't tell me where Ivy is, I can still find out.
I saw the switchblade a second too late. Cutmouth shoved me against the wall and clamped her fingers over my mouth. When I raised a hand to push her back, the blade flashed across my palm. A shallow wound, not meant to maim. She was a hematomancer. If she was any good, she could use my blood to scry for information about me. I wanted her to know about the rafts, but on my terms. As soon as the pain registered, my spirit whipped out. Cutmouth reeled away from me with a scream of agony. I got a glimpse of her dreamscape, a misty dock, rotten boats floating on greenish water, before I returned to my body. In the instant she was dazed, I knocked the knife from her grasp and wrenched her arm behind her back.
Fuck!
Cutmouth gasped out. You trying to spy on me? I hissed into her ear. Tell Hector to keep his nose out of my business. Next time, I'll send you back as a shell. Cutmouth twisted free and took off. Her knife lay on the floor, lined with my blood. I waited for my eyes to stop watering, then took a cloth from my pocket and wiped the blade clean before stowing it. Ivy wasn't telling me something. If Cutmouth knew her, she must have been more than a gutterling. At least I could use my gift again. My head ached in protest, but the barrier of my dreamscape was just strong enough to allow me to jump. I slipped out of the clothes shop. As I crossed the street, I nearly kicked a bollard in frustration. I could sell baubles and paintings all day long, but I couldn't think of how to rally the syndicate or how to get a message out. Back at the den, I took a hot bath. Danitza and Jackson had gone out, leaving me to my own devices. Once I had dried off and dabbed some fibrin gel on my palm, I changed into my nightshirt and took out my knife. Ever since Jackson had first employed me, I had kept my savings hidden in my room. I unpicked a few stitches on my pillow and extracted a roll of money. In silence, I fanned it out, counting the notes. Jackson had always paid us well, but not well enough for us to be financially independent of him. Any money we made ourselves was handed to him for redistribution. We had to spend a good chunk of our wages on little things for the section, which he conveniently forgot to reimburse. Couriers' fees, supplies for the den, cabs between districts. The ether shivered, distracting me. The muses were hovering at my door in a pointed manner. "We got some interest in yours, Peter," I said. "Yours too, Rachel." The spirit at the back quivered. "Don't worry, Phil, you're a luxury." I could sense his doubt. Philippe was prone to melancholia. The trio lingered, drawn to my aura like flies to a lamp, but I shooed them back to the painting room. They were always restless when Eliza was away. Outside, night was drawing in. I carried out the checks, lights off, curtains drawn, then returned to bed and slotted my bare legs under the covers. The only sound was the record player sighing out Elegy by Fauré. I listened with my eyes closed, remembering the gramophone at Magdalen. The longer I was away from Warden, the more I thought of the Guildhall. All those weeks of mutual distrust, and suddenly I had been wrapped in his arms, not wanting to leave him. I still didn't quite understand when things had changed between us. Against my will, I relived the gentle precision of his touch, his hands in my hair, framing my face, his lips on mine, and the heat of his skin. I opened my eyes and fixed a hard gaze on the ceiling. Warden was clearly not coming back. There was no point in thinking of what could have been. To take my mind off him, I switched on the magic lantern. There was already a slide inside. I angled the mirror towards the ceiling, directing a beam of light through the painted glass, and a scarlet field of poppies appeared. This was the slide Jackson had used when I was learning to enter my dreamscape. It was so detailed you could believe it was real, as if the ceiling opened out into the meadow in Arthian. But my dreamscape was different now. This was the dreamscape of before. I flicked through a box of slides until I found one Jackson had shown me when I was about 17, when I had first confessed my interest in history. An older slide with fine black text. The Destruction of Oxford, September 1859. As I adjusted the lens, a familiar skyline materialized. Black smoke choked its streets, and fire whipped at its daunting spires. This was the lie Sion had told, only for our rebellion to make it true 2 centuries later. I fell asleep with the lost city burning above me. 8. The Devil's Acre. "Paige?" The voice drew me from a heavy sleep. It couldn't be time for the night bell yet. I turned onto my side, blinking. "Warden?" The familiar chuckle answered. I opened my eyes to see Jackson above me, framed by the blazing city on my ceiling. "No, my sleeping walker," he said. "You're not in Oxford anymore." A light floral smell hung on his breath, eclipsed by the scents of white mechs and tobacco. "What time did you return here, Paige?" It took a few moments to remember where and when I was. "When you said..." My voice lulled behind my thoughts. About 5.
Was Eliza here?
No.
How odd.
Jackson switched off the magic lantern, plunging the room into darkness.
Sleep well, darling. I shall wake you if the situation escalates.
The door closed behind him. I curled into the warm bedding and dozed off again. The next time I woke, someone was shouting. I sprang up, ready to sprint to the bolt hole.
Selfish, we wouldn't have.
That was Nadine. I held still, listening. Her voice was raised, but not in fear. I followed it to the floor below, where I found Zeke, Nadine, and a drawn Eliza. Her hair was a mess of wet tangles, her eyes puffy. "Nadine," I said. "What's going on?"
"Ask her,"
Nadine snarled. Her left cheek was swollen.
"Ask her. Go on."
Eliza wouldn't meet my eye. Even Zeke was looking at her with something close to exasperation. His lower lip resembled a split grape.
"Hector and the underbodies came to the garden,"
he told me.
"They interrupted our meeting, warning the dealer our paintings were fake. It made her ask very difficult questions. Eliza wasn't there to help."
With a wince, he reached for his side.
"Hector confiscated the champagne for testing. His gang took the rest of our wares too. We tried to stop them, but..."
He gestured to his bruised face. This was a delicate situation. Philippe was going to hit rock bottom when he found out his painting had been stolen, but that was the least of our problems if any local voyants learned that we sold forgeries. We had always selected our targets with care, favouring smugglers and unscrupulous dealers. But if Hector exposed us, the game would be up. Jackson was going to flip his lid. "I'm sorry." Eliza looked close to collapsing. "I'm sorry, both of you. I was just so tired."
"Then you should have told us so we could get out of there,"
Nadine bit out.
"Instead, you left us on our own. You're supposed to be there to advise us."
"Eliza," I said, "tell me what happened." She crossed her arms tight.
"I fell asleep outside."
"Where?"
"Hop Gardens. I wanted some fresh air,"
she said dully.
"I woke up in a puddle."
"You're a liar." Nadine pointed at her brother.
"On top of the damn painting being taken, Zeke has a cracked rib. How are we going to get that fixed?"
Now the spotlight was on me. As Molisher, it was my job to handle disagreements when Jackson was away. "Eliza," I said, trying to sound reasonable, "I did tell you to go to the Gallant. Rose would have woken you." "I know," Eliza said, her cheeks blotchy. "As soon as I came round, I ran to the garden, but it was too late. You left the gang vulnerable, yourself included. We could have just postponed the sale and left the garden early." "Jack said I'd have interceded with Jax. That's my job," I said. "But I can only help you if you're honest with me." There were some voyants who wouldn't take a lick of criticism from someone 4 years their junior, but Eliza had always respected my position. She brushed her sleeve across her face and took a deep breath. "You're right," she said. "I'm sorry, Paige." There was such defeat and exhaustion in her expression, I couldn't bring myself to lecture her for any longer. "Don't let it happen again," I said. "Let's just work out how to rescue the painting." When Nadine stared, I folded my arms. "Nadine, she obviously isn't well. What do you want me to do? Put her on the waterboard?" "I want you to do something. You're supposed to be our Molisher." Nadine burst out. "We got the shit beaten out of us, but Eliza just gets away with it?" "It isn't her fault. Hector picked on you because he hates Jackson, and he gets a kick out of throwing his weight around. I wish someone would just fucking kill him and be done with it," I said bitterly. "You know how much time Eliza spent on that painting. Isn't that punishment enough?" "Yeah, must be so exhausting to go into a trance while poor Philippe does all the work."
Just as hard to play the violin and get money thrown at you like a rotty. Eliza squared up to her. What do you contribute to this section, Nadine? What would happen if Jackson threw you out tomorrow? At least I do my own work, puppet princess. I make Jax the most money out of any of us. Peter makes Jax money. Rahul makes Jax money. Philippe makes Jax. You're only here because of Zeke, Eliza shouted. Jax didn't even want to hire you. Enough! I snapped. Eliza dissolved into tears. Nadine just stood there, stunned into silence. Yes, a deep voice said. That is enough. Jackson was in the doorway, his face bloodless. Even the whites of his eyes seemed paler. What in the ether, he said dangerously, are you all caterwauling about? I stepped in front of Eliza. I've sorted it, Jax. Eliza abandoned us. All our goods have been stolen and Zeke has a cracked rib, Nadine said hotly. How exactly have you sorted it, Mahoney? Nick will take a look at Zeke. I'm not going to punish Eliza for being overtired, Nadine. I will make that decision, Paige. Thank you. Jackson held up a hand. I heard what happened in the garden. Eliza, explain yourself. Jax, I'm so sorry. You just what? I was so tired, she said, still on the verge of tears. Paige let me go outside for a break. I went for a walk and you didn't manage to find your way back to the garden. His voice was as sleek as a ribbon. Am I correct? She collapsed on the street, Jax, I said. You know she needs rest after a possession. For a long time, Jackson said nothing. Then he stepped towards Eliza, wearing an odd smile. Jax, I warned, but he didn't even glance at me. Dear, sweet Eliza. He took her chin in one hand, hard enough to make her tense. On this particular matter, I must agree with Nadine. His grip on her chin tightened. I will not have any indolence in this den. If you feel I am too demanding, leave. You may have to leave either way. If we are unable to sell your art on the black market, you are as useful to me as a crystal ball to a summoner. The silence was terrible. From the look in her face, he couldn't have hurt her more if he had stabbed her in the heart. Jackson, she whispered. I have heard enough. Jackson pointed his cane at the door. Go to the garret. Reflect on your fragile position in this organization, and hope, Eliza, that we can resolve this dilemma. If you decide you would like to keep your job, inform me before sunrise, and I will consider it. Of course I want my job. She looked ill with fear. Jackson, please. You can't. Try not to snivel, Eliza. You are a medium of 7 dials, not some importunate beggar. Eliza backed away from him. Jackson watched her go upstairs with not so much as a drop of discernible emotion. That was cruel, Jax, I said. He might have been a well-dressed piece of wood for all the response I got. Nadine, he said, you were excused. Nadine didn't quite look ashamed of herself, but she didn't look triumphant either. The door to her room slammed behind her. Zeke. Yes. Your box. Go to it. Was that true, Jackson? Zeke said softly. That you only gave my sister a job because of me. Do you see many whisperers living in my home, Ezekiel? What use do you suppose I had for a violinist with a panic disorder? He pinched the bridge of his nose. You're giving me a headache. Get out of my sight. For a while, Zeke just stood there. He opened his mouth, but I shook my head at him. Jackson was in no mood for debate. Defeated, Zeke took off his broken glasses, picked up a book, and shut himself away. Come upstairs, Paige, Jackson said. I have something to tell you. I followed him, hot around the eyes.
The gang hadn't had such a terrible argument since last December, the night my world had fallen apart. In his study, Jackson directed me to an armchair. I stayed on my feet. "Why did you do that?" He looked at me.
"Do what?"
"You know they all depend on you." I wanted to box his ears. Eliza was beyond exhausted. You know she hasn't slept since Sunday.
"Oh, she's fine. I've heard of mediums going for up to 2 weeks without sleep. It causes no lasting damage."
He waved a hand.
"I shan't fire her in any case. We can always relocate the stall to another market if we flatter Maria. But Eliza has had the morbs of late. It's tedious. She needed a good shake to bring her up to snuff again."
"Maybe you should ask her why she's been down. There might be something wrong."
"Matters of the heart are quite beyond me. Hearts are frivolous things, good for nothing but pickling."
He steepled his fingers.
"The stolen painting is an attack on my authority. Hector may decide to bribe an expert to testify that the paint is fresh, which could be irritating. I want it returned to Seven Dials, or, failing that, thrown into the Thames."
"What makes you think he'll hand it over?"
"I'm not that naive, darling. A carrot must be offered to the ass."
He took something from his desk.
"I want you to take a carrot to the Devil's Acre."
He showed me. In a leather-bound case was a solitary knife, about 8 inches long, cradled in a bed of crimson velvet. When I reached for it, Jackson grabbed my wrist.
"Careful," he said. "When Numa are left without a voyant for a long time, they may not respond well to being handled. This one has been orphaned for at least a century. Only someone from the appropriate order has a chance of touching it without a shock to the dreamscape."
"Whose was it?"
"No idea."
He snapped the case shut and handed it to me.
"I have no use for it, but Hector is a macromancer. He should be thrilled with the blade for his collection. An expensive blade, I should add."
It didn't look too special to me, but far be it from me to question Hector's taste. "You think that's why he did this?" I asked. "He wants a sweetener."
"Almost certainly. He does like to remind me who is Underlord."
"He lives next to the Archon," I said. "I shouldn't go at night."
"Therein lies the quandary. If I send anyone less than my Molisher, it will wound his pride. If I send the others to accompany you, he will accuse me of trying to browbeat him into handing over a forgery."
"I met Cutmouth on my way out of the market. She tried to get some blood for me."
"Hector must want to know where you've been."
"She could try again if I go there."
"Cutmouth is a vile augur. Her so-called art is unrefined."
He drummed his fingers on the desk.
"Still, I won't have my Molisher bled. A cab will take you to Westminster. From there I will arrange for a Glim Jack to escort you to the Devil's Acre. He'll be waiting for you in the steps of the Thorny. Make sure Hector knows he's there."
There was no getting out of this. "I'll get changed," I said, defeated. In my room, I laced on steel-capped boots and found the stab vest Nick had stolen from a vigile. I had to be ready for Hector this time. More likely than not, one of the underbodies would give me a hefty thump for being in Westminster, even if I was there for a reason. On the other side of the landing, the door to the painting room was closed. I knocked and leaned against it. "Eliza?" There was no reply. When I opened the door, the smell of linseed floated out. Tubes of oil paint littered the floor, spilling colours onto the dust sheet. Eliza was sitting on her bed, knees drawn up to her chin. "He won't fire me, will he?" She sounded like a lost child. The 3 muses hung like clouds above her. "Of course not," I said gently. "He's never looked at me like that." She rocked back and forth. "I deserve to go." "He has looked at you like that." I almost said it out loud. "He's looked at all of us like that." Jax wasn't being fair. I said. "I'm going to talk to Hector now. I'll get the painting back."
"He won't give it to you."
"Yes, he will." "I don't want you to get hurt, too." Tears seeped to her chin.
"Please be careful, Paige."
"I will. Just get some sleep," I said. "If you need to talk later, you know where I am." She nodded and lay down on her side. Giving the muses a warning look, I switched off the light and closed the door. Last year it was Nadine that Jackson had chosen to pick on. Now it was Eliza. And so it went on and on. Only Nick ever escaped his wrath. I zipped the stab vest over my blouse and covered it with a black jacket. Next, I loaded my revolver. I had no intention of hurting Hector, but I didn't trust him to surrender the painting. Finally, I tucked the Newman into my bag. Even in its case, it gave me an unpleasant chill. The sooner it was with Hector, the better. The Devil's Acre, home of the Underlord, was in the shadow of the Westminster Archon. The Underlord considered himself to be the other leader of the Citadel, with every right to settle in one cohort, Section 1. It was the last place in the world a fugitive should be heading. The cab drove along the Thames embankment. I got out near Westminster Bridge, where the river heaved and splashed. From there I went on foot, keeping my hood up and my eyes peeled for vigiles. Once known as Palace of Westminster, the Archon was the heart of Sion. Its most distinctive feature was the Gothic tower that housed Big Ben. The clock face shone volcanic scarlet, indicating the security level. Nashira could be in there. I wished I could look, but I dared not dreamwalk into that place. The Archon stood by the former Westminster Abbey, where the kings and queens of old had been crowned. These days, it was the Inquisitorial Hall, reserved for important ceremonies, currently enclosed by scaffolding. I still wasn't sure why locals called it the Thorny. As promised, a glim Jack waited on its steps. He was all muscle, hooded with a green lantern in one hand. Their job was to escort Amerotics to their destinations at night, ensuring protection from unnaturals, but Jackson had one or two in his service.
"Pale Dreamer?"
He inclined his head.
"Binder says I'm to escort you to the Devil's Acre."
"Fine by me," I said. "What's your name?"
"Grover."
He walked beside me, close enough for him to look like a bodyguard.
"Stay close and keep your head down. I'm charged with keeping you alive."
I wondered how much Jackson was paying him, what price he placed on the life of his dreamwalker. "You're Amerotic," I said. "How long have you worked for the syndicate?"
10 years. My daughter was voyant.
I could guess what had become of her. Before Sion, the High Lords of Westminster had intended to demolish the overcrowded rookeries of London and replace them with modern sanitary dwellings. Those plans had been shelved when unnaturalness arrived on the scene. Although some attempts at clearance had been made, there were still a number of slums in the Citadel. The Devil's Acre had once been the smallest, confined to a few marshy streets. The Golden Baroness, the first and only Underqueen, had claimed the slum as her residence and cleaned it up as best she could. Hector had let things slide since then. I had only been to his sanctuary twice, but I still remembered the damp reek of it. Westminster was heavily guarded. As we made our way down Victoria Street, a squadron of night vigiles appeared. The Glim Jack ushered me into an alley before they could spot my aura. Hector lived in a large building on Old Pie Street. I approached the rusted entrance where the gatekeeper would usually stand. There was no one there. "Gatekeeper," I called. Nothing. "It's the Pale Dreamer." I hardened my voice. "The White Binder sent me. I demand an audience with Hector." Still nothing. Grover gave me a skeptical look. There was no way I was going back to Seven Dials without the painting. Eliza wouldn't sleep until it was recovered. "Wait here," I said to Grover. "I'll find a way in."
"As you will."
Hector had made it difficult to infiltrate his sanctuary, streaking its walls with oily paint. Coils of razor wire would tear my hands to shreds. I made a few rounds searching for gaps, but it was a fortress. I was about to admit defeat when I spotted the maintenance shaft and the rose engraved on its cover. The rose was an old symbol of the syndicate. I heaved the cover to one side and switched on the torch I had brought with me. Instead of the small access chamber I had expected, a tunnel ran under the wall. This must be the bolt hole. Strange that Hector hadn't put a padlock on it. The tunnel was lined with soiled cushions and foam so caked in dirt it looked like stone. I duck-walked along it. If Hector caught me in here, I was worse than Dad. At the end of the tunnel, I found a trapdoor. I checked the ether, trying to pinpoint Hector. Oddly, there were no dreamscapes or spirits at all. Hector had a vast array of spirits, from poltergeists to wraiths and shades. Perhaps the underbodies had gone out again, or hadn't come back at all, but I couldn't imagine why the spirits would have left. Whatever the reason, this was my chance. If the painting was here, I could grab it and sneak out again. I surfaced in a small courtyard where the air smelled of rot. This district was built on low, wet land, and Hector clearly had no idea how to maintain it. The nearest building had once been a townhouse. I approached its doors. This is where Hector had let us in the night he had invited us to play a game of cards. In the hallway, the walls shone with blades of all kinds. Some of them were imported from the free world, bought on the black market. To the right of the staircase, another set of doors was ajar. Warm light flickered across the carpet, but there was no sound. I pushed open the doors. I saw the drawing room, and I saw what was inside it. Hector and his gang were here all right. They were all over the floor. 9. The Bloody King. Hector Grinslade lay on his back in the middle of the drawing room, legs splayed wide, with his left arm resting across his abdomen. Dark blood was spilling from his neck, and no wonder. His head was nowhere to be seen. A row of red candles had been lit along the mantelpiece. Their dim light made the lake of blood look like crude oil. 8 bodies were lined up in pairs, like couples in bed, with their feet pointing east. The underhand was beside Hector, head still attached, eyes glazed, mouth open. The insides of my ears tingled. I looked back through the doors and reached for the ether, but there was no one else in the building. The painting had been placed against the wall. Blood dripped down the canvas. The stench of iron reached my nostrils, mingled with urine and shit. Run. The word drifted through my thoughts. I gripped the doorframe to stop myself, my mouth dry as dust. I had to get the painting and take note of what was here. First, the corpses. From the spray, they must have been killed here, not moved. I had seen bodies before, some in the late stages of decay, but these identical positions were grotesquely theatrical. Streaks of blood led up to each body. They must have been dragged around the room like dummies before being posed. I pictured gloved hands propping up legs, lifting arms, tilting heads to the desired angle. Each face was resting on the left cheek. Each right arm lay on the floor by the torso. All the furniture, armchairs, a séance table and a coat rack had been shunted against the walls to make room for them. I pushed up my sleeves and crouched beside the nearest corpse. Magtooth. It seemed impossible that he had been taunting me a few days ago, eyes alight with amused malice. His cheeks had been hacked with a knife. Most of his nose was missing, and small cuts split his eyelids. The perpetrators must have known that Hector was never alone. There had to have been more than one killer to take down the entire gang. I checked the corpses. Hector, the underhand, slab nose, slip finger, bloat face, magtooth, roundhead. All of them had been stabbed in a frenzy, either before or after their throats were slashed. At the bottom right corner of the arrangement, next to Magtooth, was the Undertaker. That explained why the spirits had fled. Cutmouth was the only one missing. Either she had escaped the attack, or she had never been there. As well as arranging the bodies, the killer had left a calling card. Each body held a red silk handkerchief in its right hand. A few of the gangs had calling cards. The Threadbare Company left a handful of needles, the Crowbars a black feather. But I had never seen this one. Magtooth was still warm. His watch was stuck at 1:15. A sharp chill bolted down my spine. I had to get the painting and leave. The underbodies needed the threnody to release them from the physical world. If I denied them that mercy, they would almost certainly develop into poltergeists. But I didn't know most of their names. I stood over the decapitated body. If I banished Hector, he would never be able to offer any information about his killer. He would also not be able to say I had been here. "Hector Grinslaith," I said, my voice strange. "Be gone into the ether. All is settled. All debts are paid. You need not dwell among the living now." There was no response from the ether. I turned to Magtooth. "Ronald Cranwell, be gone into the ether. All is settled. All debts are paid," I said a bit louder. "You need not dwell among the living now." Nothing. I focused, straining my perception until my temples ached. I had thought their spirits might be hiding nearby, but they didn't emerge. Something else did. The ether had been very still. Now it began to vibrate. Like water touched by a tuning fork, it stirred around me, shaking the whole room. I ran between the corpses, heading for the painting, but my presence had been scented. The candles blew out, the ceiling bowed, and a poltergeist burst into the drawing room. It hurled me against the floorboards, dazing me. At once I realised my mistake. The pendant was still in my pocket, not around my neck. Before I could reach for it, the London monster had seized my arm. When the agony came, so did a gut-wrenching scream. It had been 10 years since a poltergeist had last touched me. The rush of hallucinations came, a cry, a torn and bloody dress, a spike concealed by mock flowers. I gasped for air, twisting away, but the breacher had its claws in me, and every breath seemed to freeze in my lungs. Somehow my fingers got to my pocket. I slammed the pendant onto my chest where my collar was open. The spirit dug into my dreamscape. I thrashed like a hooked fish, my neck straining, but I kept the necklace pressed to my skin, like salt to a wound, until the poltergeist let go. It took off through a window, showering the room with glass. I curled into a ball on the floor, shuddering and covered in blood. My right arm was beginning to stiffen. I had thrown it out to protect myself. Slowly, I got back to my feet, my boots sliding on blood. With gritted teeth, I hung the pendant around my neck, then grabbed hold of the painting and concealed it under my coat. Abandoning the bodies, I limped back to the bolt hole and climbed down. Grover had found my entry point. When I reached it, he took my hand and pulled me up. I clutched the painting close. "Done?" "He's dead," I said, heaving. "Hector, he's—" I could hardly speak. Grover dropped my hand and looked at his own. It was smeared with blood. "You killed him," he said, stunned. "No! You've got blood all over you." He stepped away. "I'll have nothing to do with this. Binder can keep his coin." He snatched up his lantern and broke into a run. "Wait!" I shouted after him. "It's not what it looks like." Grover was already gone. Beneath my stained coat, my heart drummed. Grover had been meant to get me out of here. Now I would have to walk back to Seven Dials. Birdcage Park was close, and vigiles rarely patrolled it. If I left the district that way, I could wash some of the blood off in Palmerston Lake. I shed my coat and forced myself to start moving. I dumped the painting along with my coat in a skip on Caxton Street. Eliza could retrieve them later. Birdcage Park was one of the largest green spaces in London. Now, in late September, tawny leaves scattered its paths. When I reached the lake, I splashed my face. I couldn't feel a thing above the elbow. My forearm was in agony. I came to the cold realization that I was about to pass out. There was a payphone at the edge of the lake. I took a coin from my pocket, then remembered I hadn't brought my burner. No one would be able to answer my signal. I rang anyway, hoping the courier Jackson paid to watch the call box might pick up. No such luck. I had to hide before I collapsed. Dripping wet, I stumbled into the undergrowth and curled up in a bank of fallen leaves, shivering. I thought I heard laughter before I blacked out. Pain welled behind my eyes. Even before I opened them, the smells of rose oil and tobacco told me where I was. Jackson had tucked me up in his chaise longue. I started to turn over, but every limb was stiff. Even my jaw was locked. When I tried to lift my head, my neck protested. Jackson opened the door to his study. Seeing that I was awake, he let the others in. "Paige!" Eliza placed a hand on my clammy forehead. "What happened?"
"Hector, presumably."
Jackson brushed her out of his way.
"My poor dreamwalker. I suspected our underlord might lash out at you, but not that he would leave you insensible in Birdcage Park. He will suffer for it."
I managed to speak. "You found me?"
"Well, I collected you. Dr. Negord sent me a vision of your location. Into a bobcap I leapt, only to find my Mollisher in a heap of leaves without her coat." He sat down beside me. "It seems another poltergeist has left its mark on you." Trying not to move, I looked. On my inner forearm, 4 cuts formed a distinct M. The sight of the wound made me sick to my stomach. The marks were darker than the scars on my left palm, and broken veins spidered around them, stark against the pallor of my skin. Jackson studied it. His keyhole pupils swelled, heightening his spirit sight. "This is a phantom blade," he said, "the work of the London monster." Sweat poured off my forehead. Nadine leaned in for a look. "There's a blade in there?" "In a manner of speaking. I trust you're all familiar with the concept of a phantom limb," Jackson said. "The itch in a severed arm, the ache in a pulled tooth, the sensation that an absent part is not just present, but in pain." "Chat mentioned that to me," Nadine said. "He felt it when he lost his hand." "A common occurrence. Some people even feel pain from limbs that never existed at all." Jackson took me by the wrist, lifting my heavy arm into the light. "A small number of poltergeists can inflict phantom sensations, often related to their past lives. It's a sinister breed of apport, the force that breaches use to affect the physical world. A strangler might leave phantom hands around its victims' necks, for example." "You're saying Paige has an invisible knife in her arm?" Zeke grasped my good shoulder. "Right?" "In essence." Jackson put my arm back down. "Did Hector set the monster on you, Paige?" "No," I rasped. "He's dead." The news hung in the air. "Dead," Jackson echoed. The others stared at me. "Hector Grinslade, Underlord of the Science Citadel of London. That particular Hector is dead." "Yes," I said. "Deceased."
He weighed each of his syllables like each one was pure gold.
Silver cord severed, lifeless, no longer. Is that what you are telling me, Paige?
Yes, Jackson.
What about his spirit?
It wasn't there.
Pity. I would have loved to bind that miserable churl.
A low chuckle escaped him.
Drink himself senseless and fall into the fireplace, did he?
No, I said. He was beheaded. Jackson raised his eyebrows. Paige, Eliza said, breaking another hush. Please don't tell me you killed the Underlord. Of course not. They were dead when I arrived. The whole gang is dead. Only Cutmouth wasn't there. Interesting. Nadine leaned against the doorway. What was that you were saying earlier about wishing someone would kill Hector? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't have taken down the underbodies by myself. Maybe you weren't by yourself. She lifted a shoulder. Your friends in Oxford looked quite strong. What?
I do hope you are not the responsible party, Paige, Jackson said, his voice soft. We tolerate many crimes in the syndicate, but murdering the Underlord, I doubt even I could protect you if that charge were ever proven. I would never have killed anyone like that, I said quietly. Not even Hector. No.
Jackson tapped his knee.
Did you find the painting?
I dumped it in Caxton Street.
Good. Did anyone see you leave?
Grover, I said. He thinks I killed Hector.
Ah, the Glim Jack.
Jackson went to stand beside the window. We all watched him.
Nadine,
he eventually said.
You will monitor the gossip. If Grover has talked, we can find a way to sully his reliability. Zeke, Eliza, go to Caxton Street. Destroy the painting.
My coat is there too, I said while Eliza turned away. It had blood on it.
Just so I understand, Zeke said, are we going to cover up the fact that Paige was there? That would be far too much of a headache. We are simply taking precautions, Jackson said. As soon as you have the painting, I will report the murders to the abbess. Until then, do not breathe a word.
The others filed out, all shooting me looks. Zeke and Eliza were clearly shaken, while Nadine was harder to read. Danitza and Nick must both still be at work. Jackson sat with me again. He considered me, then brushed a hand over my hair. I could hardly remember the last time he had been tender.
I understand, he said, if you felt you couldn't tell the truth in front of the others. I will ask you once more, darling. Did you kill Hector?
No, I said.
But you wanted to kill him.
There's a difference between wanting to kill someone and actually killing someone, Jax. Which is why you're not dead yourself, I thought at him.
True.
The corner of his mouth quirked.
You're certain Cutmouth wasn't there?
Not that I could see.
Fortunate for her. Not so fortunate for London, he said, if she claims the crown.
His eyes were bright as jewels, and 2 spots of colour glowed on his cheekbones.
Her absence is conspicuous. That may work in our favour. All it would require is a rumour that she did the deed, and the sheer weight of suspicion will force her to flee for her own safety. You, meanwhile, will be out of the firing line.
I sat up, cradling my arm. Maybe she actually did it.
I doubt it. She was devoted to Hector.
He looked thoughtful.
Were they all beheaded?
Just him. The others were carved up, I said. All of them were holding a red handkerchief.
Intriguing.
He stroked his chin.
There's a message in the murder page, and I don't think it's simply a reference to Hector running around like a headless chicken for the last 8 years.
Mockery, I ventured. He was getting too big for his boots, acting like a king.
Quite. A very bloody king.
He sat back.
Whoever did it had good reason. Hector needed to die. Ever since Jed Bickford fell, we have watched his successor turn the syndicate into a nest of bores and sycophants. He was lazy and brutish, unworthy of the Rose Crown. Yet he was clever enough to win his scrimmage. And now... Well, if Cutmouth does flee, someone must be clever enough to win the next one.
Only then did it sink in. We were getting a new underlord. Then change is coming, I said. For better or worse.
Hector was rock bottom. The only way from here is up.
He stood and procured a cane from the cabinet.
Use this, darling. You're going to find it hard to move.
Amalashur knew when she was dismissed. As I opened the door to my room, I stopped dead. Jackson Hole was laughing his head off. Part 2. A hotbed of villainy. And in the lowest deep, a lower deep. John Milton, Paradise Lost. Interlude. Ode to London under the anchor. The old steeple rose pale and cold against the darkened sky. All across the citadel, the homeless were scattering dirt on their fires, while the vigiles returned to their barracks, back from a long night of hunting their own. Still they seemed no closer to finding Paige Mahoney. On the Lichgate 3 corpses swayed in the breeze. An urchin climbed up to steal their shoelaces, watched by crows with bloody beaks. On the banks of the Thames, mudlarks crept from their tunnels and dug into the ancient dirt, hoping for glints of the old world. The Amerotics filed like soldiers to the underground. They read The Descendant over their coffees, looking at the faces on the cover without seeing them. With silk nooses around their necks, they counted the coins that glutted the empire, unable to see the strings that entangled them. And somewhere, a god was in chains again, waiting for a golden thread to lead the dreamwalker to him. On the night of November the 1st, 2059, the Spiritist Club shall exhibit a scrimmage for dominance of the London Syndicate. Note below. Venue to be confirmed closer to the date. All participants shall be matched in close combat within the confines of the Rose Ring. A memorial bell will be rung for our erstwhile underlord at dawn on the 1st of October. Let the signs of the ether guide your way. Minty Wolfson, Secretary of the Spiritist Club, Mistress of Ceremonies. On behalf of the Abbess, Mime Queen of 1-2, Interim Underqueen of the Scion Citadel of London. 10. A Revolutionary Breakfast. In the darkness before dawn, a small crowd of voyants waited on Cheapside. Bow bells would only ring for one reason: to acknowledge the death of the Underlord. At daybreak, the first chime rang out. Traditionally, one brave voyant would steal into the church and ring the bells for as long as possible before the vigiles came to investigate. Since Hector had been a macromancer, the abbess had chosen a soothsayer to do it. 13 chimes later, sirens rose from the Guild of Vigilance. The gathered voyants melted away, slipping between the cracks of London. I wished I could do the same. Today I would face the unnatural assembly. A silhouette darted across the rooftops. There went the bell ringer. I hoped he would get away in good time. Nick, who had been watching in silence, sat down and poured 3 flutes of sparkling rose mecks. "To Haymarket, Hector," he said, raising one towards Bow Bells. "The worst underlord the Citadel has ever seen. May his reign be swiftly forgotten." Zeke helped himself to a flute. I leaned against the parapet, curling and uncurling my fingers. Nick had told me not to keep my arms still for too long. Only he and Zeke had felt like going to the tribute. We had wrapped up some food and spent the night here on the roof of the old tower on Wood Street, just for a break from the den. Sometimes it was easy to forget that we were all friends despite our bizarre circumstances. Paige. Nick was looking at me. Are you okay? Just nervous. I'll be fine. He nodded and reached for a pear. Zeke gave me a concerned look. Not long after I fled the scene, Jackson had reported my grim discovery to the abbess. 2 days later, a letter had appeared in our dead drop, along with a sprig of hyacinth. Minty Wolfson, the mistress of ceremonies, had called for anyone with knowledge of the murder to report to the chanting lay and give evidence to the abbess. After a week, a second notice had been sent, giving Cutmouth 3 further days to present herself to the unnatural assembly. Finally, a third letter had appeared to announce the date of the scrimmage. Cutmouth had failed to answer the summons. Surely that meant she was guilty. Hector had been laid to rest in the garden of Old Dunstan in the east, a ruined church near Tower Hill. Overgrown and beautiful with a canopy of branches, it was where all syndicate leaders were interred. The first light of October bathed us in a golden haze, burning away the mist and dew. The vigiles searched Bow Bells, then retreated. "Coast is clear," Nick said. "Shall we go?" "Let's wait a little longer," Zeke said, eyes closed. "I'm enjoying it up here." Nick smiled. "All right." On Monday evening, Jackson and I had received a summons from the abbess, who was now interim underqueen. I suspected Jackson had tried to silence Grover, but he must have evaded our cutthroats and talked. If anyone believed his story, I would end up in the Thames. Not many people had liked Hector, but his death threatened all mime lords and mime queens. If one of them could be killed, then they all could. "Zeke," I said, "were there any voyant organizations in Mexico?" "Not that I heard about, but I didn't know what I was back then." He toyed with his shoelace. "There weren't many voyants in the city where I lived." I felt a small pang. It had been a long time since I had lived in a country where clairvoyance wasn't acknowledged in law, even as treason. "Sometimes I wonder which is worse," Nick said. "Not knowing or being defined by it." "Not knowing," I said with certainty. "I'd rather understand what I am." Zeke rested his chin on his knees. "I'm not sure." Nick glanced at me and shook his head. Something had happened to Zeke that had made him lose his original gift and become unreadable. Jackson and Nadine knew, but the rest of us were in the dark. "Paige," Zeke said, "there's something you should know." "What?" I said. He was looking at Nick, whose jaw clenched. "What's the matter?" "We dropped into the minister's cat yesterday," Nick said. "There was a group of voyants there taking bets on who might have killed Hector." "Right." I tried to sound calm. "Who were the candidates?" Zeke clasped his elegant hands. "Cutmouth and the highwaymen were mentioned, but you were the favourite." Nick looked unhappy. The clear favourite. Grover had definitely talked. "They've no proof," I said. "Have they?" "No. We just wanted to warn you." Nick stood. "Come on. You don't want to be late." "You two believe me, don't you?" "Paige, of course we do." Nick took me by the shoulder. "I wouldn't care if you had killed Hector, but I know you didn't. Jackson will protect you. We all will." Zeke nodded. I released my breath, wishing I had the same confidence. As the sun rose, we packed up our camp. We had climbed up here from the street, but now we meant to make a leap to the nearest rooftop so we could stay off the ground for a while. Nick went first. As soon as he touched down, he fell into a roll, a lithe turn of limbs, smooth and practiced, and then broke straight into a run. I was next. Just as I jumped, my right arm went rigid, the phantom blade twisting inside me. I landed badly and ended up sprawled on the roof, hissing in pain. Nick came straight back for me, his face white. "Paige, you all right?" "Not really." I clenched my teeth. "It's the blade." "Don't move." He crouched beside me. "Can you feel your legs?" "Yeah, they feel great." Nick checked for breaks before helping me up. I pushed up my sleeve and grimaced at the sight of the mark. It was weeping yet again. "We'll bandage it." Nick touched my back. "It will be okay, Paige." I pulled my sleeve down. Only if Jackson finds its name. "This is very high," Zeke called. He was still grasping the parapet, white-knuckled. Why was I less nervous going up this thing? "You didn't look down." Nick beckoned him. "It's not as far as you think." "It looks really far, Nick." "I promise you it's easier than climbing down. You can do it." Zeke blew out a breath and jumped. Not quite far enough. He grabbed the edge of the building, but his legs swung towards the street, kicking at nothing. I started towards him, my heart in my throat. Nick got there first. With the strength born of many years of climbing, he grasped Zeke under the arms and lifted him away from a long fall. Zeke clamped a hand over his chest, laughing between gasps for air. "I don't think I'm cut out for this." "You're fine." Nick patted his shoulder. Their foreheads were close together, almost brushing. "Paige and I have been doing this for years. Give it time." Zeke gave a rueful grin. "No offense, but I think you're both insane." "We prefer intrepid." Nick smiled back at him. "Seriously, it's a good skill to learn. If you can run the slates, you can move around London at night. That's as close to freedom as it gets in Sion." I had to agree. Knowing how to run and climb had almost saved me from detainment that fateful day in March. If that flux dart hadn't caught me, I might have escaped without ever setting foot in Oxford. We headed for the section border. Zeke was nervous about jumping again, but Nick was patient with him, just as he had been with me at the beginning. After a while, we stopped for a rest. The wind picked up as I looked out at the citadel, letting it work its dark enchantment on my state of mind. From here we could see the pale dome of the inquisitorial courts, where voyants were occasionally given televised sham trials before they were sentenced to death. The sight of it gave me a chill. The first time I came to London, I was terrified. All those layers of history and death, they made me feel like a morsel, swallowed whole by something that had never even seen me, Nick said. After I moved here for good, I slowly came to realize that I didn't mind being devoured. If I could just be part of London. I felt as if I could be anything, do anything. All I had to do was let myself be swept away. He had a way of voicing what I could only feel. "I'm glad I came here," Zeke said quietly. "Even if it scares me too." Nick nodded. He wrapped his arms around us both, drawing us in close. I rested my head against his shoulder. Nearby, the Bank of Sion, England, stood on Threadneedle Street, pumping money across the empire, keeping Nashira Sargus in extraordinary opulence. This was what I had to fight, the anchor and its riches against one young Irishwoman and her pillow full of pennies. But standing beside Nick and Zeke, I remembered I wasn't alone. And now Hector was dead. There might yet be hope. When we reached the den, I headed up to my room to get ready. Taking slow breaths, I tidied my hair, then opted for a blazer over a cream shirt, a black jersey, and dark check trousers. Smart, but not too showy. Jackson waited in the hallway with his rosewood cane. He wore a frock coat and a wide-brimmed hat.
"A fine morning for an excursion," he said.
"Dr. Niegaud said you took a tumble." "The blade distracted me. I'm fine."
"Indeed you are. The London monster won't be tormenting you again."
"You found his name?"
"Eliza did. Hold out your arm."
Relieved, I rolled up my right sleeve. Eliza had been scouring our records for days trying to find the real name of the London monster. Jackson took out his binding knife. It was sharp as a scalpel, with a bone handle and a silver blade. He turned up his own sleeve, revealing the white scars on his forearm, where he had carved scores of names into his skin. He pressed the blade to the mark on my arm, then turned it on himself. If Jackson wanted to control a spirit for a short time, he daubed its name in blood on his skin, or made cuts that would heal. If he wanted to keep it, he left a deep scar. Some binders preferred tattoos, but not Jackson. He cut the letters without flinching, keeping the wound shallow. The other names were all beautifully written, with painful-looking flourishes. "I never asked you what would happen if you wanted to sell an older boundling," I said, watching. "How do you revoke the scarring?"
"I would simply allow the spirit to leave me," he said.
"The scars that still hold boundlings are a little colder than the rest." "Lots of people have the same names."
"That was precisely why I rested my blade on the mark, to make clear to the ether who I wished to bind."
His arm seeped blood.
"Let us hope this name works. It must be the one the monster held closest."
"How do you mean?"
"Well, if someone were to try to bind or summon my spirit with the name my distinguished parents foisted on me, my spirit would ignore the call. I abandoned that name. To control a spirit, I require its quick name, one it chose or accepted and still heeded when it died."
He carved the final letter. Rinnick Williams was written near his wrist bone, bleeding. I sensed the London monster coming. The mark burned cold as ice, and my knees wobbled. Jackson steadied me. As the poltergeist hurtled towards us, he called out, "That will be quite enough, Rinnick." At once the spirit was paralysed.
"Leave my dream walker in peace," Jackson said. "Your reign of terror is over."
Bound and obedient, the London monster moved towards its new master. I leaned against the wall, breathing in sharp bursts, drenched in sweat.
"There. Mine," Jackson said, "until I quietly sell him to a trader. We'll send him along a ley line to Europe."
His gaze flicked to the mark on my arm, which had turned grey.
"The scar, I'm afraid, will always remain."
"Is there really no way to get rid of it?"
"Not to my knowledge. Daphnomancers say the essence of the bay laurel can allay the pain of spiritual wounds. Probably augurs drivel, but I shall ask one of my couriers to fetch a bottle from the garden."
I doubted it was half as good as amaranth. "Thank you," I said, "for binding the monster."
"It's what I do, darling."
He started to bandage his wrist.
"Hold your nerve today and we'll be fine. The abbess won't condemn you without evidence."
Hector was her friend.
"Hortensia knows very well that he was a dangerous oaf. She will have to address what the Glimjack saw, but she won't linger on the subject."
Jackson held open the door.
"Come. Let's not keep the riffraff waiting."
One of our trusted drivers picked us up on Earlham Street. Though the abbess lived in Kensington, the meeting would be held in 2 cohorts. All members of the Unnatural Assembly had been invited to attend.
"Not many will show," Jackson said. "The Centrals will, but those from outlying sections are unlikely to bother. Lazy, impertinent rogues."
While he soliloquized about the various reasons he despised his fellow criminals, I sat in silence and nodded from time to time. The abbess had seemed kind enough at the Judithian, but she clearly had a firm hand. If she suspected me, I doubted she would show mercy. By the time we got to Hackney, rain was pouring from dark clouds, sending water surging through the gutters. Jackson opened an umbrella. A few voyants caught sight of our oars and touched their foreheads. Usually neither of us would be welcome here. The wicked lady hated Jackson. I had lost track of the reasons, but she had banned us from her section on pain of a beating. The abbess must have overruled her. Haggerston Baths had been boarded up for over a century. When Jackson rapped on its door, a dark-eyed medium cracked it open. "Password?" "Mother Shipton," Jackson said. "Thank you, Whitebinder." She opened the door. "Welcome to Hackney." We stepped into the musty interior of the bathhouse. Jackson folded down his umbrella. "Tell me," he said to the medium, "how many of us have arrived?" 14, along with 12 militias, but the abbess expects more." "Not even half, but more than I thought." He passed me the umbrella. "Do lead the way. What a delight it will be to see all my old friends." Most of the unnatural assembly were recluses, choosing to stay holed up in their dens while their hirelings and cronies did their bidding. Maria and the Pearl Queen were among the rare exceptions, often walking the streets with their voyants. A few maintained loose friendships, more held grudges, some with roots in the gang wars. Once the medium had secured the door, she led us into a large chamber. An arched white ceiling swept above us, painted with neat blue rectangles. The skylight that ran along it was filthy, turning the place as murky as dishwater. Candles flickered here and there, making the shadows dance. Top notes of sweet blossom were layered like petals over a grave, not quite overpowering the illicit reek of alcohol. The unnatural assembly had gathered on the tiles where a deep pool must have been. The majority were in disguise, from simple hoods and scarves to threatening masks. Even after Sion had seen him in Trafalgar Square, Jackson showed his face wherever he went. I wore my red silk out of habit, though it wouldn't do much good thanks to Didion. While Jackson straightened his cravat, I took stock of the auras in the room. Despite years of prejudice against the lower orders, our leaders displayed a wide range of gifts. Maria was among them, talking amiably with Jimmy O'Goblin, Mime Lord of 2-2. Their molishers, Witcher Cully and Lady Godiva, stood nearby, both hooded. I spotted Nell's old Mime Lord, the Bully Rook. He lurked in a corner with Jack Hickathrift, who shot me a winning smile. There was the Richard Sylph, pale and mournful. There was the elderly Pearl Queen in her finery, the only syndicate leader to have come alone. I know most of the others by sight, even if I had never spoken to them. On a small balcony, the abbess watched over her flock, wearing a tailored green suit. Her hair fell in sculpted waves down one side of her neck. 3 members of her gang, the Nightingales, including the redhead from the Judithian, were sitting around her, along with the monk. "What do you know?" The glass duchess examined us through a haze of smoke. A smirk crept up one side of her wide mouth. "Assembly, behold! The White Binder has graced us with his presence." "Well met," said her twin and molisher, the Glass Dell. The only way you could tell them apart was by the wiry brown curls under their bowler hats. The Duchess kept hers much shorter. "We haven't seen you in a summer, Binder." "And how we have missed his wisdom. Welcome, White Binder," the abbess called. "And you, Pale Dreamer, welcome." Heads turned to look at us, some with curiosity, others with open hostility. Jackson ignored everyone but the abbess. "My dear Hortensia." He touched his chest, making a half bow. "It's been too long." "So it has." She tilted her head. "Why do I never see you at the chanting lay?" "I have no particular uses for a night parlour," Jackson said, making the Glass Dell choke on her aster. "But perhaps we could meet at a coffee house.
Of course. Binder, you rancid old codger. The glim lord boomed, slapping Jackson so hard in the back that he almost dropped his cane. How are you? How's life? Tom the Rhymer appeared over his other shoulder, clapping down a liver-spotted hand. Jackson pursed his lips. You know, next time somebody paints a tarot deck, they should stick you on the hermit card. If only, Jackson said. Then I might be left in peace. Och, you're no fun. I smiled behind my red silk. Glim and Tom were in their 70s, both almost as big as Raph's. Seeing me, Glim flashed a grin that made his eyes twinkle, teeth white against his weathered brown skin. Greying locks fell to his muscular waist, and freckles dotted his nose. Tom noticed me too, and winked. A Scottish oracle with ruddy cheeks and short curtains of blue-rinsed hair, he was the only other jumper in the room. As always, he wore a trench coat and a hat with a wide brim. He and Glim loved nothing more than pranking other voyants. Leave him be, you two. Find it was good to come all this way, the abbess said. On that note, I do apologise for these grim surroundings. I would have invited you to Kensington, but I've heard troubling reports that the night vigilants have been moving by daylight. I had barely noticed the graffiti on the walls or the discarded bottles. Most of our hideouts were derelict places, abandoned buildings, closed stations. We gathered in the places Sion had forgotten. The same in my section, the wretched sylph said. What are we to do, Abbess? We will endure as always, the abbess answered. This syndicate has held strong for almost a century. It will survive this red zone, Sylvia. I tried to read her aura. A physical medium, quite a rare gift. She had the sort of dreamscape that called out for spirits to seize control of her. The heathen philosopher arrived in a cloud of perfume and white powder, trailing a lanky molisher. 2 voyants had to keep Didion Waite from entering, and we were treated to a volley of his pompous complaints. I may not be a mime lord, but I am a valued member of this community, Madam Under Queen. When the doors swung open again, the wicked lady marched in with the highwaymen. She was the brutal mime queen of this section, presiding over several of the most notorious slums in the citadel, including Jacob's Island and the Frying Pan. She was a short and burly woman in her 30s, with a klaxon voice and lips purpled by aster. My dear friend, the abbess said, thank you for allowing us to gather here. No skin off my nose. The wicked lady tossed her blonde curls over her shoulder. Half this section is falling apart. Sion won't come knocking here. She gave Jackson a poisonous look. Shall we get on with it? I had rather hoped more would join us. The abbess looked around. Where is Mary Bourne? Mary sends her apologies, abbess, said a whey-faced courier curtsying low. She has a fever. Her molisher thought it best to stay with her. We wish her well. And Ark Ruffian? Intoxicated, madam. The wretched scoundrel. So is his knave of a molisher. Jimmy slurred, waving a finger. Yesternight we raised a glass of moonshine to our underlord. I says to him, now, Ark, you know very well that Madam Abbess has called our names in her hour of need. Perhaps you oughtn't to drink another, but yes, thank you, Jimmy. I believe I understand. The abbess said. Congratulations on arriving so clear-headed. Her hands tightened on the railing. And what of the rag and bone man? Does he consider himself too fine for these proceedings? A long silence followed her words. I don't think I've ever seen him, Madam Speaker rasped. He could be dead for all I know. He lurks beneath the ground as always, the Lord Costermonger said. I hear the latest molisher La Chiffonniere rules Camden in his name. A sloven as ever, the abbess said. He would sooner skulk in his squalid lair than answer the call of the syndicate. She raised her chin. No matter. Their room will smell less foul without him.
Be seated, all of you. A few rickety chairs had been mustered. I sat beside Jackson and tried to look calm. You will all have received the news that Hector, my dearest friend, was murdered, the abbess said. It now falls to me to command his beloved syndicate before his replacement is chosen by scrimmage. As part of my duties as interim underqueen, I must investigate the circumstances that led to the deaths of Hector and the underbodies. Pale Dreamer, would you present yourself to the floor? I glanced at Jackson. He gave me the barest nod and I stood. The White Binder informed me that you found our late underlord, the abbess said. I walked to the middle of the room. Is this true? My legs turned to columns of ice. Yes, I said. Why were you on the Devil's Acre? That's what I'd like to know, the bully-rook said, dealing me a nasty look. The White Binder sent me, I said. Hector interfered with our business interests at the garden. He confiscated a valuable painting from our stall, claiming it was a forgery. I went to negotiate its safe return. By sneaking in and killing him? The Glass Duchess asked, to murmurs of agreement. One of my best traders saw you arguing with Cutmouth. I did speak to her, I said. She wanted retribution for an insult from a while ago. I hope your trader saw her slice me, not the other way around. Cutmouth was not among the dead, the abbess said. Could she have reached the Devil's Acre before you did? Yes. Disgraceful, murdering her mime lord in his own parlour, the Pearl Queen groused. What has our underworld become? We should have expected no less of a vile augur, the heathen philosopher said darkly, earning himself an icy stare from Lady Godiva, a palmist. Until that woman is found, any of us could be next. One thing at a time, the abbess looked down at me. When you arrived, did you find any trace of Cutmouth? No, I said. There were no spirits either. Not even the London monster which protected Hector? Not that I saw, Underqueen. That may be a promising lead, the heathen philosopher said, stroking his ample chin. According to my records of poltergeists, the London monster leaves a distinctive initial on the skin. Find it, and we find the killer. My fist clenched behind my back. Grover reported that you were covered in blood, the abbess said. Do you deny it? Hector was beheaded, I said. I checked the body to make sure it was him. I also looked for the painting, but the killer must have taken it. Eliza and Zeke had chosen to burn it. Over a year of work, up in smoke. Of course it was gone, the bully-rook said, huffing. How very convenient. Now we can't test its authenticity. How did you obtain it, Binder? For goodness sake, Maria sighed. Who cares if it was a forgery? She lit a cigarette. We're criminals. What's a little mime art among friends? It's our problem if he's fleecing us. Enough. Jackson stood, his eyes cold. I will not stomach further insults, Hortensia. The Pale Dreamer has behaved impeccably. I sent her to the Devil's Acre to retrieve my property, which Hector had seized for his own amusement. We all know he made a sport of such things. Tell me, who among you would have stood for what he did to me? Tom the Rhymer chuckled. You're not making her sound innocent, Binder. What are you insinuating, Tom? Jackson turned. That I would lie to the assembly? No, Tom said mildly. Just that you'd make a poor defense lawyer. I take that as a compliment in this sham of a court. Jackson looked up at the abbess, grasping his cane tight. The Glimjack is amorotic, Hortensia. When did we decide to accept rotten words as truth? A good point, the Pearl Queen said. All Amorotic's testimony should be treated as hearsay. Thank you, Margaret. I reported the murder as soon as I heard of it, Jackson said. If I had sent the Pale Dreamer to assassinate Hector, I assure you,
none of you would ever have known she was there. A dreamwalker can kill in bloodless silence. No need for beheadings."
There was a brief silence as they all considered me, their gazes wary and intrigued.
"My friend, I assure you the Pale Dreamer is not a suspect," the abbess said. "I only wanted to establish what happened that night, and to give her a chance to defend her integrity. If a Molisher has been falsely accused or framed, it is my duty to get to the bottom of it."
I hadn't even considered the idea that someone could have framed me.
"Many of you will have heard that Cyan is hunting the Pale Dreamer. She requires our protection, not our mistrust." The abbess continued. "Cutmouth has ignored the call to serve as Underqueen. Her absence condemns her. She is our prime suspect. Is that understood?"
Tom muttered a few choice words, but shut up when Glim gave him a warning look. There were murmurs of assent from the others.
"On that note," Jackson said, "will Didion be punished for unmasking my Molisher?" "I've dealt with it, Binder,"
Maria said grimly.
"Now Hector is gone, rest assured Didion and I will be having more than a few words."
"I will speak to you about that in due course, Maria. Thank you for your honesty, Pale Dreamer," the abbess said. "You may be seated." I returned to sit beside Jackson, heart thumping. He patted the back of my hand. The abbess leaned on the railing. Even through her veil, I could see the dark stains under her eyes.
"Cutmouth must be found before she kills again," she said. "In the meantime, keep watch for the mark of the London monster. Maria, my dear," she added, "since you have so many contacts in the markets, I want you to search for the origin of the red handkerchiefs that were found with the bodies. They seem to be of fine quality."
Maria nodded, though she didn't look too pleased with being called my dear.
"Now," the abbess said, "does anyone have any idea where Cutmouth might have fled?"
Nobody spoke. Before I knew it, I was standing. "Abbess," I said, "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but there's something else the Unnatural Assembly needs to hear. Something that
had almost slipped my mind. My Molisher is as shrewd as ever." Jackson rose. "Despite numerous attempts to keep her off my turf, Cutmouth was a patron of several gambling houses and night parlours in Soho. Perhaps it would be sensible to begin the search there."
I bit the inside of my cheek. He knew very well what I had wanted to say.
"Quite,"
the abbess said, looking between us with obvious curiosity.
"Would you be offended if I sent my nightingales to help you?" "Of course not. We would be delighted to host them."
"You are too kind. If there are no other points to raise, I shall let you return to your sections in peace.
I hope to see you all at the scrimmage."
When the abbess took a step back, her gang stood.
"Grub Street will take charge of proceedings. Until then, may the ether guide you."
Everyone rose to leave. Outside, Jackson pulled me under the umbrella, gripping my elbow a little too hard.
"You see," he said, "Cutmouth is the one they want. You have nothing to fear now, darling."
I could hear the anger he was holding in his voice, like poison in a cup of sweet wine.
"Jax," I said coldly, "why did you cut me off just then?" "Because you were going to tell them about Oxford."
"Hector is gone. The abbess seems different," I said. "Why shouldn't we try to get through to her?"
"Do use your common sense, Paige. We needed to ensure that you weren't killed for treachery. That was my priority, and so it will remain," Jackson said. "Making yourself look insane will not help your case."
"We could show her the entrance to the Pentad line."
"Cyan has already sealed it."
The news shocked me into silence. The tunnel to Oxford, the only solid evidence of my sanity, was now out of my reach for good. "When?" I managed. "When did they seal it?"
"The banqueting house has closed for renovation.
They must have worked out how we accessed the tunnel. Jackson rounded a corner, wrenching me with him.
Nobody wants to hear about Oxford. Nobody cares about your giants. Disobey my orders again, and the Unnatural Assembly will see this little piece of evidence, pale dreamer.
He dug his fingers into my arm, right where the London monster had scarred me. I stiffened when I saw his face, blank and devoid of warmth. He had looked the same when he threatened Eliza. Now I understood why he had bound the London monster. So long as I was his pale dreamer, he would keep my wound from hurting. So long as I remained loyal to him, the syndicate would protect me. But if I ever challenged him, or tried to talk about the rafts, he would expose the dirty secret underneath my sleeve. The scar kept me chained as fast as a boundling, preventing me from ever rising above him. He might as well have cut my name into his skin as well. I should have shown the tunnel to as many voyants as I could. I should never have returned to him.
Now, back to Seven Dials.
He opened the cab door for me, switching the charm back on. The others are meeting us in Neil's yard. Blackmailing, devious bastard. I could hardly get my answer out. Why? To break off fast, he said. Every revolution begins with breakfast, darling. Even a revolutionary breakfast, whatever that might be, had to be eaten at Chatelaines. It was our favourite cookshop, tucked away in quaint Neil's yard. The others met us in our usual booth, tucked behind a screen. As always, I sat beside Jackson, where a molisher belonged. He ordered a spendthrift breakfast, everything on the menu, from buttered crumpets and French pastries to sausages, crisp bacon and kedgeree with hard-boiled eggs. Chat came to pour me a fresh cup of coffee. A burly, soft-spoken sniffer, he blotted out the reek of spirits with the sense of his own cooking.
"What's all this for, Binder?" he asked, giving Hector a farewell toast. "In a fashion, my friend. I can't say I'll miss him myself, but you do as you please. Any more drinks?"
Nadine reached for a bread roll. "Could I get a citron pressé with syrup, Chat?"
"On its way."
Chat returned to the kitchen. He had been a bare-knuckle fighter until a jealous rival had cut off his dominant hand. Since he had won Jackson a small fortune in bets, Jackson had lent him enough coin to open this place. Fortunately for Chat, his food was good enough that he had cleared that debt with ease. If only it could be so easy to get Jackson off my back. Eliza served herself a slice of honey pound cake.
"How was the meeting?"
"Oh, tedious in the extreme. I almost forgot how insufferable they all are," Jackson said. "Still, Paige convinced the abbess of her innocence, so it served its purpose." I'll bet it did, I thought.
"Deviled kidney, Danitza?"
He offered her a hot plate. She gave it a surly look before taking it.
"This is the first time we've seen you in days."
Zeke slid a dish of sugared corn muffins towards her.
"What are you living on up there?"
Danitza always looked out of her depth outside the den. Wild red hair tumbled from its bun, oil spattered her freckled cheeks, and a soldering burn had appeared on her right hand.
"Oxygen," she said. "Nitrogen. I could go on."
Nadine popped a fried mushroom into her mouth. "What are you working on, then?"
"I have set Danitza a task," Jackson said. "I want her to create a jamming device, something that will stop Senshield from detecting our auras."
Nick raised his eyebrows. "Since when did you care about Senshield?"
"I've always cared about it, Dr. Negord. I simply choose not to make a song and dance about the matter."
Jackson sipped his coffee.
"As Mime Lord, I mustn't frighten my voyants."
I spoke for the first time. "Do you think you can do it, Danny?"
"In time,"
she said.
Cyan is working on a handheld version of Sense Shield. I need to see a prototype, but my security clearance is too low. It will take more promotions to get there.
A handheld version? Nick lowered his cup, his brow furrowed. I'd heard about that, but I didn't realize they already had prototypes. It could just be a rumor. Nadine sweetened her drink. Couldn't it? The development was still inevitable. If amoratic vigiles could be equipped with Sense Shield, Cyan wouldn't need sighted eyes on the streets. No voyant would be able to openly work for the Anchor again. And I could do nothing about it. I wanted to break every plate on the table. "Do eat," Jackson said to me. "We have much to do over the coming weeks. You'll need your appetite and your wits about you." I took a bite of bread. "You look better, Paige," Eliza said. "How's your arm?" She looked a little better too, now she had got some rest. Jackson had given her the cold shoulder for a total of 3 days in the end. "It's grand," I said. "Thanks for finding the name. We need you back. There have been a few rainbow ruses in Soho," she said. "I could use some help from Molisher if you're up for it." Jackson despised rainbow ruses, where amoratic buskers pretended to be voyant. Most of the time we chased them away. Now and then, however, he told us to punish them for their insolence. "Don't concern yourself with fools, Eliza," Jackson said. "We have more important matters to discuss, matters that require us to look beyond 1-4. He paused, presumably for dramatic effect. "Would you like to hear them, darlings?" Zeke caught my eye and pulled a face. "Yes, Jackson." "Good. Gather round, then." We all leaned closer. Jackson looked at each of us in turn, his eyes aflame with passion. "I have been devoted to 1-4 for almost 20 years. Together we have kept this section prosperous," he said. "When Nick and I started the gang, we were 2 motes of dust on the floor of the Citadel, barely maintaining 7 dials. Just look at how we have risen since then." Eliza nudged Nick, who gave her a modest smile in return. "You 6 are my magnum opus," Jackson said, "and despite your occasional, regular blunders, I have nothing but the greatest admiration for your skill and loyalty." His voice dropped a note. "But we can do no more with 1-4. We are the best and brightest of all the dominant gangs in the Citadel. Everyone wants to be us. There is only 1 step to the top of the ladder." His mouth curled up at one corner. "I will take that step, my darlings. I mean to enter the scrimmage. I mean to be Underlord." "Fuck. I knew it!" Eliza clapped, delighted. "I knew you had this up your sleeve." "It could be dangerous," Nick said. "Don't candidates fight for the Rose Crown?" "We held off an attack from Cyan in Trafalgar Square," Jackson reminded him. "I doubt a dust-up among thieves will hold a candle to that night." "We only got away because Paige was hindered by Cyan. You could be Paige will support me in this endeavour." Jackson took out his case of expensive cigars. "Isn't that right, Paige?" I mustered what I hoped was a convincing smile, even as I screamed inside. "Absolutely," I said. "The only way from here is up." "You have faith that I can win, I trust." "Of course." Jackson had the most ambition and cunning out of all the Mime Lords in London. Given how ruthless he could be, not to mention his mastery of binding and spirit combat, he had a high chance of winning. A very high chance. Nick looked as apprehensive as I felt. "Good." Jackson took a cold draw of his cigar before lighting it with a long match. "I shall be leaving some homework in your room, reading material, so you can learn the noble customs of the scrimmage." I nodded mechanically. While Cyan and the refs plotted their next move, I would be doing my homework like a good little molisher. Wait. I paused. What do you mean?
All contenders for the crown fight with their molishers, Jackson said. You will be joining me in the Rose Ring.
He offered me a wide smile.
How could I be Underlord without my Dreamwalker beside me?
I exchanged a silent glance with Nick, who opened his mouth, then closed it tight. Nadine looked intrigued, while Zeke didn't seem to know what to think. Danica just sat there with her usual poker face. Right, I said. I'd be Molisher Supreme. It's such a risk, but imagine it, Eliza said, flushed with exhilaration. Jackson, we could really be the prevailing gang of the Cyan Citadel of London. Jackson chuckled, his eyes twinkling.
Yes, my faithful medium. Yes, we could.
Eliza was basking in his good mood. I remembered that feeling so clearly. We'd be calling the shots. Nadine traced the edge of her glass. We could tell Didion to blow up the Judithian. Or give all his spirits to us, Eliza said. We could do anything. Just the 7 of us, the Lords of London. It will be exquisite. Jackson breathed smoke. We must prepare ourselves. Paige, he said almost as an afterthought. Fetch another rack of toast sandwiches, will you? It had been more than 2 years since I was the tea girl. I must not have shown enough enthusiasm. The whole gang watched me as I walked over to the bar and waited for Chat to emerge from the kitchen. I should have known Jackson would leap on this opportunity. Hector had lorded it over him for years, like the kidsman who had tortured him as a child. This was his chance to balance the scales, to rule the entire underworld. As Molisher Supreme, I would be more powerful than most of the Unnatural Assembly, but still utterly dependent on Jackson. Thanks to the wretched scar on my arm, he would always be able to blackmail me. I pressed my fingers to my temples, wishing suddenly that I could talk to Liz or Julian.
Them all at the garden that night.
I became aware of a gruff voice.
I heard there was some quarrel with the French girl in the 7 Seals.
She's not French, another voyant murmured. That's their whisperer, the Silent Bell. They say she's a free-worlder like the Black Diamond. Chat emerged in his apron, his cheeks red from the heat of the ovens.
Can I help you, Dreamer?
Just some more toast sandwiches, please, Chat.
Coming up.
He returned to the kitchen. While I waited, I continued to eavesdrop, drumming my fingers on the bar.
Saw her with Cutmouth. She was masked, but I'm sure it was her.
She's really back, then?
Aye. They're saying she was the first on the scene.
The deeper voice said.
I know the Glim Jack that went with her. A good man, he is. Trustworthy as Rotty's come. He said she was covered in blood.
She's the one on the screens. Did you hear?
It's all over Cheapside. Maybe Hector sold her out and that's why she killed him.
It had been grim enough when Didion had unmasked me. This was all I needed. Sooner or later a night vigilante would catch wind of these rumours at the market, and then Cyan would know them too. So much for keeping a low profile. Chat returned with a rack of buttered sandwiches. I went back to my seat with them. The Voyants in that booth, I murmured to Jackson. They're talking about us.
Are they now?
He tapped his cigar into an ashtray. And what are they saying? That I killed Hector, among other things?
Certain people in the section might wish to consider minding their tongues, Jackson said loudly enough that everyone looked. I understand the White-Binded does not tolerate slander, least of all from his own Voyants.
There was a taut silence before 3 soothsayers rose from behind the screen, took their coats from the nearest stand, and left in a hurry, keeping their faces turned away from us. Jackson watched them leave as everyone returned to their meals, their conversations hushed. One of them knows the Glim Jack, I said. Grover is still talking, Jax.
You heard the Pearl Queen. The word of an amorotic is rotten.
He raised his cigar back to his lips.
Don't fret. You have me to vouch for you, darling. Once I am Underlord, these allegations will disappear.
It took most of my willpower to nod and keep eating. I tuned out the rest of the conversation. As I pushed my food around my plate, my ribs seemed to constrict. I was so close to surrendering. For all I tried, I couldn't see a way out of this corner. Perhaps I should give up the fight, accept the hand I had been dealt, and force myself to forget Oxford. Goosebumps rose along my arms. I looked up slowly, sensing 2 dreamscapes just outside. 2 unusual dreamscapes, horribly familiar. My fingertips turned numb. I stopped breathing. A sour taste filled my throat, and chills prickled across my body, raising every fine hair. No. Paige? Eliza was staring at me. Nerveless and leaden in my seat, I looked down at my broken mug. I had no memory of dropping it on the floor.
Apologies, chat, Jackson called idly. Excitement gives her butterfingers. Do add the cost to our bill. He frowned at me. What is it, Paige?
Nothing, I managed. Sorry, I just need... Without finishing my sentence, I lurched up and headed for the bathroom. Jackson would have to wait. I locked myself into a cubicle and promptly climbed through its window, scraping my arm and hip as I went. It had to be a mistake. My fragile dreamscape blurring memory and truth. If not, I had just sensed 2 rafts. It was only a few seconds' run to the den. Every shadow grew taller. Every street lamp flashed like eyes. As soon as I was inside, I tore up the stairs and grabbed the backpack from under my bed. I ripped it open, almost breaking the zip, and crammed a blouse and trousers inside it. Nashira must have tracked me down. I really should have gone back to Ireland. I should have run to the ends of the earth. I yanked a coat from the back of the door and threw it across my shoulders. When Nick came in, I was sitting on the floor jamming on a pair of sturdy boots. My fingers shook on the laces and my face was slick with tears.
Paige! He rushed straight to my side. Paige, what are you doing?
Refs.
Where?
Here in 7 Dials. They're after me. I got up. I can't stay here. I'll go to a doss house.
And Paige, stop. They can't know for certain you're here.
Nick grasped my elbows.
Are you sure they were rafts?
Yes.
Then how do you know they're not on our side?
I can't risk it. They'll find you all.
We have the bolt hole. He kept hold of me. Leave again now, and Jackson will never forgive you. This is the eve of his revolution, the culmination of everything he's ever worked towards. If you ruin it for him...
Nick! I said, my voice cracking. Can you hear yourself? Before he could reply, my bedroom door almost flew off its hinges. Jackson barged inside, a strand of dark hair hanging over his forehead.
What is the meaning of this, Paige?
Jax, there were refs here. 2 of them, I said. I have to go. We all have to go.
We are not going anywhere.
He shut the door.
Explain yourself, quietly.
A hollow laugh left me. Oh, you'd love me to be quiet, wouldn't you?
Dearly, Jackson said. Jackson, listen to her, Nick said firmly. She knows what she sensed. She may think so, Dr. Niegaard, but we all know what recurrent exposure to flux can do.
I have had it with people telling me I'm hallucinating. The shout erupted from me. Why the hell didn't you let me show anyone the pentad line, Jax?
Paige,
we could have shown the Abbess or Maria. Now it's too late. You just wanted me to shut up like the refs did, I said hotly. Well, congratulations. You shut me up. Now they're here hunting us both. Do they need to have a rope around your neck before you believe me?
This was never a matter of disbelief.
Jackson stared me down.
As you pointed out, my dear, I can hardly deny what I saw with my own eyes.
Then why aren't you
doing anything. Paige, you don't need to understand my actions. You need to do as you are told. If I'd done as I was told in Oxford, I would be dead now. There was a long silence. Explain this to me. Jackson stepped towards me, lifting a pale finger. You've always known that Sion is a growing threat. You tasted its brutality when you were only 6. In your heart, you've always despised the Inquisition into unnaturalness, but only now do you think we Voyants should resist. Were you too complacent to strike when its corruption was only human? Were you enjoying yourself too much, darling? I know why it exists now, I said coldly. The refs made Sion. They oppress Voyants because they need us. That means we can defeat them. You naive girl. Do you think fighting these creatures will bring a halt to the Inquisition? Jackson looked pitying. Don't labour under the illusion that Frank Weaver and his fellow Amerotics will become devoted friends of yours if you destroy their masters. It's far too late for that. We have to try, Jackson. What do you propose I do, precisely? Tell the Unnatural Assembly what Sion is doing. Make them take Senshield seriously. Anything other than wishing this would go away. I was about to rip my hair out. I protected you and Seven Dials. Nishira was after you, and I said nothing. They questioned me. They threatened me with torture, but I didn't crack. You owe me, Jackson. I see I underestimated what you endured in that place. His tone became placating. When I am Underlord, we can return to this subject. Until then, oh, catch yourself on, I said in disgust, losing the very last of my temper. I'm not 16 anymore, Jax, and you're not as clever as you think. Be careful, Paige. His face was losing colour again. You are treading a very fine line. Fuck you. That did it. Jackson shoved me into the bookcase with one arm, pinning me in place. He was much stronger than he looked. A jar of sleeping pills smashed against the floorboards. Jackson! Nick barked, but this was between Mime Lord and Molisher. Jackson gripped my arm where the mark was burned into my skin. Listen to me, he said very softly. I will not have my Molisher raving in the streets. Do you think the good unnaturals of London would support me as Underlord, Paige, if I was seen to be believing some fanciful tale of giants and walking corpses? Do you think they would take our word for it, or would they laugh and call us fools? Oh, Jax, I said, all these years later and you're still afraid of people laughing at you. He smiled, a grim twist of his mouth. I consider myself a generous man, he said, but this is your last chance, Pale Dreamer. You can stay and reap the benefits of my protection, or you can take your chances out there when no one will listen. Let's see how long it takes the Unnatural Assembly to hang you from the nearest gibbet. Let go of her. Nick spoke quietly. Now, Jackson. After a moment, Jackson did. I did not give you everything to have you hurl it back at me, he warned. You can be my Molisher, or you can be fair game. After all, if you are not the Pale Dreamer, who are you? As soon as he was gone, I kicked over my chest of trinkets, then sank onto the edge of my bed. Nick crouched beside me. Paige? Jackson had left red finger marks on my arm. I lifted a hand to cover them. It could strengthen the syndicate, I said. It could bring us together like it did in Oxford. Only if you had proof of the refs. Even then the truth would end the syndicate as we know it, Nick said. You want to turn it into a force for good. Jackson isn't interested in that. He wants to sit on his throne and gather spirits and be king of the underworld until he dies. And that is all he cares about. But a Molisher Supreme has power too. A Molisher Supreme isn't an Underlord.
Look at Cutmouth, I said. Only an underlord could change everything.
Or an under-queen, Nick said. We haven't had an under-queen in a long time.
Slowly, I met his gaze. The smile slid from his lips. I couldn't, I murmured. Could I? After a pause, Nick said,
A disloyal molisher threatens the pecking order.
Is it against the rules?
Probably. It's never happened. Not in the whole history of the syndicate. Would you follow a backstabber?
I'd rather follow one than walk in front of one.
Don't be smart. This is serious.
Fine. Yes, I'd follow a backstabber if she told me the truth about Sion. If she wanted to stop the syndicate murder of clairvoyants. Paige, you've seen Jackson. Getting us to do the dirty work while he smokes and drinks absinthe.
You really think people like him will command an army for you? Put their lives at risk for you?
Maybe to save their own necks in the long run. I breathed out. Say I was to apply. Would you be my molisher?
I don't want you to do it, Paige. At best you'll be known as a turncoat of an underqueen. At worst you'll lose and wind up getting killed.
We're weeks away from Senshield. The refs are on the cusp of having another city in France. Now could be our only chance to strike, I said. Some risks are worth taking, Nick. This is one of them.
Then you'd better make sure you're prepared for the consequences.
Nick stood.
I'll calm him down.
He closed the door behind him.
If you are not the Pale Dreamer, who are you?
The Pale Dreamer had been there when I needed her. Now her time was ending. To transform the syndicate into an army that could stand against the Sargas, I would have to become not just a molisher, not just a mime queen, but the under-queen of the Sion Citadel of London.
When you arrived in the city, I did not meet the Pale Dreamer. I met Paige Mahoney.
The memory warmed me.
And I think that she is a force to be reckoned with.
After a minute I gathered up the things I had scattered across the floor. Old newspaper clippings, brooches, antique Numa, a third edition of On the Merits of Unnaturalness, confiscated from a busker who had been mocking it in Soho. I traced its title, an idea forming.
Words give wings even to those who have been stamped upon, broken beyond all hope of repair.
There were ways to raise my voice. I dug out a pen and a piece of paper and started to write a message to Camden. 11. Urban Legend. 4th of October, 2059.
A what?
Nell looked almost impressed by my sudden display of insanity. Her hair had been cut so it fell to her chin, ironed straight and dyed at least 10 shades of orange. With cinder glasses and glossy black lipstick, she was unrecognisable. The 5 of us had gathered in a rooftop bar in Camden Market. Since it was open all night, we had agreed to meet at dawn, when fewer people were around and the night vigiles had returned to their barracks. The music from the market was enough to ward off eavesdroppers. You heard me, I said. A penny dreadful. Felix sat to my left. His disguise was one of the filtering masks people wore in the industrial citadels of the north, which left only his eyes uncovered.
You want to tell a story about the refs?
His voice was muffled.
Like it's not real?
Yes. On the Merits of Unnaturalness made the syndicate what it is today, I said, keeping my voice low. It revolutionised the way we think about clairvoyance. Just by putting his thoughts on paper, one obscure writer changed everything. Why can't we? Felix held his mask away from his mouth.
Okay, he said, but that was a pamphlet. You're suggesting a penny dreadful, a cut-price horror story for people with too much time on their hands.
I used to read Marvellous Songbirds for sale. You know, the one about the Orthinomancer who's a gutterling and sells talking birds. Joe said wistfully. but my kidsmen found my stash and burned it. Cyan hadn't mentioned Jose. Clearly, even they knew that hunting a child would look tyrannical. Nell had still bundled him up in a scarf and hat. "Good," she said. "That stuff will rot your brain." There were rings under her eyes. "And Grub Street pumps it out at a rate of knots." "I just don't know if we should make it a horror," Felix said. "What if people think it's fiction?" "How do you kill a vampire?" I asked him. Felix struck me as the sort of voyant who pretended he read Nostradamus in the evenings, but devoured the vamps of Vauxhall and the Ealing necromancer on the sly. "Garlic and sunlight," Felix said, frowning. "How do you ward off fairies?" "Cold iron." "They don't exist. How do you know?" "Because I read it in—" He flushed. "Okay, fine. I might have read a couple of pot-boilers when I was Jose's age, but I'm 13. Jose groused. "Can't we just write a serious pamphlet, or something like a handbook?" "Oh, great," Nell said deadpan. "The refs will be shaking in their boots over Felix Coombs and his handbook." "I'm not joking, Nell. The white binder could help us, couldn't he, Paige?" "No, he doesn't like rivals," I said shortly, "and the difference between a pamphlet and a penny dreadful is that pamphlets claim to tell the truth. Penny dreadfuls don't. We can't just shout about the refs in the street. A penny dreadful will turn them into an urban legend." "What good will that do?" Nell rubbed the skin between her eyebrows. "If we never prove it, we're not trying to prove anything. We're trying to warn the syndicate." I looked around the table. "This isn't just my story. It's yours too. What do you think?" Opposite me, Ivy was hunched over a cup of salop, her breath steaming from below a pair of round, gold-framed sunglasses. Her bony fingers tapped the table. She hadn't said a word since my arrival. "We should do it," Joe said. "Paige is right. Who's going to listen to us if we say it's real?" Nell chewed on the inside of her cheek. "What about the tunnel to Oxford?" "It's been sealed," I said. "Without that we have no evidence. The abbess might be more competent than Hector, but I don't think she'll just take us at her word. She's also got her hands full with the scrimmage." Jose gave Nell a beseeching look. She looked back at him and sighed. "All right," she said, defeated. "I just got a job on the silks at Camden Theatre. I'll write on my break." She took a sip of cola. "I reckon I can knock a decent story together. Jose can help me smooth it out." His eyes brightened. "Really?" "Well, you're the expert." "Now, the refs know you're an aerialist. It's risky to work at the theatre," I said. "With your gift, I'm sure you could find a job in the syndicate." Nell shook her head. "The bully rook would come after me if he got wind I was back. Besides, everyone in the troupe wears a mask," she said. "I'll be fine, Paige. We'll get to work on the story tomorrow." Some of the tension left my neck and shoulders. There was no way I could work on a penny dreadful for days without Jackson picking up on it. "It might be best to write 2 manuscripts in case one gets lost. Make sure you include the poppy anemone, the windflower," I said. "Its pollen can hurt refs." Nell raised her eyebrows. "Is that what you used to get Merpy off me that last night?" I nodded. "Can you buy it on the black market?" "It's illegal to grow or possess it in Cyan, but we might be able to get seeds into London on the ley lines. I'll look into it," I said. "How soon do you think you can finish a draft?" "Give us a week or 2. Where should we send it when it's done?" "The Minister's Cat. It's a gambling house in Soho," I said. "I know one of the croupiers there. Babs works from Tuesday to Friday. Make sure you seal the envelope." I finished my drink. "How's Agatha treating you?" Jose pulled a face. "I don't like her that much. She wants me to start singing in the market." "The food she gives us is terrible," Felix added. "Stop it!" Ivy snapped, making Jose flinch. She's feeding us with money from her own pocket, not to mention hiding us from the rag and bone man. Whatever she's given us, it's all she can afford, and it's a damn sight better than what the refs made us eat when they let us eat at all. There was a brief silence before Jose mumbled an apology. Felix turned pink at the ears. Agatha's all right, Nell conceded. Staying with her is cheaper than a doss house. She raked a hand through her hair. A scar caught the light, sweeping from the corner of her left eye to her earlobe. It was too pale to be recent. "Question for you, Paige," she said. "Who are you betting on in the scrimmage?" "Oh, yes. Agatha says people are already placing wagers." Felix leaned towards me. "Is Binder going for it?" "Naturally," I said. "If he wins, you'll be Molisher Supreme," Nell said, her gaze piercing. "I think you do a decent job. You broke us out of Oxford, didn't you?" "You all did a lot to help. So did Warden. You got everyone onto the train. You got us all to keep fighting. Besides, you're the only survivor who might be able to get the Unnatural Assembly to do something." "You could force them to listen to us," Felix agreed. "Once we've got them ready with the Penny Dreadful, that is." When someone passed our table, he quickly put his mask back on. "Who do you think did it?" "His Molisher," Nell said with conviction. "If Cutmouth didn't do it, why wasn't she there?" "Because she knew people would judge her." Ivy seemed to force the words out. "If she did kill him, it's because he deserved it. He gave her that scar, you know. She hates his guts." It was hard to see her eyes through those lenses, but her fingers bunched into a fist. "You knew her," I said. "I saw her the night Hector died. She asked where you were hiding." After a moment, Ivy spoke again. "What did you say?" "I told her I didn't know where you were." Nell eyed her. "How did you know her, Ivy?" Ivy shifted. "We grew up in the same community." "Hector smacked his gang around," I said, "but I never heard that he was the one who sliced Cutmouth." "He did it to all of them. Took or maimed a part," Ivy said, keeping her gaze on her drink. "That's how they got their syndicate names. Slipfinger was missing a finger. Slabnose had a nose broken. Magtooth had some of his teeth pulled. It showed they could endure pain." "So you stayed friends with her after she became his Molisher, and she confided in you about how much she hated him," I said, watching her face. That was dangerous information to share with a gutterling. "You know, people are saying it was you who killed them, Paige," she said, an edge to her voice. "Agatha says it's all over Camden. The Abbess cleared you of any wrongdoing, but you were in the Devil's Acre that night. Why are you so interested in Cutmouth?" I leaned back in my seat, trying not to notice the confused look Jose gave me. Ivy was right to suspect me. I did want to find Cutmouth, though I had no intention of killing her. If the Unnatural Assembly took her into custody, it would clear my name once and for all. "I'm going back to the shop." Ivy stood pulling her hood lower. "See you." Without another word, she left. As I rose to go after her, Nell caught my arm. "Leave her, Paige," she said. "She's confused. Agatha's been giving her sedatives to help her sleep." "She's not confused." I followed Ivy out of the bar. She was taking the walkway that joined several buildings in the Lock Market. I went after her at a brisk clip. "Ivy." No reply. "Ivy," I said. "I don't particularly care how or why you know Cutmouth, but I need to find her. She didn't show up to take her place as Underqueen. Do you have any idea where she could be hiding?" Her shaved head was bowed, her hands shoved into her pockets. When she reached a small bridge, she turned round and thrust something towards me. A switchblade glinted in the blue light of a street lamp. "Drop it, Paige," she said with a coldness that stopped me in my tracks. Her hand trembled a little, but her dark eyes were hard with resolve. She kept the knife pointed at my heart until I took a step back. "Ivy, I'm not going to hurt her," I said. "She could be in danger. Whoever killed Hector will be looking for her to finish what they started." "And you're going to help her, are you?" "I need to know what happened that night. She might have information." "She and I haven't spoken in years. Even if I did have a clue where she was, I wouldn't tell you," Ivy said quietly. "How could you work for the White Binder, Paige?" I clenched my jaw. "You think Hector was cruel? The Binder is why so many of us wound up in the gutter. He might have got us out of Oxford, but you worked with the Raffs." She shook her head. "I don't trust you one bit. Ivy, just leave me alone, pill dreamer. Run back to your mime lord." The knife snapped closed. She swung over the balustrade and vanished into the market. It might be nothing. Perhaps Cutmouth and Ivy were old friends who had stayed close enough to share their secrets, and that was the end of it. Either way, Ivy was right. If she did know where Cutmouth was hiding, she had no reason whatsoever to trust me with that information. She didn't know me from the next person she had met in Oxford. At least we had agreed on the penny dreadful. It could be a terrible idea, but so far it was all I had. Jackson had been a nobody, a self-educated gutterling, yet his pamphlet had changed more than any underlord. Writing didn't carry the same risks as speaking. You couldn't be shouted down or stared at. The page was both a proxy and a shield. If people at least knew about the Raffs, I could work up to proving their existence. The 2 Raffs I had sensed hadn't returned. I knew I hadn't imagined it, but they must have lost my scent. Still, it was only a matter of time. I had to get hold of some poppy anemone, and quickly. Not wanting to take a rickshaw, I made for 7 Dials, taking a long way through the back streets. One of our botanomancers lived in Berner's Mews. He often traded at the garden. I had time to drop by and ask him about the windflower. As the sun rose over the citadel, the streets came alive with commuters. I took a detour to buy a coffee at a Voyant-run establishment in Bedford Square, then crossed Tottenham Court Road. I stopped dead when I saw the SVD vehicle. "Miscreants, seditionists, and the vilest of unnaturals," a day vigile was bellowing through a loudhailer. "These traitors work for Paige Mahoney. She plots to destroy the laws that protect you. If the fugitives are not found, they will spread the plague of unnaturalness all over our citadel." They had rounded up a group of 9 Voyants. One of them, a medium, had broken down in tears. I quickly retreated into Bailey Street. The botanomancer would have to wait. I headed straight to 7 Dials. Back in the relative safety of my room, I found a stack of chapbooks on my bed. I picked up the nearest and read the title. A Concise History of Clairvoyants in London, in 3 volumes. I leaned against my pillows and opened it. Originally, the Clairvoyants of London had only ever met in small groups. There had been a few large gangs with Voyant members, like the 40 Elephants, but it was a mirror reader named Thomas Merritt who had stepped up and taken charge of it all in the early 1960s. Interesting that the first underlord had been a soothsayer, the lowest of Jackson's orders. Along with his lover, the flower caster Madge Blevins, Merritt had divided the citadel into territories, created the black market, and offered shelter to destitute Voyants. His loyalists were raised to positions of power, becoming the first Mime Lords and Mime Queens. By 1964, his work was done. Tom Merritt had declared himself Underlord, and Madge his faithful molisher. It was strange to see a record that didn't use Jackson's classification system. Mirror Reader and Flower Caster had long since been replaced by Capturemancer and Anthemancer. There were other archaisms scattered throughout the text. Numina instead of Numa, spirit reel instead of spool. 12 years after their crowning, Good Tom and Madge had been killed together by falling masonry, leaving the underworld without a leader. The resulting battle for the crown, the scrimmage, had been won by a summoner known as the Golden Baroness, real name Rosamund Hart, the first Underqueen. She had ruled for another 4 years before being murdered by an axe diviner called the Filching Mort. Upon the Underqueen's gruesome demise, it was decreed by the Unnatural Assembly that her Molisher, the Silver Baron, would inherit the crown in the style of the deposed monarchs of England, whose line was interrupted by the arrival of Sion. For as one wise Mime Queen said, "We are the monarchy of those who have been crushed beneath the anchor." From that point on, Molishers would always inherit, except in the rare situation that both Unlord and Molisher were killed at the same time, or the Molisher refused or ignored their claim. That must be why Cutmouth had gone to ground. It was safe to assume that whoever killed Hector wanted her dead too. She was clever enough to know that, and clearly prized her life above the crown. When I opened another volume, published in 2045, I clenched my jaw. It is in this period of our history that the great pamphleteer known under the pseudonym An Obscure Writer stepped forth to reorganize the syndicate with his debut, On the Merits of Unnaturalness. In 2031, this work caused a minor spate of disagreements, including the historic imprisonment of the vile augurs, before its implementation as the official system by which we understand clairvoyance in the syndicate. Grub Street is proud to have published this stupendous and groundbreaking document. As of the present time, the obscure writer, now formerly known as the White Binder, is Mime Lord of one cohort, Section 4. I lifted an eyebrow. A minor spate of disagreements was certainly one way to describe the gang wars. Next, I turned to the section on syndicate customs. The scrimmage is based on the medieval art of melee. Mime lords, mime queens, and their molishers fight to the death in the rose ring, an enduring symbol of the plague of unnaturalness. Each of the combatants fights for themselves, but a molisher may assist their mime lord or mime queen at any given time during the battle. The last candidate standing is declared victor and presented with the ceremonial rose crown, so named because the Underlord or Underqueen rules beneath the rose, roses being a symbol not just of the plague, but of secrecy. It signifies authority over both the living and the dead of London. From that moment, the victor rules a syndicate, and bears the title of Underlord or Underqueen, depending upon their preference. When there are only 2 combatants left in the rose ring, and they are not a mime lord or mime queen and molisher duo, they must do battle to the death for a final victor to be declared. Only by using a specific declaration, in the sight of the ether I yield, can a combatant end the last fight without bloodshed. Once this declaration is spoken, the other party will be considered the victor. This rule was introduced by the Golden Baroness, first Underqueen of the Sion Citadel of London, our ruler from 1976 to 1980. A fight to the death. I had anticipated violence, we were criminals, but I hadn't necessarily expected to be taking my life in my hands. Then again, voyants lived alongside the dead. Perhaps it made sense for our leaders to have to face death themselves. Jackson knocked on the wall with his cane. I closed the chapbook and laid it on the nightstand. In the study, the smell of flowers was overwhelming. There were fresh-cut blooms all over the desk, along with a pair of scissors and a length of orange ribbon. On the couch, Nadine was counting our latest earnings. "There you are, Paige." Jackson waved me to a seat. "Where did you go this morning?" Our explosive argument was already forgotten. Jackson had a knack for behaving like a monster, then pretending none of it had ever happened. "I woke up early," I said. "Thought I'd get a coffee from the Grecian." "Don't wander off like that again. I need to know if you're leaving the den," he said. "You're far too precious to lose." He sniffed, his eyes bloodshot.
Wretched pollen. I'd like your opinion, if you would care to cast your eye over these blooms.
I sat down in the opposite chair. I didn't have you down as a botanist, Jax?
Not botany, custom. Any voyant who wishes to enter the scrimmage must send a posy to Grub Street, Jackson said. We use the language of flowers as a tribute to Madge Blevins, the first Molisher.
Each sprig had a small label.
Here are my choices for both of us, darling. Forsythia, to let them know how much I'm looking forward to the fight. Ragged Robin, of course, for wit. And lastly, Monkshood.
Isn't Monkshood poisonous?
It is. Historically, it either means chivalry or beware. Nadine doesn't think I should send that one.
No, Nadine said, not looking up. I really don't.
Oh, come now, it will be fun, Jackson purred. Most Mime Lords send Begonia as a warning of their skill in combat, but Monkshood is far more refined. One must take risks to stand out from the crowd.
I looked down at the purple bloom. Do they only accept your application if you stand out?
That may be the case for the independent candidates. There is a limit to the number of combatants who can reasonably fit into the rose ring, Jackson said, but Minty would never reject mine.
Then you don't especially need to stand out. If I received a poisonous flower right after the Underlord was murdered, I might consider it a threat. I'd stick to your classic begonia personally.
Thank you, Nadine said. Damn you dullards. So long as the Grub Street hystericals don't eat the Monkshood, they'll recover.
Jackson tied a length of ribbon around the flowers and held the posy out to me.
Place these carefully in our dead drop. Minty is sending couriers to check for them over the next few weeks. The first collection is today.
Consider it done. I took them. Fancy a quick walk, Nadine?
I am quite sure you can manage by yourself. Nadine and I have something to discuss.
Nadine dropped her chin. I left them to it. London was still deciding whether or not to let the sun out. Rain spat from a layer of cloud. I checked the street for vigiles before I stepped out of the den, pulling a hood over my hair. Why Jackson ever bothered asking for our opinions, I had no idea. He didn't care. Still, it was a good thing he had asked me to do this particular errand. Now I knew how to apply for the scrimmage. Our dead drop was just north of Seven Dials. It was only a stone's throw from the den, but even a short journey could get me killed at this rate. The vigiles were stepping up their game. At this time of the morning, there was no one in the back streets. When I reached the alley, I reached up to the sign reading Book Muse and opened it like a small door, revealing a hole in the brickwork. I took the posy into it and put the sign back in place. No sooner had I turned around than two huge figures were in front of me. I should have flung my spirit, but my body acted first. I knew no human weapons could hurt the rafts, yet I still drew two knives, driven by adrenaline and instinct. Before I could let them fly, a gloved hand grabbed me by the collar.
"Put the blades down," said a cold voice. "They will not help you.
If you're thinking of taking me back to Oxford, you can kindly cut my throat first, Ref.
Oxford is behind us. No doubt Nashira would find somewhere else to imprison you. But fortunately, I am no friend to her."
The iron grip released. I clung to my knives, reaching for the ether. I had almost forgotten that the rafts could hide their dreamscapes. The face above me was concealed by a blank mask. When the raft removed it, a chill of recognition scampered along my spine. "Terabelle," I said. She was one of the scarred ones, the refs who had rebelled against Nashira. Warden called her his ally.
"Indeed," she said. "I do not believe I ever formally introduced myself, Dreamwalker. I am Terabellum Sheraton, Sovereign-elect of the Renthen."
"Paige." I put my knives away. "Paige Mahoney."
"Otherwise known as the Pale Dreamer."
"Yes." In Oxford, the rafts were often half in shadow. Now I saw Tarabelle Sheridan clearly. The dark hair that hung to her shoulders, the elegant nose and the yellow eyes slightly upturned. Both her lips were spare, making her look disapproving. As with any ref, it was impossible to tell how old or young she was. Where Tarabelle had skin like rose gold, the other ref was pure silver, with a lean build and large, wide-spaced eyes. He was also bald as a spoon, unlike every other ref I had seen. "You might have scared the hell out of me, but I'm happy to see you," I said to Tarabelle. "I was starting to think I'd hallucinated you all."
"Why would you think something so patently absurd?"
"Long story." The light in her eyes was dim. She hadn't fed in a few days.
"Arcturus told us that you live in 7 Dials," she said. "You have done well to evade Sion. Nashira still has every intention of taking your gift for herself."
I could tell. I held a hand to my pounding heart. "You came here a few days ago."
"Yes, we hoped you would come to us."
"Of course not. I sensed 2 refs I didn't recognize in the moment," I said. "How are you able to conceal your dreamscapes from me?"
"That is for us to know."
Both refs wore buttoned leather gloves and black overcoats. They didn't dress like monarchs any longer, but like ordinary denizens. "I don't think I saw you in Oxford," I said to the bald one. "Who are you?"
"Erai Sarin," he said curtly. "You would not have encountered many of my kin, if any. They visited the city, but none of us volunteered as keepers for your bone season."
His jaw tightened.
"So you are the one who helped Arcturus and Tarabelle. You are not what I expected."
"Erai is one of the Ranthan," Tarabelle said. "We are those who stand against the Sagas. In Oxford, you knew us as the Scarred Ones." "Warden told me there were at least 6 of you. I know of you, him, Al-Safi and Pleione," I said, thinking back. "Who are the others?"
"Rigel Curtin and Murga Sargus,"
Tarabelle said. I didn't think either of them had been keepers. Murga was captured in Oxford, but Rigel escaped. Al-Safi remains our double agent in the Archon. "Is that where Nashira is living now?"
"Yes. All of her loyalists have been relocated to London or France."
"They had been here the whole time."
"We ought to speak inside," Erai said. "Where can you take us, Dreamwalker?"
"With all due respect, I don't know either of you from a slice of lemon," I said. "I'd rather not be in an enclosed space with you until I find out what you want."
"We will speak inside," Tarabelle said, eyes heating. "You are beholden to me for shielding you from Thuban Sargus. I do not forget when I am owed a debt."
There was a short silence during which I fought down my pride. These 2 might have news of Warden. "Fine," I said. It would be a risky walk. The refs might look human from a distance, but their height and bearing pulled in looks, setting me on edge. One busker dropped her tin of money when she saw them. "Morning," I said briskly. Good morning to you, Pale Dreamer." I led the refs to Catherine Street, where I used an old key to open a door. The homeless sometimes used this derelict building in the winter, but I sensed no one inside today. Tarabelle and Erai followed me in. The Old Lyre had once been a popular music hall. Now it was rotting away, waiting for Sion to work out what to do with its carcass. Inquisitor Mayfield had shut down many such establishments, believing that art propagated dissent. Give them paint and they will paint over the anchor. Give them a stage and they will shout out treason. Give them a pen and they will rewrite the natural order. This place had a resident shade called the Man in Grey, who occasionally required soothing. Otherwise, the gang rarely came here. All was still and dark. I led Erai and Tarabelle between the many seats. On the stage, tables and chairs had been left abandoned, either overturned or modestly dressed in sheets. The red curtains sighed with years of dust. An old flyer clung to the threadbare carpet. On Wednesday, the 15th of May, 2047, witness The Madness of Mayfield, a new comedy on recent happenings in Ireland. My jaw sat. While we fought for our freedom from Dublin to Dungarvan, the denizens of Sion had been laughing in their music halls. I picked the flyer up, thinking of Finn and Kay for the first time in weeks. To my cousin and the woman he loved, nothing in the world had been more important than keeping the anchor out of Ireland. 12 years this piece of paper had been here. I looked up slowly, seeing the scars of retribution, scorches on the stage curtains, rusty stains on the carpet, chips in the walls. Only fools had dared to mock Mayfield. "This will suffice," Terabell said. "It seems a great deal of this citadel is derelict." I dropped the flyer. "You look a bit tired yourself, Terabell." "We had no train to take us onto Gallows Wood." She held my gaze without blinking, a disconcerting mannerism. "Nashira is aware that you live in this section. I am surprised to still find you here, Dreamwalker." "I've nowhere else to go," I said. 7 Dials is where I have the most power." "To do what?" "Nashira fears the syndicate. I want to use it against her." I sat on the edge of the stage. "Could you tell me what happened after the bicentenary?" Nashira and Gomesa barred themselves inside the residence of the suzerain, along with their loyalists, Rephite and human, to wait out the destruction. We fought alongside your rebels, but there were too few of us to take the city. Arcturus entrusted the surviving humans to Rigel, who agreed to lead them through Gallows Wood. Fazal Osman was certainly among them. "What about Julian and Gale?" "Gale Fisher is dead. The Overseer shot her before Arcturus could reach Magdalen," Terabell said. "As for Julian Amesbury, I do not know." "How can you not know?" "Arcturus could not find him." I wished Gale had left Magdalen sooner. At least Fazal might have survived. It was difficult to accept that I might never know what had happened to Julian. If Rigel had left without him, he would have had no way out of Oxford. He was either imprisoned or dead. I closed my eyes and breathed out, willing myself not to kick something in frustration. "You wish to destroy Nashira. We share this goal," Terabell said. "Arcturus believed we should form an alliance. That is why I sought you out, as little as I care for humans. We require a human associate in London." "How many of you are there?" "There are not many, Ranthan," Erai said. "Against the thousands of Saga supporters, we are but a small army." "Thousands," I huffed. "Please tell me you're joking." "Jokes are the declarations of fools." The mere thought of thousands of refs made me want to lie down and never get up again. "I don't understand," I said quietly. "I didn't even see 100 refs in Oxford." "Many of the others are stationed in the free world learning human weaknesses. Some dwell elsewhere in Sion. As to the rest, they cling to a diminished life in the netherworld, though they must cross the veil to feed." "The netherworld is rotting, and they'd still rather live there." "Earth is rotting. So are you, human." Erai dealt me a cold look. "Do you not see your charnel houses or feel the life leaving you with each breath?" I smiled thinly. "I forgot how charming you refs are." Erai turned his nose up. I could tell we were going to get on famously. "Though we are few, only the Ranthan stand against the Sagas," Terabell told me. "If we are ever to gain the upper hand, we must find Arcturus." I grasped the edge of the stage. "Warden," I said softer. "He's alive?" "After the train returned for the emissaries, Arcturus left us, intending to find you. He followed the tunnel from Oxford to London." "You didn't go with him?" "Pleione and I remained in Oxford for a week, discreetly searching for survivors. After that we left through Gallows Wood and sought our nearest allies, including Eri, she said. We had agreed to rendezvous with Arcturus in London. I assume you have not seen him. No. But you can find out where he is. Terabel stepped towards me. Arcturus told us about your golden cord with him. Breathe a word of it to anyone but the two of us, Dreamwalker, and I will cut out your tongue. I'll thank you not to threaten me. You're on my turf now. I stared her down. If Warden told you about the cord, why can't I tell anyone else? That can be discussed later, Terabel said. The cord is undesirable and a complication. However, since it exists, it behoves us to use it. Arcturus has been missing for weeks, Eri said. He is an upholder of our movement. If he is not found, we have lost a great warrior. I haven't felt the cord. Not once, I said. He didn't teach me much about it. You do not need to be taught. You are not dull-witted, and you know at least a little of how the ether works, Terabel said. Despite his lack of expertise, Arcturus was able to use the cord to save you from Kraz Sargus. For his sake, you must discover how to follow it to him. When did you last hear from him? When he arrived on the 5th of September. It was agreed that he would inform us as soon as he located you, but we never received word. On the 5th of September, I had still been in the Doss House in Soho. I couldn't work out why Warden hadn't been able to find me there. Wherever you are, I will know where to seek you. Are you sure Nashira hasn't got him? I asked them. Could someone have tailed him from Oxford? If she had captured Arcturus, we would know, Terabel said. More likely he has fallen prey to opportunistic humans. He told me you are a criminal. You know well that some humans will do anything for coin. My thoughts raced. I knew every sort of criminal imaginable, but no one jumped out at me. Check your backpack, Terabel said. It may help. How? She chose not to dignify this question with an answer. Agreeing to this would be madness. Sion was hunting me. I hadn't felt so much as a quiver from the golden cord, and London was far too big to search alone. But if anyone had a chance, it was me. And I wanted to see Warden again. Too much had been left unsaid, too many questions unanswered. I needed to know that he was all right. Fine, I said. I'll do it. Eri said nothing, but I glimpsed doubt in the way he looked at Terabel. She reached into her coat and handed me 2 large silk pouches. To protect yourself, she said. The white contained salt of the mountains, the red, pollen of the poppy anemone. Use the red pouch frugally. Thanks. I fastened them into my inner pocket. How do I contact you? When you find Arcturus, he will send word to us. In the meantime, Dreamwalker, see to it that you stay hidden. If there is one thing we Rephaim excel in, it is biding our time. Nashira has plenty. She will not stop hunting you until your face is fixed in plaster in her halls. The death masks in her residence. I could never forget those sleeping faces, taken from victims of her reign. As Terabel covered her face and turned to leave the music hall, Eri stopped her. We must feed. Don't even think about it, I said. They looked at each other once more and laughed. By the time I reached the door, they were nowhere to be seen. Trying to find one man in the Science Citadel of London would be no mean feat, even if he was a Raph. It was a sprawling labyrinth of streets, radiating out for miles in all directions, and there was almost as much of it underground as there was above. Late that afternoon, I sat on the roof of the den watching the sun go down. This was the most beautiful time of the day, when soft light shone between the buildings and turned the skyscrapers to blades of gold. Jackson and the others were all in the study, feasting on real wine and smoked cheese to celebrate his application. I couldn't bring myself to join them. It would be too obvious that my mind was elsewhere. I had dislocated my spirit searching for any trace of Warden, but his dreamscape was nowhere to be found. That either meant he was more than a mile away, or his dreamscape was cloaked. Warden would have been well dressed and travelling alone. That might have made him tempting to certain strains of criminal, the sort that even Jackson found unpalatable. If a trafficker or burker had spotted him, they might well have scented a rich source of income, even if they didn't understand what he was. Then again, Warden wasn't an easy target. He was nearly 7 foot tall and muscled to match. He would have been difficult to restrain. If he had been captured, the perpetrators must have used the windflower, which meant they likely worked for Cyan. So far, this wasn't looking good. I briefly considered the possibility that one of the other survivors was involved, then dismissed it. I also wondered if Warden was hiding of his own free will, but I couldn't think of any reason he would do that. He had come to London specifically to find me. Wherever you are, I will know where to seek you. Paige? I surfaced from my thoughts. Nick had come to join me on the roof. Party food. He passed me a striped paper bag and sat down at my side. He notices when you're not there, you know. I knew all too well. Nick, I want you to cover for me tonight. I turned the package over in my hands. Just for a few hours. Why would you go out at night? It's hard to explain. It wasn't. If I found Warden, I would need the cover of darkness to get him through the citadel. At least tell me where you're going, Nick said. I'm not sure yet. Nick waited for me to elaborate. I picked at the butterscotch sweets he had brought. I don't like it, he said, but I'll cover for you. Just be careful. He paused. I've been meaning to tell you, but there never seemed to be a good time. Tell me what? I told Zeke how I felt. I looked up. When? Not long after Trafalgar Square. After I let Warden take you, I ran to Vauxhall like he said. I got back to the den at sunrise. Nick murmured. I was distraught. I thought I'd just lost you again. Zeke comforted me and... He drew a breath. Well, it just came out. And? He said he felt the same. A strange feeling came over me, like the air was a little too heavy to breathe. Nick watched me with a knitted brow. Of course he did, I said softly. You're a catch, Nick Negord. I leaned over to kiss his cheek. And you deserve it more than anyone. A wide smile answered mine. He wrapped both arms around me and held me close, allowing himself a chuckle that warmed me through. I'm happy, Sithnos, he said. For the first time in years, I feel like it could be all right. His heart was beating fast against my ear, as if he had been running for years to reach this state of mind. I listened to it, remembering when this news would have broken me, when I had thought his love for Zeke would take him away from me for good. I knew better now. He had loved Zeke when he went to Oxford, risking everything to save me. He had loved Zeke when he listened to my story. He loved Zeke now, while he held me close. It hadn't changed a thing. We can't tell Jackson, Nick said quietly. You'll keep it a secret, won't you? You know I will. Jackson had always forbidden us from having liaisons, said with a suitable measure of disgust that lasted more than a night. He would blow a gasket at the thought of a relationship within his own gang. Given his unpredictability of late, he might even turf them both out. We stepped back through the window and stepped over a few scattered pallets. The outline of a horse had been sketched on the canvas. Jack's got Eliza a new muse, Nick said. George Frederick Watts, the Victorian painter. Do you feel like she's not been herself lately? Yes. I asked her about it and she said one of her friends is ill.
The Seven Seal do not have friends, only those who would break us and those who can't," I said, quoting Jackson. "Exactly. I think she's seeing someone too." "She never has any time to herself. How could she?" "Good point." He glanced at the canvas. "It could be exhaustion. Jax is overworking her. He's overworking us all. I can't decide if he'll be better or worse as Underlord." Nick turned to face me, lowering his voice. "If you insist on going out, take a burner. I'll stay awake and warm the car up just in case. Call if you need me." "Thank you. I wouldn't go if it wasn't important." "I believe you." We parted ways on the landing. As he went downstairs, I noticed a gentle spring in his step, as if a weight had been lifted. The others were still talking and laughing in the study. I had never felt less like joining them. Nick went in and shut the door. Jackson would make me pay for my absence. The others might have got away with missing his party, but as his molisher, I was expected to be at his side whenever he desired my presence. To soothe his wounds, to boost his ego, to follow his orders to the letter. Frankly, I had better things to do. Other than my red dress, which I had buried in a drawer, I had only brought one thing from Oxford. I crouched beside the bed where my backpack was hidden and drew it out. For the first time, I took a close look at it. There was a clip on the side meant for holding a water canteen. It had snapped in January, and I had never replaced it. That broken clip had saved my life the night of my arrest. It was the only part of the backpack that could have caught on a wire, stopping my fall. There were a few supplies inside, which Michael must have packed. I emptied them onto the floor, then delved into the pockets. I soon found 2 vials wrapped in thick cloth. One of them was full of molten light, though its glow was fading. When I gave it a shake, it brightened again, just for a moment. This was ectoplasm. Ref blood. When I held the other vial up, I knew exactly what it was. My breath caught in my throat. Hardly daring to hope, I pushed up my right sleeve and tipped a few precious drops of amaranth onto the scar. The wound cracked open like old paint. As I circled my finger over it, it washed away, leaving my inner arm as smooth as buttermilk. And just like that, Jackson could no longer tarnish my name before the unnatural assembly. He had no power over me. I slumped against the nearest wall, my smile hurting my cheeks. When I had calmed down, I looked back at the vials. A scroll hung from the one that held the ectoplasm. I opened it to find a note, written in a familiar hand. "Until next time, Paige Mahoney." I had shoved the backpack out of sight, not even thinking to search it. The key to finding Warden had been right under my bed. He had told me the golden cord might reveal itself more slowly to me than to him, because I was mortal, while he carried the ether in his blood. It made sense that his blood would help me. Warden had needed that vial of amaranth. Wherever he was, he would be suffering for his sacrifice, racked by the pain in his scars. I picked up the vial of ectoplasm. "Until next time, Paige Mahoney." Next time would be now. 12. The Interchange. London. Beautiful, immortal London has never been a city in the simplest sense of the word. It was and is a living, breathing thing, a stone leviathan that harbours secrets underneath its scales. It guards them covetously, hiding them deep within its body. Only the mad or the worthy can find them. It was into these ageless places that I might yet have to venture to find Warden. While Jackson and the others drank themselves senseless next door, I lay on my bed and hooked myself up to my life support. With my eyes closed, I reached as far into the ether as I could without leaving my body. The dislocation wasn't smooth, more like trying to tear a thick piece of fabric. When I finally felt the ether,
It was singing with dreamscapes and spirits, as it always was in London. There was still no trace of Warden. Returning to myself, I opened the vial of ectoplasm. "All right," I said softly. "Let's see if this works." I took off the stopper and drank. The ectoplasm shocked my teeth like a mouthful of iced water, leaving an aftertaste of metal. It hit me in a few heartbeats. My sixth sense heightened painfully, overwhelming the other 5. Every move the muses made upstairs was like a physical touch. As for the others, their dreamscapes and auras were almost shining. Suddenly, I was a lightning rod, conducting the ether in a way I never usually could. On impulse, I entered my dreamscape. I ran through my poppy anemone, searching for any clue, any difference. Each flower was dripping light. It was only when I looked down that I saw. A golden thread trailed from my dream form. It led through my flowers into the ether. I had seen the golden cord in his dreamscape. Now I could see it in mine. His blood had made it visible. When I emerged, I sat up at once. He was closer than I had thought. I put on a jacket and gloves, then swung on my backpack and opened the window, careful not to make a sound. Leaving it ajar, I climbed down to the courtyard. Going out at night was madness, but my gift had always helped me avoid vigiles. With ectoplasm and amaranth coursing through me, I could use it with ease, without so much as a twinge of a headache. With no idea how I was doing it, I followed the cord out of 7 Dials. It was as easy as reading an internal compass, as if this was a path I had taken before, and now I was remembering it. I had a feeling that if I were sighted, I would be able to see the cord with the naked eye. As night fell over London, I found myself heading north. I ran along busy streets, through winding and sinister alleys, across the rooftops when I could. By the time I reached Euston Road, the boundary between cohorts, Warden was less than a mile away, within the usual range of my perception. I could almost see the beacon in the ether, beckoning me even farther north. The realization almost stopped my breath. Warden was in Camden. If that was a coincidence, then I was Queen Victoria. Camden Town was known for its nightlife. It was easy to blend in. I still wrapped on my red silk and walked with my head down, so my hood shadowed my face. Fortunately, there were no vigiles. I still had to get this done before the ectoplasm wore off. I strode down Camden High Street. To my surprise, I spotted Jose, wearing a peaked cap over his cornrows, perched like a bird on a statue of Lord Palmerston. I had been so focused on the cord I hadn't noticed his dreamscape. A young whisperer stood beside him, playing a slow tune in her piccolo, while Jose sang in delicate voice. A large crowd watched in reverent silence. Polyglots sang best in glossolalia, the language of spirits and rafts, but they could make the grisliest street ballad sound beautiful. 5 ravens feasted on a winter's day on the White Keep's highest tower, so they say, when the coffin carried the Queen. Not one raven chose to leave the fray, while the Queen turned cold down Frogmore way. And the widow wore snow-white on the day that London was in mourning. 5 ravens feasted on a summer's day on the White Keep's highest tower, so they say, when the king fled from his throne. Every raven turned and flew away, while the blood turned cold down Whitechapel way. He was stained, they claimed, by the Ripper's blade. He is our king no more. At the end of the song, the crowd clapped and tossed coins at them both. Jose collected them in his cap, and the girl took a bow as the audience dispersed. Seeing me approach, she ran off. Jose waved me over. "Hello, you," I said. He smiled. "Who was that?" "Rin, we busked together," he said. "How come you're here?" "I'm looking for someone." I pushed my hands into my pockets. "Where are the others?" "Ivy is asleep at the shop. Felix got a job at the costermonger. Nell said she'd meet me for supper. She gets wages for doing the silks now." He added, "But she didn't show up. I was about to look for her." I frowned. "Is Agatha not feeding you?" "She gives us bread and bloaters." Jose looked queasy. "I sneaked the bloaters to her cat. I know it's better than what the refs gave us, like Ivy said, but I'm sure Agatha could afford something else. She has a huge slice of pie and a whole spice cake every night." Quite a few costermongers sold bloaters, salted herrings, cheap and gamey. I had the distinct feeling that Agatha was making a point. "Come on," I said. "I'll get you something." Jose walked with me towards the lock market, tipping his hat to the odd gutterling. All the while I looked around, trying to fix my perception on Warden. My gaze caught on the beggars of the district, huddled in doorways with threadbare blankets and half-empty tins. Jackson must have been like that once, lingering around the costermongers, hoping for a bite of hot food. I could almost see him. A thin, pale boy, angry and bitter, loathing what circumstance had done to him. A boy who begged for books and pens as often as he did for coin. A boy with his arms torn to ribbons, plotting his escape from poverty. "Aside from the food," I said to Jose, "how is Agatha treating you?" "She's kind to Ivy, but she's quite strict with the rest of us. We have to give her most of our wages," Jose said. "Nell thinks we should leave, but it's really expensive to rent here. We could never save enough." If only I had more money, I could find them somewhere to sleep in my district, but I wasn't sure how long or well I could support them with my income. I was certain Jackson had been skimming my pay. "We'll work on it," I said. "How's the writing going?" "We're nearly finished." "Nell is brilliant," Jose said. "She could be a psychographer." "What's the story about?" "It's our story, the story of the bone season. We have all the humans escaping to London and the refs coming to hunt them, but a few of them helping us too." His dark eyes peeked up at me. "We made Liz the main character as a tribute. Do you think that's okay?" A knot filled my throat. Liz, who had suffered every wrong with dignity, never losing her compassion. Liz, whose life had been cut short before she could break free. If anyone deserved to be the hero, it was her. "Yes," I said. "I think it's okay." Jose looked better for the reassurance. When we got to the lock market, I bought him a cup of saloop, a hot penny pie, and a wedge of spice cake. We sat on a bench while he ate in silence, clearly famished. The detour had broken my concentration, but now I grasped the cord again. It was pointing to the building that loomed over the lock market, a derelict warehouse from the looks of it, though the red brick was in good condition. "You said you were looking for someone," Jose said. "Is it one of the other survivors?" "In a manner of speaking." I nodded to the building. "What's that?" "Camden Interchange. Nobody's allowed in there." "Why not?" "It's the Ragdoll's den." "You won't try and break in there, will you?" Jose said, looking worried. "The Rag and Bone Man would be really angry." "Have you ever seen this famous Rag and Bone Man?" "No. Agatha says his militia runs things. Chiffon, short for La Chiffonniere. She tells the Ragdolls what he wants, and they tell other voyants." "I might have a polite word with this Chiffon," I said. "Is there a front door?" "The entrance is just behind these buildings. If you want to see the Ragdolls, you go through and knock on the black door. Will Chiffon actually see you?" "Maybe. I'm a molisher too." I stood. "I'd better head off, Jose. You should try and find Nell." Jose looked doubtful. "You are going to break in, aren't you?" "Only if necessary." "I'll come with you then. I can help." "No," I said. "It's too dangerous, Jose." "I helped in Oxford," he said earnestly. "The Ragdolls can't be much worse than the refs." He got up. "You need someone to keep a lookout while you're searching. What if the rag and bone man comes? My instinct told me to say no, but he made a sound point. You have to do exactly as I say, I told him. If I tell you to go, even if you have to leave me behind, then you run straight to Agatha. Promise me, Jose. I promise. All right. The brick archway was just behind the Lock Market. Rusted steel letters must once have spelled the name of the building, but the years had picked the words apart. Instead of Camden Interchange, the sign now read, Can It Change? A graffito of an inverted anchor had been daubed on a nearby wall, then crossed out with one slash. A few lamps flickered around the interchange, but no light came from inside. Planks had been hammered over the windows. Every door was chained. Even if I could worm my way inside, it might be fitted with alarms. Sion often put them on valuable derelicts to prevent squatters. The ragdolls might have turned that to their advantage. Most people don't go any farther than here, Jose told me. The Goslings once dared someone to knock on the black door. He never came back. Great, I said. Warden, what have you got yourself into? I did a quick sweep in the ether, scouring the building for dreamscapes. I sense a few people, I said, counting. Not too many to avoid. Jose glanced up at me. You can tell how many people are in there. I can. It's part of my gift. You must be really good at stealing. Jose considered. 2 of them are probably the door guard and her dog. I reckon the others are ragdolls. It's okay. I can sneak around them. You never told me who you were looking for, Jose said. Is it Warden? At my nod, he grinned. I knew he would come. What took him so long? That's what I'd like to know. I had no idea what to make of this. As far as I was aware, Warden had no contacts in the syndicate but me. Jose, I said, I need you to climb up as high as you can and keep an eye out while I look for a way into this place. If you see anyone coming, make a noise. I can use this. Jose went into his pocket and held up a tiny silver crescent. Bird whistle. It's loud. Good idea. Just don't be seen. We went under the archway and started to walk along the eastern wall of the building. A cold wind teased a few dark curls from under my hood. Up there. That's a good lookout. I nodded to a nearby roof, which afforded a view of 2 sides of the interchange. Can you reach it? Yes. Jose ran towards the building and started to climb, using windowsills and protruding bricks. Warden was close. I stopped, confused by what I was feeling. I was almost on top of his dreamscape, but I couldn't physically see him. A few old cars were parked behind the interchange. I spotted the black door. 2 dreamscapes lurked behind it. 1 animal, 1 human. When I narrowed my focus to the human one, I swore under my breath. The guard was unreadable. Not even a dreamwalker could affect her mind. The rag and bone man clearly knew what he was doing. I could try possessing the dog and making a fuss, but the door must be locked from the inside. I hooked my thumbs into my belt loops and took a few steps away from the interchange, looking up at the windows. The heel of my boot struck metal. I glanced down to see an iron grill. If you can't go over something, go under it. Nick had told me that once, long ago. I crouched beside the grill and dropped a stone through the gap. A moment later, I heard it ping against a solid floor. This was no drain. It was a vent. There was an open space under the interchange. Many sewers and passages coursed beneath London, but I had never heard of underground tunnels in Camden. Then again, keeping them secret would only have served to benefit the rag and bone man, especially if he was holding prisoners down there. I still had no idea how to use the golden core to communicate, but I could guess. Closing my eyes, I called up an image, the way I imagined an oracle would. I pictured the grill, down to the very smallest details, the metalwork, The paving, the seams that ran between iron and stone. As I held the image in my mind's eye, I pulled on the cord. And Warden answered. This time his dreamscape flared, as if he had woken from a deep sleep. It only lasted a moment, but I felt his sudden awareness of me. Against all odds, I had found him. Jose descended from the roof. Do you see a way in? Maybe. I patted the vent. This grill here, have you seen any others? He nodded. In the market. That bolstered my theory. But even if I had been able to pull this thing up, the opening was too narrow for me to fit through. Okay. I stood. Jose, what's on the other side of the interchange? The Inquisitor's Canal. Can you show me? Jose led me around the building to the towpath. A footbridge arched over the dirty water, almost flush against the interchange building. Dead Dog Hole is under here. Jose peered over the balustrade. You can only see it from across the water. Dead Dog Hole? The old canal basin under the interchange. Ivy says dead animals and stuff used to wash up here back in the monarch days. That's how it got its name. His eyes brightened. Maybe this is a secret entrance. A smile pulled at the corners of my mouth. Only one way to find out, I said. Help me get something to use as a raft. What if you fall in? I'll survive. Between us we scrounged a piece of wood and fed it into the water. It looked like part of a crate, just large enough for one person to kneel on. Unless Warden was in any state to swim in filthy water, I would have to find us a better exit. Jose kept an eye on our surroundings, checking for passers-by as he handed me a plank to serve as a paddle. Should I be the lookout again? He clung to the railings with one hand. What if the rag and bone man is in there? I can deal with him. I found my balance. Whistle if you see the rag dolls, okay? Okay. I might not be able to come back this way. Give me half an hour at most, then go back to Agatha. Any sign of trouble, you leave. Got it? Got it, Jose said. Be careful. Of course. I pushed the raft away from the towpath, onto the Inquisitor's Canal. When I looked at the bridge from this new angle, a chill laced straight along my spine. Beneath it was a yawning space like the mouth of a cave, where the water disappeared under the interchange. This had to be it. Jose watched from the towpath. I sculled into the absolute darkness of Dead Dog Hole. The silence was broken only by echoing drips. I switched on my torch, holding it between my knees so I could use my hands to row. Riveted columns ran from the ceiling and vanished into the black water. The walls on either side of me were the same red brick as the warehouse, slick with algae and old dirt. Between two archways, I spied a passage. I tossed my backpack towards it first. As I shifted my weight, the raft capsized. My hands reached the ledge, but most of my body plunged into freezing water. I hauled myself into the passage, my arms shaking with the effort, my wet clothes like a second skin. The toes of my boots pushed at the wall, lifting my legs clear of the canal. I crawled and grasped 2 iron bars. There was just enough space for me to slip between them into the passage beyond. I peeled off my jacket and tied the sleeves around my waist. My fingers were already stiffening and my clothes reeked of whatever grime was in the water. When I checked the ether, I tensed. Warden was down here, but so was one of the humans. They must have left a guard with him. I reached into my boot for a knife. I might be allowed on other Voyants' turf, but infiltrating their den was another matter. If I was discovered here, the Rag and Bone Man would be well within his rights to drag me before the unnatural assembly. Then again, he might just find it more convenient to kill me. My boots hardly made a sound as I stole along the arched brick tunnel. Naked bulbs hung in cages from loose wires. Graffiti and chicken wire covered the walls. A few shades brushed past, but none of them bothered me. The tunnel soon branched into a maze of vaults. It must once have been a basement, but it stretched beyond the interchange. I continued through the darkness, stopping when I found a vent. I could see people in the market above. Their shadows flickered over me. This was a perfect spot to eavesdrop. Each time I was here, the ragdolls could have been watching. The vents gave some light, filtered down from the street lamps. I switched off my torch and dug a bag of climbing chalk from my backpack. If I was going to go deeper, I had to make sure I wouldn't get lost. The ragdolls used these vaults for storage, barrels of alcohol, rubble and junk. A few mattresses were laid out here and there. As I explored the passages, I marked each one with chalk. One unventilated room was enormous, a great underground chamber not unlike the garden. The ceiling was low with sweeping arches. A spotlight cart stood in the far corner casting a harsh electric glare, and tables and chairs were stacked in one corner. I checked the ether and darted across the stone floor, heading for a passage on the other side of the vault. A thin, filthy cat streaked past with a yowl. I sprang back, knife raised. The cat vanished into another tunnel. My heart clobbered my ribs. I drew a fist to my breastbone, breathing hard. If a stray had found its way down here, there must be another way out. As I got closer to Warden, I slowed down, listening for footsteps. Instead, I heard the fuzzy crackle of a radio, tuned to the evening news. Readying a second knife, I chanced to look around the corner. An old signal lantern sat on the floor in the next tunnel, illuminating a closed door. The guard was skinny as a match, with orange hair down to his waist. He slouched against the wall, smoking as he listened to the flagging radio. A few days' worth of stubble had crawled down his neck. A summoner. They could pull spirits across vast distances just by calling their names. I would have a brutal fight on my hand if I faced him. Fortunately, the cocktail of amaranth and ectoplasm was still fizzing through my veins. Like an arrow, my spirit streaked through the wall and struck his dreamscape. When I snapped back, I heard the satisfying thud of a limp body collapsing on stone. I found him on the floor and stepped right over him. There was no padlock on the door. Nobody had expected a break-in. I took hold of the handle and walked into the cell beyond. "Warden," I whispered. 13. Thief. Manacled to a wall in the dark, Arcturus Mazartim looked nothing like he had in Oxford. There he had dressed in Tudoresque finery, knowing he was a sight to behold. There he had slept on silk pillows, lulled by forbidden music. Now his clothes were filthy, and as far as I could tell, he was out cold. I stowed my knives and went straight to his side. "Warden?" No answer. His aura was like a candle in a draught, weaker than I had ever sensed it. The sight of the manacles turned my stomach. "Warden," I said again. "Wake up, come on." I lifted his leaden head. "Arcturus!" His lids cracked at the sound of that name, and he slowly came around. I framed his face as he regarded mine, his eyes dim and flickering. "Paige Mahoney." His voice was almost too soft to hear. "Good of you to come to my rescue." My breath left me in a rush. "You can thank me later." I let go of him. "Warden, who did this to you?" "That is not important." He lifted his own head. "Paige, you must leave." I was already going back to the guard, rummaging through his pockets. Finding a bunch of keys, I returned to Warden and dealt with the first manacle, freeing his arm. When I went to spring the other, he caught my elbow. "No, I have not fed in days," he rasped. "The hunger is taking me." "It isn't taking you anywhere. I am," I said. "Terabelle and Erai sent me." "I will not remember you, Paige." "Warden, stay with me. You're fine." I unlocked the other manacle. I'm breaking you out of here, but you have to get up. I can't lift you. Warden watched me dully, as if accepting a defeat. He must be delirious.
If we are to escape, he said, you must remove the flowers.
What? He lifted his chin. I shone my torch. There were poppy anemones around his neck, laced together like the daisy chains I had made as a child. Incredible that a small red bloom could do so much damage to rafts. He must not even be able to break the chain himself. I got the flowers off him, then leaned in to look at the mottled grey stain on his skin. Do you need salt?
No, only aura,
he said, sitting up.
But I will not take yours, Paige.
Good thing there's an alternative, then. The guard really was having a bad night. I took him by the wrists and hauled him into the cell on his back. Dry groans punctuated each pull on his arms. I locked him into the manacles and held a knife to his throat. The guard woke with watering eyes. He squinted at me, blood under his nose.
Who are you?
I raised my eyebrows. I was going to ask you the same thing, Summoner.
Fuck.
His breath smelled of stale coffee.
My head.
I'd be more concerned about your other body parts right now. I brought my knife up to his face. You must work for the Rag and Bone Man. Who is he? And what the fresh hell are you plotting down here? He stared at the blade, then looked up. Seeing the manacles, he thrashed so hard I thought he would dislocate his own shoulders. When he realised it was a lost cause, he glowered at me and Warden, panting.
The others will be back soon.
You'd better hope I don't get bored of you before then, I said. Start talking.
I don't know shit,
he said.
You can do what you want.
He took in a deep breath and bellowed. Sarah Whitehead, I summon. I slapped a hand over his mouth. Now that's just showing off, I said. The resident poltergeist of the Bank of Sion, England. Very impressive catch. He glared at me. Try another summoning and my friend here will drain you very slowly of your aura. You can be helpful, or you can be an amaurotic. Got that? The summoner glared again, then nodded. As soon as I removed my hand, he spat at me, catching me full in the face. I reeled back in disgust. Warden played his part beautifully. He moved towards the guard with the silent intent of a predator, his yellow eyes still just alight. The man yanked against the manacles, his boots scuffing the floor.
Call him off, he yelled. Call him off, Brogue!
I'm afraid he's not a dog. I sleeved his spit off my cheek. Let's try again. Tell me who the Rag and Bone Man is. Tell me his real name.
I don't know his real name.
What do you know about rafts? I stepped towards him, giving my knife a pointed spin. How many people have you chained up down here?
You'll get nothing out of me. Whatever you do, Rags can do worse.
Who told you that? Still fueled by ectoplasm, I pushed my spirit against his dreamscape. He cringed against the wall.
What?
The cords in his neck stood out.
What are you doing to me?
The Rag and Bone Man, I said later.
I've never seen him. We take orders from his militia, he gritted out. Chiffon told me to stand guard. I'm no one. Just stop.
When Warden closed in on him, he cracked.
You said you'd call him off.
I didn't, actually. Warden fixed his gaze on the summoner. I watched as the man convulsed, overwhelmed by our attack. His eyes bled and rolled back as he passed out, still held up by the manacles. Sleep tight. I tucked my knife back into my boot. Can you walk now, Warden?
Not for long.
His eyes had turned the orange of embers, but he still looked weary. I needed a car. I took out my burner phone and dashed off a message with the address. As I had expected, it refused to send. There was no vent in here, but there was one in the tunnel. I hauled a crate under it, stood on the top, and held the phone up as high as I could, pushing it through the bars.
What are you doing?
Warden had managed to leave the cell. As soon as I was down from the crate, I checked my phone again. Nick had received the message. "Calling our getaway car," I said. "Did they bring you in through the black door?"
"Yes,"
Warden said.
"How did you enter?"
"Through the canal basin. Unless you want to swim, we're not going that way."
"These tunnels are connected to the warehouse. I can lead you out."
"There's an unreadable guard and a dog up there." I pocketed my phone along with the stolen keys. We'll have to hope we can get around them.
"Very well."
He seemed lucid now, but he was leaning hard onto the wall. Before I could think better of it, I went to him and wrapped my arm around his waist. "I've got you," I said quietly. "Come on." Warden looked down at me. When I returned his gaze, he draped his lower arm across my shoulders. I doubted it would help, but I couldn't just let him stand there. We made slow progress. His movements were stiff. I held the torch. He guided me with small nods in the right direction. All the while, I tried not to notice his warmth or the reassuring weight of his arm. "The people who captured you," I said. "How did they do it?"
"With Poppy and Emily,"
Warden said.
"They came for me during the day when I was resting. They blindfolded and bounded me, then transported me to this place in a car. I heard them call it the Camden Catacombs."
My heart rate was climbing. The rag dolls shouldn't know a thing about the rafts, let alone how to capture them. We kept going, turning into yet another passage that looked identical to the last. When his hold on my shoulder loosened a little, I gripped his hand to keep it in place. Both of us were wearing gloves. "Nick is on his way," I said. "He won't be long."
"Neither will my captors. They left to take their supper in the market hall."
Before I could ask more, he stopped dead. In the silence that followed, I heard birdsong, coming down to the vaults through a grill. I checked the ether, realizing that Jose had moved back to his first lookout. "Jose," I murmured. "I told him to warn me if someone was coming." I steeled myself for a fight. "Are any of the guards full-sighted?"
"No, they are half-sighted."
"Good. Less chance they'll see our auras. If we can just—" A clang rang elsewhere in the vaults. Warden steered me into an alcove, where I switched off my torch and stood with my back to his chest, aware of both my breathing and his silence. My revolver pressed against my waist, fastened into its holster. I had to save it for the unreadable.
"Feed him again at some point."
A voice and loud footsteps.
"Last time he almost sapped Cambric."
"Cambric got too close.
Why can't we just drag someone else in here to feed him?"
"Surely I don't need to impress the need for secrecy on you again, Hodden."
"You sure none of ours have already squealed about him?"
"No, that would risk my displeasure and that of the Rag and Bone Man." Warden drew me a little closer as they passed. I wondered if he could hear my heart almost leaping out of my chest. Within a minute, a shout came from behind us. "Dowless, where's the creature?" one of the voyants demanded. "Have you lost our leverage?"
"Siobhan,"
the summoner rasped. I strained my ears to hear them all.
"Some Irish woman came and took him. I think she was an oracle."
La Chiffonniere, molisher and mouthpiece of the Rag and Bone Man. I was itching to confront her, but I couldn't abandon Warden.
"Oh, Dowless, poor you," she said.
"What did she look like, this Irish oracle?"
"Short black hair and a red scarf over her face. She did something to my dreamscape."
"And where is your brogue now?" Footsteps. "Tell me, Dowless."
"She's gone."
"Is she now?" Her voice was flat. "Then consider yourself unemployed." A single gunshot echoed through the tunnels. One of the dreamscapes faded from my perception.
"That's one way to fixing his dreamscape,"
Hodden said.
"Any idea about the oracle?"
"Not an oracle," La Chiffonniere said. "His nose was bleeding,
and we're looking for a brogue with a red aura. That sounds like the Pale Dreamer." "Shit. The Pale Dreamer?" Hodden echoed. "I thought she'd left London." "She's back. Rags won't be happy. We've just lost our bargaining chip. Dowless was the one who lost him. The Rag and Bone Man will understand." A brief silence. "The blood on his nose is fresh. They're still here." I pulled Warden out of the alcove at once. We pressed on, not letting go of each other. A single misstep could betray us, but the ragdolls were loud. Warden was taking me back to the large vault. The ragdolls seemed to be heading in the same direction, already too close for comfort. As soon as we made it there, I pulled out the power cord on the spotlight and the room went black. I let Warden lead me, hoping refs could see in the dark. The vault was too large to cross quickly. By the time the two strangers caught up, we had concealed ourselves behind what felt like a velvet curtain. Great, the lights janxed. Shh. Even dreamwalkers breathe. I risked a glance. The pair circled with torches, searching behind pillars and under tables. Now where to hide a wounded giant? La Chiffonniere passed right by our hiding place, but her senses were duller than mine. In the largest room, I'd say. Warden was still as stone. Beside him, I felt deafeningly human, each breath like a gale. "There's nowhere to run, Ref." Hodden was getting too close. "All the exits are blocked. If you don't come out, I'll take my sweet time killing your friend. You can keep her corpse in your cell if you like." Sweat slithered down my back. My hand slid into my jacket, finding my revolver. The last thing a murder suspect should be doing was shooting a voyant from another gang, but I might not have a choice. Beside me, Warden touched my arm and nodded towards something I had thought was a table. In fact, it was a jukebox, concealed behind the curtain with us. The footsteps were getting closer. I dug around in my pocket, coming up with one precious coin. Warden slotted it into the machine. An old recording erupted from inside it. My ears rang in protest as a woman sang out in jubilant French, accompanied by what sounded like an entire orchestra. Warden and I moved away from the jukebox, inching along the wall behind the curtains. The vault was sepulchral, blending and overlapping the music, making it echo. It was difficult to tell where it was all coming from. "Find it!" La Chiffonniere snapped. We were nearing the back of the vault. I saw the gate to the passage we needed. Warden stepped out first, keeping to the deepest shadows. I could just see Hodden, a great mop of a man, with purple hair that gave way to a bald patch. We had almost reached the tunnel when the spotlight cart blazed back to life, and I froze, almost blinded. "Pale Dreamer," La Chiffonniere said. "Does Binder know you're here?" They both wore masks. The mouths looked as if they had been slashed open, then stitched from corner to corner, while the eye holes were as round as buttons. I moved in front of Warden. "Binder doesn't know everything," I said, though he'd tell you otherwise. "Trespassing alone doesn't go down well in this syndicate," she said. "What do you think happens to molishers who steal a Mime Lord's property?" "I wouldn't know," I smiled. "I'm a very good thief." Hodden suddenly pointed a horse pistol. I bowled my spirit at him, snapping back so quickly that I saw him fall. His scream raised every hair on my nape. Warden scooped me up and went for the gate. La Chiffonniere sent a spool after us. I deflected it before Warden ushered me down a tunnel that forced us into single file. "There's no way out!" La Chiffonniere laughed. "You're rats in a maze down here." I rounded a corner into a wider passage which split in two. Warden was faster now, keeping pace with me. He led me down the left tunnel, then under a low brick arch, his fingers interlocked with mine. Nick was almost here.
I could sense his dreamscape moving towards the interchange. Now every tunnel looked the same. I could only trust that Warden remembered the way. The ragdoll's voices chased us as we fled through the darkness, our footfalls unsettling dead leaves and rubbish. A grimy light sputtered ahead. On either side of us, crates were piled up in precarious stacks. Warden pulled one out from the bottom, toppling the whole thing in our wake. The din was deafening. Glass shattering, wood breaking apart, metal rattling on stone. Meanwhile, I ran up a flight of steps and crashed headlong into another gate. I rifled through the keys, my fingers shaking. Warden, which key is it? Spools came flying past me, catching the edges of my dreamscape. As Warden took the keys from me, I threw a spool of my own at Hodden, who was climbing over the crates. He was already bleary-eyed, confused by the shock to his dreamscape. The spool knocked him flat. The right key was the newest. Warden let me through and locked the gate behind us. Now we were back on ground level, inside the interchange. I could sense the unreadable hunting us. At this point, I would have been doomed by myself. Before I could ask, Warden went to one of the boarded windows and wrenched 2 planks out of the way. Even in a weakened state, he was so much stronger than a human. I used a chunk of rubble to smash the glass, and he gave me a leg up, allowing me to clamber outside. "Come on," I beckoned him. "Just a bit farther." A loud bark wrenched at my stomach. I grabbed Warden by the wrists as if I could bodily drag him to safety. The guard dog came loping towards us, teeth bared, then stopped with a low growl, sniffing. Warden glanced over his shoulder. The dog cocked its head and sat, tongue out. I helped Warden over just as the unreadable appeared. "Teddy!" she called to the dog, fuming. "What the fuck?" Jose had left the area. I hooked my arm back around Warden, urging him towards a petrol car I recognised, parked in the rain. The headlights flashed as we made towards it. Nick got out and opened the back door. "Is anyone following you?" "Yes." I was heaving for breath. "Right behind us." "Paige, what?" He stared. "Warden. Just drive, Nick." I guided Warden in and joined him. Nick rushed to the front and locked the doors. A figure sprinted around the warehouse. Nick shoved down the handbrake and slammed on the accelerator. With a jolt that snapped my teeth together, the car jolted forward. The ragdoll fired a shotgun, missing us. A stream of Swedish escaped Nick as he grappled with the steering wheel, sending us careening across the cobblestones, and put his foot down. The car roared away from the warehouse. "Who are they?" Nick shouted at me. "Paige! Ragdolls! Did you just trespass in their den? Nick, can we have this conversation when we're not being shot at, please?" Sweat beaded on his brow. Our car was in no state for a chase. The ragdolls had vehicles outside their den. They would be straight on our tail. Nick drove on to Oval Road, his eyes darting between the mirrors. I watched him harden, becoming the red vision. "We need to get back to our turf," he said. "Did they know it was you?" "Yes." Then a bullet hit the rear windshield, cracking the glass. I risked a look, hiding behind the headrest. A black van was already screaming after us. Shit. I drew my revolver. "Nick, do you know the cameras in this area?" "Yes. We can't go far without attracting Cyan," Nick said. "I'll break their line of sight and double back on them. Stay down, both of you." Another few shots came from the black van. I cranked the window down. As our car veered left, I took aim at their wheels and fired one shot. "Stay down, Paige!" Nick barked. "Get your seatbelts on!" The car swerved onto the high street. Ahead, a set of traffic lights shone red. A line of cars waited in front of it, blocking our way. Nick clenched his jaw and mounted the pavement. The car hit a stall and almost a street lamp, sending people scattering in panic, throwing me against Warden. A cacophony of horns went off as Nick cut between 2 cars. One braked to avoid us. Nick continued down the high street. I turned in my seat, straining to see. The ragdolls were falling behind, trapped behind the pocket of chaos Nick had created.
"Seatbelts!"
he repeated loudly. I reached for the middle one without argument. Nick spun us into Plender Street, tires screeching. He drove in silence for several minutes. When he did speak, his voice was hoarse.
"Are they still following?"
Now the ectoplasm had worn off, it was harder to focus on the ether. "No," I said. "They're looking." I nodded to the right. "Go that way." He did it without question, joining the nearest traffic as if nothing had happened. Only when he switched on the heating did I remember my wet clothes. Now the danger had passed, I was shivering. Instinct made me shift towards Warden, who had closed his eyes. I did his seatbelt for him, then removed the battery from my phone.
"He can't go to 7 dials, Nick said. "Jax won't stand for it."
"We're taking him to a doss house," I said. "Can you cover him for a few nights at least?" Nick let out a long breath.
"Yes," he said. "I can do that."
Blossom's Inn was a modest doss house, tucked away in an alley called Little Turnstile. In a small room on its second floor, Arcturus Mazartim was dead to the world. No sooner had I got him through the door than he had gone to sleep on the bed, boots and all. Nick sipped a coffee, dark circles under his eyes. He had left me here while he got rid of the car, then walked back to Holborn. I had told him what happened, from Terabelle finding me to fleeing the ragdolls. The only thing I hadn't mentioned was the golden cord. Until I understood why it existed, I wanted to continue keeping that to myself. Instead, I told him the fugitives had tipped me off about Camden.
"I don't know what to think of this," Nick said, "but he can't stay here forever."
He nodded to Warden.
"Neither of us can pay his rent."
"I'll find him somewhere."
"He isn't your responsibility, Paige."
"I know." My curls were dusty and tangled, my clothes damp. It was hard to remember a time when I hadn't been regularly caked in dirt and sweat. "Thanks for coming," I said. "I would never have got him away without you."
"I wish you'd told me what you were doing. I would have helped you."
"I'll bear that in mind for my next big heist."
"Good."
Warden lay on the bedding in silence. I still couldn't quite believe he was here. "There's a link between the syndicate and the Refs," I said. "There has to be, or the ragdolls wouldn't have been able to capture him. I need to find out how much they know, and get the fugitives out of that district."
"You're not going back to Camden."
"The ragdolls can't touch me. Whatever they've been doing in those tunnels, I doubt they want to broadcast it. They wouldn't go to the Unnatural Assembly."
"That doesn't mean they can't take matters into their own hands."
"Fair point." I scraped my hair back. "What do you know about the Rag and Bone Man?"
"He's ruled 2-4 for as long as I've been in the syndicate. He and the Abbess have bad blood between them, though nobody seems to know why."
He rubbed a spot just above his eye in a soothing circular motion I recognised. Whenever the ether sent him a vision, a migraine came on a few days before. Jackson always dismissed it, claiming that a trifling headache was nothing to gripe about, but Nick was in agony on those days.
"The thing I'm trying to understand," he said, "is how a mime lord could know about the Refs. Has anyone ever escaped from a bone season?"
My pulse quickened. 20 years ago, I said. "Remember I mentioned the failed rebellion?" Nick nodded.
"Was the traitor allowed to leave Oxford?"
"Yes. This is why I need some time with Warden," I said. "He might know something." When Nick gave me a wary look, I raised my eyebrows. "I lived with him for 6 months, Nick. Another night won't kill me."
"He needs some rest. So do you," Nick said. "Walk back to the den with me. Jackson drank so much absinthe tonight I doubt he'll even be awake, and I don't think he'll remember that you avoided the party."
I did need a shower and something to eat. I glanced once more at Warden.
Give me a second, I said. All right, Nick said. I'll wait outside. When he was gone, I moved to sit on the edge of the bed. Warden slept on, his face turned into the pillow. Against my better judgment, I ran a gloved hand over his hair. He stirred a little at my touch. I moved away, not wanting to wake him. I hadn't allowed myself to think of what could happen when he came back into my life, or how he would fit into it. Arcturus Mazartem belonged to the ancient halls of Magdalen, to candlelight and libraries and music from a century ago. I couldn't imagine him on the streets of London, facing down the lords and queens of misrule at my side. 20 years ago, a human had betrayed him. Now I was wondering if Nick was onto something, if that human could have returned to London and concealed himself deep in the tunnels of Camden, where Sion could never catch him again, and named himself the Rag and Bone Man. I had the sense that I was only scratching the surface of these machinations. Whoever he was and whatever he was plotting in his dungeons, he didn't have Warden anymore. Finding a pen and paper on the table, I thought about what to write, then remembered one of the notes he had left me in Oxford. With a faint smile, I scribbled a message. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't open the door. Oh, and do me this honour. Survive the night. I'm sure you'd rather not be rescued twice. Paige. 14. Neutral ground. When Warden woke the next day, he did not find himself shackled to a wall in an underground cell. He did not find himself at the mercy of the ragdolls, starved and beaten at their pleasure. Instead, he found himself on a mattress that wasn't long enough for him, with his head on a limp pillow, staring down a dusty vase of sad plastic geraniums. Well, I said, how the tables have turned. Warden observed the peeling walls, the water stains, the daylight, then his gaze settled on me. Yes, he said. Hello, Paige. His voice was exactly as I remembered it now, dark and slow, rising up from the depths of his chest, a voice that was felt as well as heard. Hi, I said. We took the measure of each other. I looked very different from the last time he had seen me. Black hair, outlined eyes, a shoulder holster for my gun and blades. My sleeveless blouse and high-waisted trousers revealed some of the shape and tone I was regaining. So much had happened in the week since our rebellion. Now we met on neutral ground for the first time. If anything, I had more power now. You could have mentioned the ectoplasm, I said. I would have found you a lot sooner. Perhaps I was distracted. His gaze darted over my face. London suits you. Regular meals do wonders. I nodded to the nightstand. I brought you some clothes. They won't fit perfectly, but I assume Terabelle can get you better ones. Thank you. He propped himself on his elbows. May I ask what time it is? Nearly 4. I checked on you this morning, but you were still asleep. I did wake for long enough to read your note. Touché, he said. Where have you been staying, Paige? 7 Dials. Warden regarded me. I looked straight back at him, daring him to say anything. I see, was his soft reply. You're in Holborn, if you were wondering. I stayed by the window. Not exactly Magdalen, but you're safest on my turf for now. I am grateful for your hospitality. No bother, I said. Warden, where did the ragdolls capture you? 7 Dials. I hoped that I would see you or find some clue as to your whereabouts. Why couldn't you find me with the golden cord? You and I were seldom apart after it formed. I suspect the sudden distance between us may have strained it. Now we are together, I trust it will strengthen again.
I wasn't in Seven Dials when I first came back. I was in Soho. I tucked my hair behind my ear. If you want to take a shower, I'll wait.
Very well.
He rose. I looked out of the window while he went into the bathroom. Even after we had struck our alliance, I had rarely been able to let my guard down around Warden. There had been too much danger in Oxford. He had been my ally, but never my friend. Now we had to work out what our marriage of convenience should become in London. Except it wasn't just a marriage of convenience. The Guildhall had seen to that. By the time Warden returned, I was sharpening one of my knives to distract myself. I smiled when I saw his dark shirt and trousers. Those aren't too bad, actually.
No.
The shirt pulled tight across his broad chest and his shoulders, and the sleeves were too short, but it could have been worse.
Where did you find them?
Farringdon Market. Nick gave their fastest tailor your measurements as far as we could guess them. I'll get your other ones laundered.
You need not trouble yourself any further on my account, Paige.
It's fine. I assume the Ranthan don't have many contacts in London.
Al-Safi has a small network of human associates here, but the rest of us do not know their names, he said. I also doubt that any of them would have been able to rescue me from the Camden catacombs.
The court helped, I said. You told Terabelle about it.
I sought her counsel on the matter.
Right. Speaking of which, we've a lot to talk about. Are you able for it?
Yes. I will need to take more aura, but it can wait.
Warden sat down in the bed.
You mentioned Joseph yesterday. How many other survivors are there?
I looked away. We had to go through the Tower of London. The guard extraordinary saw us. I said with difficulty. I don't know how many people made it. 5 are left that I know about, including me and Jose.
5.
His eyes darkened a little.
I had better abandon the business of sedition.
You did your best, Warden.
Is Michael one of them?
I hadn't wanted to break this news to him. He had entrusted them all to my care. We got separated, I finally said. Sion has named him as a fugitive, so he could still be alive. I've had a few people on the lookout, but they've found no trace so far. I paused. I'm sorry about Gail.
She cared for Magdalene for 12 years. I should have known she would want to protect it. Fazal is safe.
Warden said.
I am glad that you survived, Paige.
I'm glad you did. I studied him. I have so much to ask you.
We have time.
I can't stay long. Jax will be expecting me. I don't want him asking questions.
Perhaps I should ask one first,
Warden said, his tone measured.
Why risk your life to escape Nashira, only to give yourself back to Jackson?
That got my hackles up. I had almost forgotten how good he was at getting under my skin. I haven't given myself to anyone, I said, bristling. I did try to leave him, but he started poisoning the syndicate against me. He has the power here. Standing up to him once was never going to change that. Warden listened in silence. You told me I could wield the syndicate against Nashira, I went on, but I need to be on the inside to change it, and I need to be high up. Without Jax, I have no authority, no income. I'm just Paige Mahoney, a fugitive from Sion. For now, I need to be the pale dreamer.
If you have returned to Jackson only out of necessity, Warden said, I take it you are thinking of some way to win your independence.
I have one idea. The Underlord was murdered. We're holding a competition to choose our next leader. I was thinking of entering.
I suppose you do not know the identity of the murderer.
His Molisher is the prime suspect, but I have my doubts. She's gone to ground.
How was the Underlord killed?
Beheaded in his own parlour. His gang had their throats cut and their faces disfigured, I said. It wasn't just a random attack or a burglary. Hector had a solid gold pocket watch. That was still on his body.
A statement, then.
Warden seemed to think.
The sagas favoured decapitation as a punishment, the severance of the dreamscape from the body. It is quite possible that a Rephite did it. Perhaps Nashira learned the identity of the Underlord and chose to be rid of him.
He made a sound point. Suddenly I recalled what Nadine had said to me the night Hector was killed. Your friends in Oxford looked quite strong. Some of the more callous Raphs had thrown humans around with ease. I had been at the receiving end of their brute force myself. It would have been easy for just one of them to murder 8 armed voyants. She'll have shot herself in the foot if so. Hector would never have threatened her, I said. He was too lazy and corrupt. I took a deep breath. I'm a suspect on the streets. If I'm going to rule as Underqueen, I need to clear my name. It would help if I found the killer.
Why would you be a suspect?
I discovered the bodies. Hector was about to expose one of our best sources of income, ethereal forgery, I said. Jack sent me to pacify him.
Could Jackson himself be involved?
The thought had crossed my mind, but I had always tamped it down, not wanting to face it. Now I was forced to confront the possibility. Anyone could be involved, I said, but Jax doesn't do that kind of dirty work. If he is part of it, I seriously doubt he got his hands bloody. And yet the abbess had implied that someone could have framed me. Jackson wanted me on a short leash, and he also wanted to be Underlord. By killing Hector and sending me to the scene of the crime, knowing I would be implicated, he would have achieved both ends. Maybe it doesn't matter, I said. Maybe someone killed Hector out of spite and that's it. But now I'm wondering if there's some connection to the Rag and Bone Man. Did his gang ever mention Hector?
Not that I heard, but I was not often awake.
Were they torturing you?
In a manner of speaking, by withholding aura. They did not seem to want information.
They called you a bartering tool. I sheathed my knife. I'll look into it. Warden nodded. His hair, usually walnut brown, was dark and dripping from the shower.
In Oxford you were a stranger in my territory. Now I find myself in yours, he said. If I am to help you, I should learn more about the syndicate.
I quirked an eyebrow. You still want to help me?
Your courage allowed me to break free of the sagas, Paige. If I can assist you in breaking free of Jackson, you need only say the word.
You don't have other things to do?
Terabelle will bring you abreast of our plans. She is the leader of the Ranthan.
She told me. I'd assumed it was you.
No, I was simply best placed to train you.
Warden held my gaze.
You were a force of nature in Oxford. I believe you can be Underqueen.
He still looked at me as if he could see into the heart of my dreamscape. Well, I said, thanks for the vote of confidence. I cleared my throat, my face warming. What do you want to know about the syndicate?
Tell me how it operates and what role your gang plays in its running.
I'm not sure you'll like me if I tell you.
It would be hard to shake my good opinion of you.
My gaze dropped. He had seen a few things in my memories, but not all. The syndicate is a protection racket, I said. The Mime Queens and Mime Lords take a cut of members' income in the form of syndicate rent and tax. In exchange, they vow to shield their voyants from Sion.
And do they?
Some of the time. Maybe if a vigile cornered someone in a dark alley, I said. But Jackson would only sanction that sort of assistance if it didn't endanger him personally or threaten his interests in any way.
What if they failed to pay their tax or rent?
They'd forfeit our protection. Jackson would also create problems for them. The sort of problems that might encourage them to cough up. Warden narrowed his eyes a little. We have various other operations, I said. Our section has a dedicated network of pickpockets, footpads, burglars, tomb looters, every sort of thief you can imagine. Our fences handle the goods and get them to the black market. The hub is on our turf, so we have a significant presence there. Drug and alcohol trafficking, smuggled goods from the free world, that sort of thing. The aster trade is very lucrative.
Including white and purple?
Yes. The two addictive sorts of aster. I really was covering myself in glory here. Jax has a whole host of other criminals in his pocket. Card sharps, underground fighters, jarkers and rufflers, couriers and kidsmen, I said. We also invest in the spirit trade. There's an auction house where we can bid on them and we hunt them ourselves. Most sections have a few binders and summoners to handle their acquisitions. Warden appeared to digest all of this. I could only imagine what he was thinking.
There are 7 members of your gang, he said. What are your roles?
I told you what I do as Molisher. I enforce the rules and assist Jackson, I said. My presence keeps people in line. He spent 3 years hamming up my gift, so the whole section thinks I can walk in their heads.
That is true.
It's true now, I said. Eliza grew up in the syndicate, the aster trade specifically, so she has a lot of contacts and the general charm to exploit them. She's also our breadwinner, through her ethereal forgery.
Your memories of her were very bright.
She's like an older sister to me.
What of the others?
Danny is our gunsmith and inventor, and she tends to be the muscle. Jax wanted Zeke to do that, since he's unreadable, but Zeke hasn't a violent bone in his body, so he takes charge of looking after our spirits. Nadine monitors the Citadel for opportunities and supervises our buskers.
And Nick?
Nick is the eldest, so he tends to wrangle the rest of us. He's the fixer and the cleaner, who deals with anything we can't. He also punishes any insult to Jackson, as you'll remember. I patted the scar on my side, and patches us up when we get into scrapes, which is often.
His position as a violent enforcer does not seem to be in accord with his nature. He struck me as selfless and compassionate in your memories.
He does it to spare me. I should be doing all of that, but Nix didn't want Jax to use me as a weapon. So he became the weapon himself.
Has he killed for Jackson?
I've never asked. Warden just looked at me. I did tell you. I offered a thin smile. We're not nice people, Warden.
Paige, I lived in Oxford for 180 years before I rebelled against Nashira. I am no bastion of moral goodness either.
I nodded slowly. Well, I said, maybe we can extend our understanding then. A knock on the door interrupted us. Sensing a familiar dreamscape, I opened the door. Nick? Sweat coated his brow. He was in his work uniform, so pale he looked ill.
Jag kunde inte stanna,
he muttered.
Jag kan inte göra där.
Nick, what's wrong? I ushered him towards the chair. What's happened?
They got one of the bone season prisoners.
My skin prickled. Who?
Ella Giddings. He swallowed. Did you know her?
No, Julian and Felix did, I said. She was with them in Trinity.
I took my flask of water from my backpack and unscrewed it. How did you find out? They brought her to my department. Why? To watch them test Fluxion 18. They've been using her as a lab rat, Paige. Often my anger burned hot. The rage that gathered now felt like ice, hardening me. I didn't know they'd finished the new version of Flux, I said. Just in time for the red zone. They gave Ella a massive dose, he said. I've never seen anyone react to Flux the way she did. She was vomiting blood, ripping at her hair. He closed his eyes. The two senior developers started asking her questions about you and the others. Did she recognize you? Nick hung his head. She reached out to me, just before she had a seizure. Nick had removed his mask on the train. Ella had been sitting in the same carriage as us. They asked if I knew her. I said I'd never seen her before. We were sent back to our labs, but I left early, Nick rasped. They'll put it all together. You can't go back there. I passed him the flask. You've been playing with fire for too long, Nick. I worked for years to get that position. How much use are you going to be to anyone when you're on the waterboard, or... I tensed. That wasn't what your vision was about, was it? No, I would have felt it coming. He drank. There's more. They're not just going to put Senshield on the underground. They're going for essential services too. Doctor surgeries, hospitals, homeless shelters, banks, all of them will be equipped with the scanners. How do you know this? Oh, they told us. He let out a hollow laugh. We gave them a round of applause. Using homeless shelters had always been risky for Voyants, but this was a new level of danger. Come the new year, many would lose their jobs. Employers didn't usually check people for unnaturalness, but with Senshield it would be much easier. Most Voyants would have no choice but to give up their double lives, gather what they could and flee the capital. The syndicate would only be able to take so many of them. Nick finally calmed down enough for us to focus on Warden. He rose to his feet, his face tight, and drew me to his side. I don't think I ever introduced you to, I said. You didn't, Nick said. They had met twice. On one of those occasions, Warden had taken me away from him. Nick, this is Arcturus Mazartem, I said. Warden, this is Nick Negord. Dr. Negord. Warden inclined his head. I have heard a great deal about you. All good, I hope, Nick said. Very. There was a loaded silence. I had a feeling Nick wouldn't be too happy if he learned how much Warden knew about him, thanks to the memories he had seen. Give me a minute, I said. I need to put my contacts in. Nick nodded but didn't take his eyes off Warden. I went into the bathroom and pulled the light cord, leaving the door ajar so I could eavesdrop. I'll just come out and say it, Warden, Nick said. I know you had an understanding with Paige, but that doesn't mean I have to like or trust you. From what she's told me, you trained her to get back at Nashira for some conflict Paige doesn't even know about. You used her. At least he cut to the chase. I do not deny it, Warden said. The humans of Oxford would not have followed a Rephite with good reason. Paige has an iron will and great strength of character. I would have been a fool to overlook it. She's brilliant, Nick agreed. But if you cared about her, you could have let her go. Instead, you made her learn possession, which she never wanted. I spent years trying to stop Jackson bullying her into it. If I had let Paige go, I would have been forced to use another human as a cat's paw, Warden said. Would that have been more ethical? Nick huffed out a laugh. No, but I don't think you refs are too good with ethics. All ethics come in grey, Dr. Negord. In your profession, you should know. Meaning? This wasn't going well, and I wasn't sure I liked being talked about. I went back into the room before Warden could answer,
silencing them both. "You should talk to Jackson," I said to Nick. "He can help you disappear." "That's where I'm heading," he said. "I wanted you to come back with me." I looked at Warden, hesitating. "Just for a few hours," Nick said quietly. "Zeke said he made a pointed remark about you being distracted. We don't want him to get wind that Warden is here." He buttoned up his coat. "I'll wait outside." "All right." Nick shut the door behind him. I blew out a long breath. "Go," Warden said very softly. "You have a life to lead. I understand." I wanted to stay longer. I pulled on my jersey. "I'll show my face to Jackson and come back when I can. I still have a few questions for you." "I look forward to it." There was a light in his eyes that I might have thought playful if he hadn't been a ref. I couldn't help but smile as I picked up my jacket and left him to his own devices. 15. The Minister's Cat. The minute I walked away from the Doss house, I wanted to go back. Jackson was now keeping me from doing what I wanted, and that made him feel too much like Nashira. I resented having to slink back to the den just to keep him from cutting my pay. I was nothing but a dog on his leash, and I was sick to the back teeth of it. The scrimmage was my only chance to break his grip on me. Until then, I would have to stomach him. Nick had walked from work. We made our slow way back to 7 Dials, keeping our heads down. He lowered the brim of his hat. "Paige," he said. "I don't trust him." I could tell. "Maybe he does want to help you," he said. "But he kept you prisoner for over half a year, all to use you as his puppet. He threw you into the woods with one of those monsters. He watched them brand you. I know, I remember." "But you don't hate him?" "I'll never forget those things. But no, I don't," I said. "If not for him, I wouldn't be alive. Nashira will be hunting him for what he did in Oxford." "How is he going to sustain himself?" Nick pressed. "Oxford was my first experience of being fast food, Paige. I don't want to repeat it." "He's not going to feed on us." "He has to feed on someone." "That's his concern. Like you said, he isn't my responsibility," I said. "I look after him for a couple of days, then send him to Terabel." "You do what you like, but I'm not helping you see him. If anything happened, I'd never forgive myself." His face was drawn. Instead of replying, I linked his arm. Nick had lost his younger sister to Cyan. He could never have stopped what happened to Ella, but I knew he would always wonder in the dark hours. She was almost certainly dead. From what Julian had told me, she had been too afraid of the refs to rebel, but she had still found the courage to reach the train. Now she would die in the cold labs of Cyan. As I thought of Ella, Liz Rymore and Sebastian Pierce came to the front of my mind for the first time in days. I hadn't had a proper chance to mourn the dead of Oxford. Voyants didn't hold funeral services. It wasn't in our culture to grieve over an empty corpse, but it might have been a comfort, given me a chance to say sorry and goodbye. When Nick glanced at me, I schooled my expression. I needed to be strong for him today. As we passed the sundial pillar, a whistle caught our attention. A lanky medium was sitting at the base. "Hearts," Nick said. "What is it?" "Got a message for the Pale Dreamer." I turned out my empty pockets. With pursed lips, Nick handed Hearts a few coins from his wallet. "Thank you kindly, Red Vision." Hearts stowed the money in his coat. "One of your friends has left you a package. It's at the location you agreed on." "Thanks," I said. "When did you get this?" "Just now. The courier came from Camden," he said. "The ragdolls are checking every voyant who leaves 2-4. Took us some time to get the envelope out of the section without them noticing, apparently." Hart stuffed his hat before he slunk away.
Nick looked down at me. Have you ever heard of couriers being searched? No, but we just rustled a RAF out of their section. They must be feeling paranoid, I said. I'm worried they're going to find the others. Agatha knows I'm involved with them. Ivy trusts her, but I'm not sure I do. Maybe you can move them to a derelict. We could make them comfortable. I nodded, thinking of the music hall. Nick unlocked the den. At least Jose had got away from the ragdolls. I had already sent a message to Camden Lockett's and received a note from Felix in return, confirming everyone was fine. I'd check on them again soon. Jackson was in his study, his fingers steepled, wearing shirt sleeves and a stiff expression. As soon as Nick and I entered, he narrowed his eyes. Another stroll, darling. Just a quick one. I folded my arms. Is that all right with you, Jackson? Don't be pert. I told you not to leave the den without informing me. He turned his attention to Nick. Why are you in that ghastly uniform? I came from work, Nick said. Jax, I think my position has been compromised. As Nick explained the situation, Jackson twirled a fountain pen. Once again, his face was impassive. Much as I despise your moonlighting with Zion, I'm afraid we need your income, Dr. Negord, he concluded. Hold your nerve as you always have. It would only incriminate you further if you were to abandon your post. We couldn't need money that much. Even after what had happened at the black market, the section had been running normally. Jax, he's in danger, I said. What if they arrest him? They won't, honeybee. You're raking in a fortune from the syndicate rent alone. You can't possibly— You may be my heir, Paige. Jackson cut in. But unless I am mistaken, I am Mime Lord here. He didn't deign to look at me. I can shelter one fugitive under my roof, but two would be tempting the noose. One glance from a voyant is not enough to implicate our oracle. So you're happy to risk Nick for a few more pennies in your coffers? Leave me with my molisher, Dr. Negord, Jackson said coldly. Take a well-deserved break. Nick clenched his jaw. He gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze as he passed. A distorted recording of The Boy I Love Is Up in the Gallery was warbling from the turntable. An empty reservoir glass stood on the desk. I sat in my usual armchair and crossed one leg over the other, giving Jackson what I hoped was an innocent and expectant look. The scrimmage, Jackson said dangerously soft, is less than a month away. I have seen no evidence whatsoever that you are attempting to prepare for it. Of course I am. How so? I've been working on my gift. I can drift without life support for a while now. And what of possession? I said nothing. You disappoint me, Paige. I would have thought you wanted to be Molisher Supreme. Jackson scrutinized me. If your gift had been stronger, Zion would never have been able to detain you. I know you have some moral qualms, but true dreamwalking would all but assure our success in the Rose Ring. Come, darling, do this for me. I forced a smile. It was embarrassing that I had fallen for this act for so long. Fine, I said. Good. He placed a small glass bottle in front of me, full of greenish oil. You have also neglected to use the bay laurel I purchased for you. I can't have you distracted by your wound in the Rose Ring. I had worn long sleeves around him for days. He had no idea the mark was gone. It hasn't hurt since you bound the monster, I said. Irrelevant. Until I see some evidence that you are addressing your weaknesses, Jackson said, I will be withholding your wages. I stared at him, fuming. I've done everything you've asked of me, I said, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Delivered the messages, gone to the auctions, and through it all paid not one iota of attention.
Jackson swept the glass off his desk, along with reams of paperwork.
I suggest you manage your time a little better. I shall ask Nick to train you up for the fight.
My heart hammered. Jackson collected another glass from the cabinet.
Off with you now, he said. Have an early night. You need your rest.
I left without a word. Now the bastard was sending me to bed like I was some wayward child. I stomped up to the kitchen to make something to eat, only to find Eliza on the landing, gazing blankly at the wall, her mouth ajar. "Eliza?" I said, wary. Oil paint sleeved her arms from fingertip to elbow. Her hair hung in greasy coils down her back, reeking of old sweat, and her eyelids were heavy. She was humming an obscure tune from the 17th century. When Peter had Eliza, we could usually only stop the possession by shouting at him, preferably in Dutch. Unable to shout back, he would find other ways to express his annoyance, and the last thing I needed was another pellet to the face. "Eliza," I stood in front of her. "Is that you?"
"Yes,"
Eliza murmured. "Where have you been, Paige?" "Holborn." I looked into her dull eyes. "When was the last time you slept?"
"I'm not sure."
She reached for my shoulder. "Do you know when Jax is paying us?" "Friday. Why do you ask?" "He wants to see progress. Need to make progress." "You've made plenty of progress."
"No, I have to carry on."
She shook her head.
"I have to finish it, Paige."
"Eliza, I want you to take the night off. I want you to eat a square meal, have a shower and get some sleep," I said. "Can you do that for me?" A heavy nod. I steered her into the bathroom with a towel and a clean nightshirt. Danica was on her side of the garret. I knocked on her door, entering when I didn't get an answer. The room overflowed with scraps, bought from mudlarks on the Thames, or scavenged from the stone hall.
"I hate it when you knock,"
Danica groused.
"You come in either way."
"You never open the door," I pointed out. "Sorry, but I need a favour."
"I don't do favours."
"It's nothing strenuous."
"Not the point. That seat isn't for people,"
she added as I sat down. I scanned the scraps of paper on the floor, all covered in neat Cyrillic script. "What are you working on?"
"The jamming device."
"How's it going?"
"I'll let my face speak for itself."
She wore a loop over one eye.
"You heard me tell Jackson I need a prototype, but he never listens."
"If you get bored, do you think you could modify my oxygen mask for me?" She glanced up.
"Modify it how?"
"I need it to be more discreet."
"Jackson won't pay me for that. This is the job he gave me. Inane though it is."
"It's for the scrimmage. Besides, you haven't bought so much as a sock since last year."
"This may come as a shock to you, but I need the money to pay for parts, not to mention the rent at my registered address, which is in shortage. That aside, what I do with my coin is none of your business."
She took off the loop.
"If I agree to do this, will you go away?"
"If you also make sure Eliza eats a full meal before she gets back to work."
"Yes."
That was the best I would get out of her. I went back to the landing to wait for Eliza. After a while, she tottered out. I dried and plaited her hair, then tucked her into bed. When the muses drew in, I forced them into a spool and knocked them unceremoniously to the other side of the room. "She needs to rest. Bother someone else." George brooded in the corner, while Rahul and Philippe hung sadly above the door. "Don't give me those looks," I muttered. "You might not have eyes, but I can sense them." Peter shot off in a huff. Eliza was already sound asleep. I pulled a thick blanket over her shoulders. Jackson didn't want me to rest. If he was interested in our welfare, Eliza wouldn't be wandering around like an automaton in week-old clothes. When I returned to the second floor, he was smoking outside his study, watching. I went into my room and slammed the door in his face. Straight away I unpicked my pillow and counted my savings. I sewed them back inside, then lay down and closed my eyes, coursing with frustration. Warden was waiting in the Doss house. The Penny Dreadful was waiting in Soho. If I couldn't reach either of them tonight, I might as well sleep. I was still awake by the time the street lamps bathed the streets in blue. Not having his own room, Nick was in the study. The others fell asleep. At some point I must have dozed off. When I woke again, it was almost midnight and the stairs were creaking. When my door swung open, I sat up, my knife in my hand. "Shh, it's me." Nick crouched beside my bed. "You're sleeping with a knife?" "You sleep with a gun," I said. "What's the matter?" "Go back to Warden." He nodded to the window. "Jackson has filled every hour of your day tomorrow. I'll cover for you if he wakes up." "You said you wouldn't help me see Warden." "I trust that you know what you're doing, and I might need you to do the same for me if I sneak out with Zeke." He added, "Be careful, Seth knows. And if you can't be careful, be quick." I kissed his cheek. "I know. Thank you." A thick fog had descended on London. It would help conceal me from the vigiles. Bundled up in a hooded jacket, I left the den and headed for Soho. The district was heaving with amorotics. They came for the gambling houses and theatres, the coffee and music joints, the oxygen bars that glowed along Dean Street. This was where Eliza had grown up. I dropped Warden's clothes at the Penny Wash, which was open all night. When I reached Soho Square, I slipped into the Minister's Cat, a gambling house tailored to voyants, with stringent rules on which of us could bet and how. There was a lottery held here every month, with the winner entitled to a modest sum of money from Jackson. It was also a neutral stop, where members of other gangs were allowed to linger without his express permission. Most districts had a handful of them, where turf disputes and grudges were ignored. Trogu and Call the King were popular games, along with amorotic staples like whist. My fingers itched. I loved card games, and a few wins could fill my pockets, but I couldn't waste my time away from Jackson. As always, the Minister's Cat was full. Certain places were considered safe after dark, since the night vigiles didn't want them shut down. I moved between people and tables, leaving whispers in my wake. This particular establishment was a breeding ground for gossip. Babs was presiding over a game of minchiate in the corner. I would have to wait. I leaned against the bar, meeting the gaze of anyone who looked my way. A soothsayer in her late 20s sat nearby, drinking mecks in a booth. Her skin was dark brown, and a band of violet silk held back her cloud of tiny corkscrew curls. I didn't think I'd seen her before. Before Oxford, I would never have asked another voyant for a reading, but Liss had changed my perspective on soothsaying. Perhaps I should use the ether to my advantage, the way the refs did. "Hey," I said, "got time for a reading?" She looked up from beneath heavy lids. While her right eye was deep brown, the left was green, with a loop of yellow around the pupil. It was the second time in my life that I had seen a pair of eyes like that. "If you've got coin for it." The woman rubbed the bridge of her broad nose. "I assume you know I can't comment on any gambling you're to do." "I'm not here to gamble. I dug out some money. Is this enough?" She unravelled the notes. It would buy her another few glasses of Max. "Well," she said, "I suppose it's better than nothing." Her deep voice held a trace of an accent. I sat down in the booth and took off my gloves. "You're an astrogalomancer," I said. "Very good." Her fingernails were painted white, dotted with black. There were flecks of white above her eyes, too. She took 2 small knuckle bones from her sleeve. Both were inscribed with tiny numbers. "Not all astrogalomancers work the same way I do," she said. "I keep it very simple. You ask 5 questions, I give you 5 answers.
They might be vague, but you'll have to deal with it. Give me your hand."
I offered my left one. She grasped it, then dropped it like it was a frayed wire.
"It's freezing," she said. "Did a preacher touch you?"
When I realised, I closed my fingers over my palm. The scars had always been colder than the rest of me. I had got used to not covering them in Oxford. "Yes." I put my left glove back on. "Sorry, I had a run-in with a poltergeist."
"It's like shaking hands with a corpse."
She accepted my right hand instead, holding the dice in her free palm.
"All right. Ask your questions."
"Who killed the Underlord?" The soothsayer smiled.
"You haven't had many readings, have you?" she said. "If that was going to work, someone else would have done it by now. The ether can't just deliver a name like a vending machine."
"Right." I paused, mulling it over. "Did Cutmouth kill the Underlord?"
"Babs has been taking bets on that sort of thing. Are you sure you're not gambling?"
"No," I said. "I'm molisher of this section. You won't get into any trouble."
"You're the pale dreamer."
I nodded once. The soothsayer narrowed her eyes before she cast the knuckle bones. "A 2 and a 2.
"I see a set of scales,"
she said in the same monotone Lysid used when she read my cards.
"One bowl is full of blood, weighing it down. 4 figures stand around the scales, 2 on one side, 2 on the other."
My forehead creased. Does that answer the question?
"I did say it could be vague."
"You're the expert," I said. "Does my coin include your interpretation?"
"I could stretch to that."
She pondered.
"In my experience, scales usually point towards justice or truth. In this case, you have 2 people on the right side of justice and 2 who aren't. That's my feeling, but remember you're the querent. The ether is replying to you, so you should have the tools to understand the meaning. I'm just the conduit."
Either I was thick as a plank or the ether enjoyed bewildering people. Possibly both. "Next question, then." I sat back. "Did Cutmouth kill the Underlord?"
"You just asked that."
"I'm asking it again."
"Are you testing my abilities, Jumper?"
She seemed more amused than insulted. "I might be," I said. "I've seen a few charlatans in here."
"It's your coin."
She did it again. A 2 and a 2. I repeated the question once more and got the same answer.
"Please,"
the soothsayer sighed.
"Get on with it. 2 more questions."
There were so many I wanted to ask, but I had to be careful. Everyone was curious about the murder, but I didn't want my interest in the ragdolls to be known. "Say I wanted to know about a group of people," I said carefully, but I didn't want to say who they were.
"So long as you know who you're talking about, that should work. Again, you're the querent."
I tapped my fingers on the table, thinking of how to phrase it. "The one who lives by the water," I said. "How does he know about the giants?" It was clumsy, but it had to be indecipherable. From her expression, the soothsayer had heard stranger things. Her knuckle bones rolled across the table and stopped next to my hand, both showing a single dot.
"A hand without living flesh, its fingers pointed to the sky. Red silk surrounds its wrist like a manacle," she said. "The hand snatches crushed petals from the ground. 2 fingers break away, but it keeps snatching." She shook her head, took another gulp of her drink. "I need some help with that one," I said. "No idea about the hand. Red silk is likely blood or death, or neither." She added, "Fallen petals could represent lost parts of a whole." A vein stood out on her forehead. "Lost question. I'm getting tired." I was silent for a while, trying to think of something that could point me in the right direction. "Who is the King of Wands?" "Ah,
Her smile was knowing.
You have had a reading before. Just the one?
I didn't answer. Talking about Liz would only bring back the pain of her death. The soothsayer flicked the 2 dice up with her thumb and caught them in the same hand. A 3 and a 4.
7, she said.
No vision?
No. I don't get them often, she said. Having more than one is unusual.
My gaze dropped to the knuckle bones again.
Remember the way the number is divided. A 3 and a 4, she said. That division will be significant.
She returned the knuckle bones to her inner pocket.
The White Binder doesn't think much of soothsayers. I know we often speak in riddles, but no matter how much like nonsense they sound, there is meaning, Pale Dreamer.
I believe you, I said, and I did. No matter how confusing her cards, I sensed Liz would be right about everything.
Don't worry about it too much,
the soothsayer advised me.
Nothing you can do about your future, I'm afraid.
We'll see about that. I stood. Thank you. The soothsayer nodded, kneading her forehead with one hand. I left the booth and returned to the bar, my stomach a cradle of snakes. Now the card game had finished. Barbara Bryant, a freckled, cheerful polyglot, was on her break from dealing, pouring drinks instead. Some said the monarchy was still alive and well in Babs. She was a self-declared queen of chin music. She raised a hand when she saw me.
"Pale Dreamer!" she exclaimed. "Haven't seen you in a while. How are you?"
"Could be better, Babs." I sat on one of the wooden stools. "I'm told you have a package for me."
"Oh, yes, I do."
She rummaged under the counter.
"Something from an admirer?"
I shook my head, smiling. "You know Binder wouldn't allow that."
"Oh, he is cruel to you all, that man. You know he stopped the lottery, don't you?"
"Since when?"
"August. Nobody was happy.
But I suppose he was generous to do it in the first place." Jackson really was counting his coppers. I still didn't understand his insistence that we were running out of money. "You're busy tonight," I said.
"We've been taking bets on the outcome of the scrimmage. Bless old Hector for dying. We were struggling for a while," she said. "Vigilates used to come, but Sion has them too scared to sneak out of their barracks."
"How do you mean?"
"Beatings and worse, I hear. Hock is losing patience with this fugitive situation, saying the night vigilants must be hiding their own kind."
She glanced up at me. "Speaking of fugitives, you've been the talk of the house." I sighed. "Does everyone know who I am now?"
"Pretty much, and odds are high that you're the one who killed Hector."
"So I heard. What do you think?" "Dreamer, I've known you for 2 years. I can't imagine you beheading anyone."
"No, I reckon it was cut mouth. I mean, if it wasn't, why hasn't she come forward to claim the crown?"
"'Cause she knows she's a suspect, or a target."
"She wouldn't care a jot, that girl. She wasn't too bad without Hector pulling her strings," she added. "Came in here quite often for a game with one of her girlfriends."
"Cutmouth had girlfriends?"
"On the sly, I think."
Babs handed me a thick envelope.
"Here, love. I haven't laid a lamp on it, sure as I'm a censor."
"Thank you." I still checked the wax seal before I tucked it into my jacket. "I'm a bit short, Babs. I'll pay you when I get my wages."
"Instead of money, humour me with a game. There's some peacocks in here that need a good thrashing."
"Who?"
"The corner table. They're in most nights."
I looked over my shoulder, seeing a tall woman in a diamond necklace and earrings, among others. "You're one in the Sparks, you mean?"
"Aye."
Babs lit a roll of blue aster.
"I ask you, who has that kind of coin?"
"Where are they from?"
"Kensington. They're no trouble, but they win a little too often for my liking."
She grinned.
"Oh, I'm just remembering when you took Magtooth down a peg. I've never laughed so hard as when he skulked in the next day just to cough up all the money he'd bet on himself."
That had been a good week. It seemed a hollow victory now Magtooth was dead. The voyants in the corner were fashionably dressed. I recognised the elegant redhead from the auction, lounging in a tea dress with cap sleeves, looking over her fan of cards. These players answered to the abbess. That explained why they were flashing such expensive jewellery in the middle of Soho. No one would dare rob them while their boss was Underqueen. Maybe next time, I started to say. Then I saw him. One of the players at the table sat apart from the others, his face overcast. His short hair was dark blue and he wore a pinstriped waistcoat without a shirt, allowing me to see the tattoo on his right arm. A tattoo of a skeletal hand, outlined in black, its fingers reaching for his shoulder. A hand without living flesh, its fingers pointing to the sky. That's a ragdoll, I said quietly. Babs opened a bottle of Mex. Playing with the nightingales. She looked on. Oh, so it is, she remarked. The nightingales are always playing friendly games with other sections. She started to fill a row of glasses. Mind you, I'm surprised they'd stoop to playing with a ragdoll. He must have paid good money to enter their tournament. Bida is still all right with other gangs stopping here, isn't he? They're fine. My heart drummed. Do you know why the abbess hates their mime lord so much? This might surprise you, but I've never heard. It did surprise me. Babs knew everything there was to know in London. That symbol on his arm, I said. Any idea? Declares their loyalty to the Rag and Bone Man, Babs said. Looks shit, doesn't it? I cracked another smile at that. I've got to go, I said. Thanks again for the package, Babs. All right. She reached over the bar to embrace me. You be careful, Dreamer. The streets aren't very kind these days. You too. Before I left, I shut myself into another booth where I took out the pages of the manuscript and smoothed them out. Nell had done well to get 2 copies to me so quickly. They had called it the Rephite Revelation. I opened it and started to read. Chapter 1. Liss is snatched from London. The writing was sparse but gripping from the first sentence. Nell had nailed the style. The story followed Liss, a poor and kind-hearted cartomancer trying to make ends meet. The sketches didn't show her face, only her long black hair. In a noble attempt to save a friend, she was detained. In the next chapter, she woke up in an unfamiliar room. The story explained the trafficking of voyants to a nameless city. Finding herself alive but imprisoned, Liss learned about the origin of Sion. The ensuing chapters described her ordeal at the hands of the Rephaim, giants from a fallen realm called the Netherworld. She endured many trials, slowly learning the truth about the Raphs and their ancient enemies, the Buzzers. Nell had mentioned that some Raphs had good in them, while others despised humans. I raced through it. I knew this story, but I still wanted to know what happened next, and I was by no means a prolific reader. If the Rephite Revelation was published, it would tell the syndicate everything it needed to know, most importantly, how to identify and fend off a Raph. When I had got the gist, I flicked to the last pages. At the end, this Liss broke free of the city and rallied London to overthrow Sion. She did what the real Liss had never had the chance to do. Here on these pages, she was alive. This story would make her immortal. I returned the manuscript to its envelope and fastened it into my satchel. I would take it to the Spiritist Club in the morning. First, I wanted to see Wharton. When I emerged, Babs was still behind the bar with another croupier, roaring with laughter, while the ragdoll had disappeared. I rapped on the nightingales' table, making them start. The redhead stubbed out her aster. "Pale Dreamer." Half of her face was concealed by a mask. "Can we help you?" "The abbess said she was sending your gang here to help us track Cutmouth down," I said. "Did you follow up on the lead Binder gave her?" "Oh yes. one of the men said, not taking his eyes off his hand of cards. Unfortunately, we found nothing of use. A few people do remember Cutmouth visiting Soho, but alas, no one has seen her since. Any reason you're playing with dolls? He challenged us and insulted Our Lady. We told him to put his money where his mouth was. One of the older women, an augur, blew a curl of smoke at me. Do you want to do the same, pale dreamer? Stop it, the redhead warned her. This isn't our turf. She placed a fine-boned hand on my arm. The abbess is very grateful for your hospitality and cooperation. We do hope Cutmouth will be found soon. Don't we all? I turned away. Enjoy your game. You're too kind. As soon as I was outside, I checked my watch. I had 5 hours before I needed to be back at the den, which gave me plenty of time to see Wharton. Keeping my satchel close, I headed to the penny wash to finish laundering his clothes, then made my way towards Holborn. The fog worked in my favour, as did the new moon. I slipped into the narrow Flitcroft Street, where there were no street lamps. This stretch was an alley in all but name, leading to Book Mews. About halfway down it, the back of my neck prickled. I kept walking. There were no alarm bells in the ether, but every human instinct told me something was wrong. Away from the safe establishments in Soho and Piccadilly, there were few voyants on the street at this hour. If I called for help, not many would hear. I picked up my pace without meaning to do it. I had almost reached the dead drop when 2 fingers closed in on me, and a punch to the jaw knocked me clean to the ground. 16. Dangerous knowledge. A bag descended over my head. My arms were wrenched behind my back. I arched and kicked with a scream of anger, but a strong hand clapped over my mouth, almost choking me. Something hard struck the back of my skull, setting off an explosion behind my eyes. My ears rang as the agony leaked deep into my jaw and cheekbones. The bag had blinded me. I became aware of hands grasping me under my arms, the asphalt carving up my knees, rough breathing somewhere overhead. "Sorry, pale dreamer," a strained voice said, "but I'm afraid you know too much." They bundled me around a corner. My thoughts clotted like blood. As I fought to stay conscious, I tried to keep track of where I was going. Either they were taking me to a car, or they planned to kill me in Book Mews. I tried to shout. Some of our thieves lived nearby, but the hand on my mouth only pressed harder, smothering me. I had let my guard down on my own turf. That had been my first mistake. It might just be my last. Suddenly I was dumped on the ground. The bag came off my head again. My ragged breathing was all I could hear. When I saw the sign reading Book Mews, I turned so cold that I could no longer feel my body. Jackson had chosen this place as our dead drop because no one had any reason to go there. "Scream again and I'll cut you, Moll." A knife bit into the side of my neck. "If you want to live, tell us where you took the creature." "What?" I could hardly breathe. "What creature?" "The one you stole. Pretty eyes," another voice said. "Shall we jog your memory?" A fist collided with my face. This time, the shock didn't paralyze me. Something in me leapt awake, rearing in panic and fury. I slashed at the nearest dreamscape, not with a blade, but with my entire being. My vision shorted out again. One of the attackers gave a shout, and his knife clattered to the ground. I snatched it up and thrust it out, lurching back to my feet. I strained to feel the ether, my head swimming from the blow. One of my attackers was an augur, the other a medium. They were blocking my way out of the alley. As they approached, I made out those unsettling masks from the interchange. "Kill me, and you'll never get the ref," I warned, taking a step away from them. "It's the rag and bone man who wants me dead, I take it. Clever of you to have found his sanctuary." The augur pointed a silenced pistol at my face. "Too clever for your own good, pale dreamer." Before I could even consider the risk, I had rushed her. I grabbed the pistol with one hand and twisted out of the line of fire, just as it went off with a snap. The woman tried to wrest it back, but I kept a firm hold, the way Nick had taught me. Trying my utmost to break her grip, I stomped on her foot and kicked her in the knee. I was outnumbered. As we fought over the gun, the second attacker came at me. I caught the ogre in the cheek with my fist, sending the pistol clattering to the ground, and whirled to face the medium. My world narrowed down to the knife he had drawn. Before he could even try to stab me, the ogre seized my jacket and pulled me to the ground. As she held me down, I grappled with her, stripped to raw survival instinct. I tried once more to shake, but all I could do was gasp for breath as she managed to pin my wrist to her boot.
When those underguards detected you, you must have believed your life hung in the balance.
I could almost hear Warden.
Your spirit responds to danger.
A familiar pressure rose behind my eyes. I felt myself being sucked from my body, bone and spirit cleaving as I jumped. My spirit tore straight through her mind, taking her spirit with it. Now I was back in the ether, and her spirit was tumbling with me. Her silver cord snapped. A heartbeat later, the corpse slumped on top of me. I blinked, my lashes wet.
Maureen!
I struggled out from under the ogre. The other attacker was rooted to the spot, no doubt trying to understand why his accomplice had just died. All at once he charged me. He bunched his fists in my jacket, hauled me upright, and smashed me against the wall. When the knife swung down, I caught his wrist and held it back with all my strength. My arms shook as his fingers dug into my shoulder. In desperation, I tried dreamwalking again, forcing him to let go of me. He was on me again in moments, his knife like a waltzer at a fairground, swinging at me from every angle. My hands flew up to block him. The point missed my neck by an inch. I had survived knife attacks before, but the blow to my head was draining me, all my knowledge vanishing as darkness threatened to close in. My arm and fingers seared. When the medium was near enough, I trapped his elbow and rammed my knee between his thighs. A huff of breath came through the mask, past my ear. I drove my fist into his stomach, then used my weight to throw his balance, rolling him to the ground. I could not have fought tooth and nail to escape Oxford only to die alone in an alley. The medium was bigger than me. Before I knew it, he was gaining the upper hand, and I was the one pinned. I writhed until I could bite him, clamping down until the roots of my teeth ached. A muffled roar escaped him, but he kept a rigid hold on me, even when my teeth sank deep and my mouth filled with the taste of pennies. I knew myself too well to risk jumping again. Instead, I groped for my boot knife, my fingertips just closing on it. He screamed when I drove it into his side. I scrambled away and we both lunged back to our feet. His blade came at me from every angle. As I ducked and circled to avoid him, I realized his movements were slowing. Even if I had only been able to glance off his dreamscape, it must have shocked him. The mask had to be restricting his vision. With the inch of clear thought that remained, I remembered the beginning of this ambush. I sprinted past the medium, back onto Flitcroft Street. I picked up the brick on the ground. Just as the medium reached me, I turned and struck him across the face, cracking his mask. He crumpled. I gripped my knees. When I could draw a steady breath, I limped back to the dead woman and took off her mask. I didn't recognize her face. Trying not to look at it, I searched her. When I got to her inner pocket, my fingers brushed against smooth fabric. I drew out a length of silk, a red handkerchief stained with blood, the calling card from the Devil's Acre. I looked back when the man gave a short groan. His mask was next to come off. Aside from a scar near his temple and a smattering of stubble, he had no distinguishing features whatsoever. I stuffed the handkerchief into my pocket and lifted his chin, making him look at me. "Remember this," I said quietly.
The next time you think about attacking the 7 seals. I showed him the handkerchief. You were going to plant this on me. Why does your boss want me framed? I'll never tell. His nose was bleeding. Are you going to kill me, Dreamwalker? You want me to, so you can join your friend back there? No. I enjoy the spoils of living. So you're willing to kill for the rag and bone man, but not to die for him? That's the mark of a real coward. I tightened my grip. Tell him I'm going to find out what he's doing. Tell him he can send every pathetic lackey and cutthroat he wants, but he will never get the ref back. The medium wheezed with laughter. We're all puppets, Molisha, he rasped. Make sure you know who's holding your strings. His eyes closed and he fell unconscious. Breaking into my deepest reserves of strength, I pulled him back into Book Mews, where I used my belt to fasten his wrists behind his back. I left him beside the corpse. I should have gone back to 7 Dials. Instead, I continued towards Holborn. By sheer dumb luck, I didn't pass any night vigilés as I stumbled along the back streets, my hand clamped over my upper arm where my sleeve was damp. I veered off course at least twice, cold and disoriented. I was on Wild Street when gloved hands cupped my elbows. Paige, I looked up. A long way. Warden, I said faintly. My knees buckled. Warden caught me before I could fall on my face. I have you, I heard him say, just as the darkness thickened around me. Not pausing to ask questions, he took me the rest of the way back to Holborn. I didn't quite remember getting to Blossom's Inn. Next, I was fully aware I was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Warden was crouched in front of me, studying my face with blazing eyes. I blinked a few times. Paige. I swallowed, tasting copper. Did we come in through the front door? I used the window. What happened? Slowly, I looked down at my slashed gloves. My hands were shaking. The rag and bone man, I said. He sent 2 voyants to kill me. They attacked you on your turf? Yes. I reached for the back of my head. They hit me with something. May I see? When I nodded, Warden rose and moved around my seat to look. I held still as he gently parted my hair, sending a prickle along my scalp. The wound is not deep, but it has bled a great deal, he said. Do you have medical supplies? Yes. Very well. Let me know if you need me. Thanks. As soon as I was in the bathroom, I leaned over the sink, my head throbbing. When I was confident I wasn't going to throw up, I stripped to my underwear. I rinsed the blood away, cleaned the cuts, washed the grit from my knees, and carefully dressed all of the injuries. Warden? I called hoarsely. I laundered your shirt. Do you mind if I wear it? By all means. I buttoned it on and pushed up the long sleeves. It came down almost to my knees. By the time I emerged from the bathroom, gauze pressed to the back of my head, the television was on. Warden looked from it to me. I believe the shirt may need some adjustments. A few. I sat on the bed. You know, since I came back to London, I've been chased, punched, spat on 3 fucking times, and now there are people trying to stab me. I'm almost starting to miss Oxford. You do not mean that. Possibly not. I nodded to the television. Anything on Sinai? Sion has announced the creation of an elite subdivision of night vigilés called Punishers. Their primary function is to hunt down the preternatural fugitives. An even more unnatural sort of unnatural, I take it. Yes, a new classification of criminal. I'm flattered. I suspect these Punishers are redjackets, Warden said, Now Oxford is compromised, they must have been put to work in the Citadel. Nashira will spare no expense to find you.
Naturally. I sank against the pillows. Did you get in touch with Terabelle?
Not yet.
Warden drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair, a habit he had brought from Maudlin.
I take it Jackson has sanctioned this visit.
No, actually. He has no idea where I am, I said. I'm letting him think I'm under his thumb, but I wasn't going to let him stop me seeing you.
Does he know I am here?
No, and he's not going to find out. He wants me to pretend I never went to Oxford.
Does he not fear Senshield?
Don't even get me started. I sighed. I don't want to talk about Jackson tonight.
What would you like to talk about?
I'll start by asking you for the truth.
A grand request,
Warden said.
Whose truth do you seek, Paige?
Nashira forced you to be her consort. You confirmed that in Oxford. You also told me the conflict between you went deeper than how the city was managed, I said. I'd like to know more about that.
At the time you told me you would prefer not to involve yourself in my grudges. What changed?
I didn't think it would be my problem after Oxford. But here we are. I sought his gaze. I know why you had to keep things from me. But if we're going to continue this understanding, I need to know everything.
To explain, I must take you back a long way.
All right. Warden leaned back in his chair, not taking his eyes off me. It was a relaxed posture, reminding me of the way he had sat by the fire in Maudlin.
The Netherworld was once an intermedial realm. It stood between the ether and earth, he told me. Nothing grew or perished there, and those that dwelled there did not age, for they were not made of mortal flesh. We are the highest and strongest of those beings.
What are you made of?
We call it sarks. When we are speaking English, we use this word to distinguish our immortal bodies from the corporeal substance of yours.
I assume you also have bones.
Yes, but they are far stronger than yours, reinforced with adamant.
Warden clasped his hands.
The names I will use in this story will not be our true names, but those we use now.
Okay. My head felt heavy. I nestled into the pillows and turned my body towards Warden. Go on, I said. I'm listening. The Rephaim had always been in the Netherworld. They were not born like humans, nor had they evolved to their knowledge. Instead, they simply emerged, fully formed and conscious. The Netherworld itself was the cradle of immortal life, the womb in which they were created. There were no parents or children. More Refs would surface now and then, though unpredictable waves of creation. They had not been called Rephaim then. That was a name that humans had given them, since glossolalia was impossible for most of us to articulate. Once they had been responsible for preserving the delicate balance between worlds. Their overriding duty was to ensure that humans accepted death, so their spirits moved on to the end of the ether. In the early days of humankind, the Refs had relied on their messengers, the psychopomps. In the Netherworld, these fragile spirits took the form of birds. They had been able to fly across the veil and guide the recent dead into the Netherworld, where the Refs would help them to let go of their old lives and prepare for their unmaking. So the Netherworld was a halfway house, I said, a way-stop.
Yes.
But as time went on, and Rephaim, he told me, still had trouble grasping the concept of time, a force which had no effect on the Netherworld or its inhabitants, humans had grown more and more violent. Full of hatred, they had fought over everything imaginable, killing without remorse. More and more had lingered after death, refusing to move on, clinging to Earth. Eventually, their number had risen so high that the psychopomps had been overwhelmed. The ethereal threshold, I recalled. That's what you're talking about.
Precisely.
At that time, the Refs had been ruled by a different family, the Mothalith. Etanine Mothalith, their leader and sovereign, had decreed that they must help the psychopomps. They would have to cross the veil themselves and deal with the ethereal unrest at the source. As he recounted all of this, Warden would pause from time to time. His eyes would narrow and his mouth would thin. Finally, he would settle on a word and press on, still with a faint look of dissatisfaction, as though the English language had failed him in some way. I knew the feeling, but he needn't have worried. His voice held my attention as well as music. In that doss house, I could see the netherworld. A proud and respected family of scholars had disagreed with the Mothalith. They had believed that crossing the veil would be an act of inconceivable desecration, and that their immortal bodies would perish on earth. "Let me guess," I said. "The Sargus."
Very good.
Procyon, warden of the Sargus, had swayed many Refs to his way of thinking. Still, the number of spirits was climbing, and the Mothalith rejected their counsel. Since they had made the decision, they agreed to bear the risk. They would send one of their own across the veil. The Ref they had chosen was Aja Mothalith, who had successfully crossed the veil and communed with as many spirits as she could. She had returned safe and sound, and the threshold had lowered. It seemed the Sargus had been wrong. There was no harm in the crossing. "That must have pissed them off," I said.
"Immensely,"
Warden confirmed. Procyon did not like to be wrong. Aja had soon been needed. A war had broken out on Earth, sending the psychopomps into disarray.
The Sargus protested again, Warden said. "My family, the Mazatim, are sworn guardians to the Mothalith. We wanted to accompany Aja, as did the Sargus, to protect and assist her, but we soon discovered that only the Mothalith could step between the worlds."
"Why?"
"That remains a mystery. To pacify the Sargus, Aja and her watchers, those Mothalith who travelled with her swore that they would never cross the veil without our blessing. They would wear armour made of adamant to protect themselves from corruption. Most importantly, they would never reveal themselves to the living. They would always maintain their distance from humans."
He stopped. "Someone didn't," I said.
"We do not know exactly what happened," he said. "But the netherworld began to deteriorate. The signs were very small at first, but soon the change had touched us too. We were growing weak and slow."
"Doesn't sound like you,"